When others see a tiger, they either freeze in fear or immediately turn and run away. However, Shen Ming laughed excitedly and actually went to meet him with his bare hands. Even more outrageous is that, with only a broken rock in his hand, he actually dared to face an entire pack of wolves head-on. This man's name is Shen Ming. He is not crazy, nor is he making a movie, nor is he dreaming. He was just an ordinary worker who, on a rainy day, squeezed onto a bus to go to work, was already calculating how much he would be fined for being late. But the next second, just as the bus arrived at the station, he stepped into thin air and fell directly into a suspended sewer opening. When Shen Ming opened his eyes again, the tall buildings and roads were gone, leaving only wilderness, wild beasts, and a primitive society. Part 2 of He Traveled Back to the Primitive Age, Conquered the Tribal Chief, and Built a Mighty Empire is officially starting. Chapter 81, Catching Birds and Chickens. On February 3rd of the second year, the stone slab, covered with symbols, was carefully tied to a wooden frame and carried by 2 strong men in turns along the newly formed road from the main tribe to the lakeside settlement. The stone slab was placed under the newly erected council tent, and the clansmen gathered around to watch, their eyes filled with both curiosity and awe. Although they couldn't understand the inscriptions, they all knew that this was an important tool used by Shen Ming to record time and arrange agricultural activities. The reclamation along the lake is nearing completion. The area has abundant water, flat terrain, and the fields are even larger than those of the main village. Shan stood by the field, but his brow was furrowed. His mind was not on farming. A few days ago, on the way back, Shen Ming gave him a new task. There are many birds by the lake. Try to catch them alive. Anything that can fly or run on the ground will do. Remember, try not to injure them. Shan was stunned. Killing birds wasn't difficult. A spear or a stone would suffice. But capturing them alive was a completely different story. Those birds were extremely wary. They would fly away at the slightest sound, making them incredibly difficult to catch. Shen Ming explained, birds lay eggs, which are edible and nutritious. If we can raise some docile birds, we can have a stable supply of eggs and feathers in the future. The feathers can also be used to make lightweight and warm clothing. Shan understood this principle, but the difficulty still troubled him. He searched through his memory, but had no experience in capturing birds alive. Most bird nests were located high up. If he approached rashly, the parent birds would be startled and fly away, and the chicks might fall and die. Back at the lake, Shan told Ji about his troubles. While comforting the child, Ji tried to think of a solution. Could we use a spear to only injure its wings, so it can't fly but won't die? Shan shook his head with a wry smile. He could kill his prey with precision, but he couldn't control his strength to that extent. Once he struck, it would most likely pierce through them or even tear their wings apart. I can't do it, Shan admitted frankly. The next day, Ji proposed a new idea. If we can't catch the flying birds, how about the ground birds? Didn't Shen Ming say that would work? The two fell silent for a moment. In their minds, birds are those that could fly. They had absolutely no concept of what ground birds actually meant. Finally, Shan decided to resort to the most rudimentary method. He led his hunting party, hunting while simultaneously keeping an eye on the forest and bushes for birds-like animals that rarely flew. He treated this as a long-term observation mission, intending to rely on luck to find them. Fortunately, Shen Ming hadn't set a time limit, which lessened his pressure considerably. Shen Ming made this arrangement because the complex environment of lakes and wetlands, rich in aquatic plants and insects, makes them more attractive to large numbers of water birds, perhaps offering a suitable opportunity. Shen Ming even hoped to encounter flocks of wild ducks or geese, especially chicks, as they are easier to capture and more suitable for domestication. However, he also knew that this was not a simple matter. Capturing them alive requires different methods, such as nets and traps. But the mountain people have an instinctive wariness of reed marshes and swamps, places that are muddy, teeming with insects, and may harbor wild beasts, and have always been considered forbidden zones by them. Catching birds and chickens requires waiting for the right opportunity. Shen Ming thought of this while planning the upstream exploration in the main tribe, but he wasn't in a hurry. Perhaps after a heavy rain, injured water birds would be washed ashore. Perhaps during a hunt, a nest of chicks would be startled, or perhaps Shen Ming would need to design the trapping device himself in the future. He temporarily put these thoughts aside and turned his focus back to the upcoming upstream exploration. Chapter 82, Exploration. On the morning of February 13th of the second year, The atmosphere was solemn in the open space in front of the main tribe. A well-trained squad had already assembled. Shen Ming stood at the forefront, carrying a rot-tan box containing smoldering embers on his back, holding a spear, and his gaze swept over the 13 people in front of him. Lung was leading the group. This former wanderer had become a reliable hunter, his eyes steady, yet still bearing an indomitable spirit. Beside him was Liu, who had volunteered, as capable and pragmatic as ever. Dong Sin was also in the group, his personality much more cheerful than before. The remaining 10 were all core members carefully selected by Shen Ming. Shen Ming began, "You all know the purpose of this trip. Food takes time to grow, the valley is already crowded, and hunting and gathering cannot sustain us in the long run. Scattering out and taking root like seeds is the only way for us to survive." He paused for a moment, then added, "Follow me up the river and establish a third home." The brief words ignited everyone's emotions. Everyone understood the pressure of food shortages, and a new home meant new resources and status. The group quickly set off along the path leading upstream, a relatively safe route that had been cleared of wild animals previously. The greatest threat along the way was venomous snakes. Shen Ming walked at the front, using his body to probe the path. Several times, venomous snakes suddenly darted out and bit his calf. He groaned and fell to the ground, but quickly got up again, picked up the dead snakes, and put them into his basket, and the wounds had already healed. After these incidents, everyone grew increasingly in awe of him. 2 days later, the group left the familiar river valley and entered a denser mountain forest. Shen Ming did not continue along the river, but instead turned into a sparser side valley. After walking for another half day, he stopped in front of a high slope with its back against a rock wall and its face towards an open space. "This is it." The group looked around and saw tall trees and a wide open space, but it was overgrown with weeds and showed no signs of human activity. A stream flowed by and eventually joined the main river. Looking at this pristine land, Liu showed a look of difficulty for the first time, because everything had to be started from scratch. Cooling took a deep breath, his eyes filled with excitement. In his view, a challenge was an opportunity, and a brand new piece of land would be a better chance to prove his abilities. Shen Ming saw the concerns of the others and calmly said, "There will be houses and fields. The main tribe has already started transporting tools this way, and we will also clear the way in the opposite direction." He pointed to the stream and forest. "There are fish, prey, and wild vegetables here. If we run out, we can go back to the main tribe for supplies. The terrain here is high, so it is not afraid of floods. The soil and water conditions are good. The nearby river is gentle, which is suitable for fishing, and there is no threat of large wild animals in the short term." Unlike the lakeside settlement, this was a true wasteland that needed to be cleared from scratch. Shen Ming decided to personally oversee the area for a period of time to ensure that order and the basics of survival could be established. That evening, under his direction, the group cleared a space and lit the first campfire. As the sun set, firelight rose, and for the first time, this unfamiliar land was filled with the warmth of human presence. Exhaustion and a sense of accomplishment mingled in their hearts. It meant they had officially taken over this wilderness. But for Shen Ming, this was far from the end. After settling the team in, Shen Ming gave instructions for the night watch, then shouldered his rattan box and spear, and once again walked alone into the twilight. He was going to continue exploring upstream, searching for more resources, especially the mineral deposits he had always been thinking about. As he walked, he thought to himself, "If only I could find bamboo." Bamboo has a wide range of uses. It's practically a natural material. Shen Ming carefully observed the plants along the way, and whenever he encountered something that might be useful, he would cut off a branch, put it in a small earthenware jar filled with damp mud, and try to take it back to propagate it. The riverbank was littered with pebbles under the moonlight, and Shen Ming walked forward on the stones. Suddenly, a warm reflection caught his attention. He pushed aside the stones and revealed a fist-sized piece of metal with a honey-colored luster. "This is gold." Shen Ming's heart skipped a beat. He picked it up. It felt heavy in his hand. He took a small bite, leaving a tooth mark, confirming that the texture was soft and the purity was not low. It was indeed a piece of natural gold. After a brief moment of excitement, Shen Ming quickly calmed down. In this primitive era, gold could neither be used as a tool nor to satisfy hunger. An expensive burden, he chuckled wryly, but still put it away. I'll take it back first. It might come in handy later. This unexpected discovery made Shen Ming even more eager for the exploration to come. However, the sky suddenly changed color, and cold rain began to fall. In the blink of an eye, the entire mountain forest was shrouded in rain. Shen Ming was already soaked to the bone, but he didn't care much. The cold and dampness were just uncomfortable for him, far from being a threat. What truly worried him was the newly established stronghold. The campfire must have gone out. They haven't reached the point of shedding their fur yet. Although their bodies are stronger than modern people, they've still been rained on and are in a completely unfamiliar new environment. Shen Ming stopped and looked back in the direction he had come from, a hint of hesitation creeping into his heart. If he rushed back now, he might be able to help them rekindle the fire, rearrange their shelter from the rain, and even direct them to build a more sturdy temporary shelter. But as soon as this thought crossed his mind, Shen Ming forcibly suppressed it. The rain has already started, and going back now won't change much. Let them trust their own judgment. Lu and Lung aren't stupid. There are still so many people there. Shen Ming took a deep breath, forced himself to turn around, and continued walking upstream against the rain. Sometimes, letting one's people face danger and hardship on their own is part of growth. Shen Ming is not a god after all. He can't protect everyone forever. The rain finally stopped at dawn. However, the sky remained overcast, thick clouds pressing down overhead, making the entire forest feel exceptionally damp and oppressive. Shen Ming continued his arduous exploration along the riverbank for most of the day. During this time, he collected several samples of plants that appeared to be edible and carefully placed them in his wicker basket. Aside from that, he made no further exciting discoveries. There were no exposed mineral veins. There was no bamboo forest he longed for. There were no other special resources whose value was immediately apparent. Shen Ming stood on a high slope, gazing at the river that still meandered endlessly into the depths of the desolate mountains, and couldn't help but let out a long breath. This mountain looks close, but it's really far to walk. Looking at a mountain makes your horse run itself to death. The ancients were right. It was impossible not to be disappointed. But Shen Ming was already used to this outcome. Since his transmigration, he had conducted countless explorations, but truly fruitful results were rare, maybe only once or twice out of 10. Setting off full of anticipation, only to return exhausted with a few scattered finds. This is the norm for exploration. Discovering that piece of gold this time was already a far greater, unexpected surprise than anticipated. It's time to go back. Shen Ming didn't continue his reckless journey. He found a very conspicuous boulder, carved a special arrow mark on it with a stone slab, and then decisively turned around and embarked on his return journey. To learn as much as possible about the area, Shen Ming didn't retrace his steps exactly, but instead chose a slightly off-trail new route. This route offered a wider view, but the terrain was also significantly more rugged. This would increase the risk of getting lost, and might also take more time. However, as long as Shen Ming doesn't stray from the general direction of the river, he will eventually find his way back to the base. It was this impromptu detour that brought Shen Ming the second, and most important, surprise of his trip. As he waded across a shrub-covered slope and was about to descend to another valley, a uniquely lush forest suddenly came into his view. Those were no ordinary trees. They were tall and straight, with distinct branches, swaying gently in the wind and rustling softly, as if the entire forest was whispering secrets. Shen Ming's eyes lit up instantly. Bamboo. It's a bamboo grove. He almost cheered on the spot. The next moment, Shen Ming rushed down the slope and headed straight for the bamboo grove. The bamboo in this grove wasn't particularly thick. The thickest ones were no more than the width of 2 adult fingers held together. However, they were very tall, straight and upright, and extremely resilient. From a distance, they looked lush and vibrant. Shen Ming drew his knife, selected a medium-thick bamboo stalk, and tried to chop it. However, he quickly discovered that the knife was almost useless. The bamboo fibers were far tougher than he had anticipated. The knife struggled to cut through them, even feeling like it couldn't penetrate their defenses. Left with no other option, he switched to a sharp stone blade and began to chop it bit by bit. The stone flakes weren't very efficient either, but they were at least better than knife. After much effort, Shen Ming finally managed to knock down a bamboo stalk. However, this wasn't what he truly valued. Shen Ming quickly crouched down and began digging down the bamboo roots. He was looking for the bamboo rhizomes growing horizontally underground. These were the key to propagating bamboo. If he could bring them back and successfully transplant them, the tribe might one day have its own bamboo forest. After some effort, Shen Ming finally dug out a bamboo whip nearly a meter long from the damp soil. The bamboo whip was very thick and had several plump bamboo shoots attached to it. Seeing this, Shen Ming was overjoyed. Great! He picked up the bamboo whip as if it were a treasure, carefully cleaned off the excess dirt, tied it tightly with soft bark and vines, and finally put it into the wicker basket along with the other harvest. After doing all this, Shen Ming carved conspicuous arrow marks on the trunks of several trees along the way. This way, he could lead people to find this precious bamboo forest again in the future. As for the bamboo shoots, Shen Ming also wanted to dig some up and take them with him, but his physical strength and carrying capacity were limited at the moment, so he had to give up for the time being and deal with them next time. When Shen Ming, carrying a noticeably heavier wicker basket, returned to the newly established settlement along the road that had begun to take shape, the scene was vastly different from when he left. A larger clearing was cleared out. The felled trees were neatly piled up to one side. The first batch of bricks and tools brought from the main tribe were also piled up in a corner of the clearing. What reassured Shen Ming the most was the campfire. It was still burning in the fresh air after the rain, the flames not fierce, but steady and warm, sending up wisps of light smoke. Dongi was directing several people to weave fallen tree branches into a temporary windbreak. Seeing Shen Ming return, she merely nodded to him from a distance before continuing with her work. She remembered Shen Ming's words. Completing the task at hand was more important than a perfunctory greeting. Seeing this, Shen Ming couldn't help but show a hint of approval in his eyes. It seemed that the sudden rain hadn't caused too much damage here. These resilient primitive people had ultimately overcome the first test after establishing their new settlement in their own way. Shen Ming put down the wicker basket and immediately took out the precious bamboo whip, carefully transplanting it into a moist, fertile patch of soil by the stream. After doing this, he turned to ask Dong Yi when she had arrived. Upon learning that Dong Yi had arrived with a new fire after the old one had been extinguished, Shen Ming nodded and decided to let her stay there temporarily. In this way, Dong Yi, Lu, and Dong San, 3 women from the same tribe, could look after each other at the new stronghold. As for the gold, Shen Ming didn't make a fuss and kept it to himself. He wasn't sure what its practical use was right now. Perhaps it was useless for the time being, but at least it could satisfy that small, modern-day desire in his heart. With Dong Yi in charge of managing the new stronghold, Shen Ming returned to the main tribe with peace of mind. Upon returning, he immediately began studying the bamboo he had brought back. Could bamboo be used to make sieves? Shen Ming pondered as he observed the bamboo fibers. He had actually already prepared the pulp needed for paper making. By simply adding the sap of a certain vine, the pulp can be further shaped. However, the most crucial problem has always been the sieve. Without a suitable sieve, the pulp cannot be scooped up evenly, and papermaking cannot be truly completed. Now, the appearance of these bamboo plants has finally given Shen Ming hope for solving this problem. Chapter 83: A Week for an Ordinary Person. Ri is a member of the Divine Tribe. Although she joined late, she learned very quickly. She could understand complex Chinese words and the arithmetic of the Thorne cult. But she was always dissatisfied. Why could Lien stay indoors, only needing to talk to Shen Ming and play with those symbol boards while she had to run around outside? This made her feel very unfair. The early spring forest still carried a chill, and Ri, while gathering tender buds, muttered to herself. Looking at the majestic mountain, she couldn't help but compare herself to it, thinking that if she had met it first, she might not have lost a G. Looking down at her reflection in the water, she considered herself young and not inferior, and the more she thought about it, the more unwilling she became. After filling a basket with tender shoots, Ri made sure no one was around, then grabbed a handful and stuffed them in her mouth to fill her stomach. She wouldn't hand them all over, since she could still get a share of meat soup when she got back to the tribe. When she returned, she gave most of the basket to Lien, and ended up getting the same amount of meat soup as everyone else, and even a small piece of smoked meat. She felt a growing sense of unease, thinking that Lien was completely incapable of doing basic accounting. If Lien were in charge, whoever brought back the most food should get more meat, so everyone would work harder. The more she thought about it, the more resentful she became. After finishing the broth, she put the meat away and then pretended to be hungry, pointing to the empty bowl. Lian glanced at her and handed her a small piece of meat. Not full? Here, take this. She was secretly pleased, feeling she had easily gained an extra portion. Just then, Shen Ming walked over, and Ri quickly stood up straight, saying in broken but earnest Chinese, "Hello, Shen Ming." Shen Ming nodded and continued on his way. Ri was somewhat smug, then went to play Connect 4 with the children, easily winning several games. Soon, Lian called out to her from behind, "Ri, you'll be in charge of the kiln tomorrow." Ri was taken aback, feeling dissatisfied, but still agreed. The work was tedious and dirty, and she suspected she was being targeted, but dared not disobey the rules. At night, Ri used the firelight to count the calendar and finally figured out the date, feeling quite proud of herself. But she still felt these things were useless, and she felt even more frustrated when Lian taught the children those symbols. The next day, tending the kiln was indeed boring. She ate the meat she had hidden in the morning, and by noon she was hungry, so she could only doze off under a tree. When she woke up, the fire was still burning, but she couldn't be bothered to do anything more, only feeling that one meal a day was far too little. In the afternoon, she saw Shen Ming inspecting the fields. She wanted to say something, but was intimidated by his imposing presence and ultimately didn't dare to speak. Soon after, Lung returned to collect food and asked Ri to help deliver it to the new base. Ri was reluctant, but she could only carry the wicker basket on her back and deliberately walked in front, wanting Shen Ming to see her hard work. The journey went smoothly, and Ri arrived at the Upstream outpost. Things had changed a lot there. Everyone was busy building walls. Dongyi directed the work while working himself, covered in dust and sweat, making Ri secretly feel that Dongyi was working even harder. On the way back, she carried 2 jars of dried berries and couldn't resist sneaking a few handfuls. Although she considered keeping them for herself, she decided against it after thinking about the consequences. While resting along the way, she cleared some weeds by the roadside, remembering Shen Ming's words about maintaining the roads. Back at the tribe, she handed the pottery jar to Lian, who didn't notice anything amiss. At that moment, Shen Ming glanced at her and said, well done." That one sentence made Ri feel that all her hard work was worthwhile. She gradually realized that her life now was indeed much better than before. Although she was occasionally dissatisfied, most of the time she was content. However, she still secretly wondered if she were a little smarter, perhaps one day she could replace Lian in her position. Chapter 84, The Harmless Beast. While cleaning the black ash from under his fingernails with a bone needle, Shen Ming spoke casually, "That hot guy's always lazy and steals food. You should have noticed by now." He didn't look up as he spoke, his tone casual, as if it were just idle chatter, but the fresh dirt on his hands was clearly something he was trying to hide. Lian was squatting down wiping the stone slab when she paused slightly, looked up at Shen Ming, and softly replied, She knew very well that Shen Ming's little tricks were not clever at all. The broken pieces of the collected items and the changes in the weight of the pottery jars were details that could not be hidden from her. Lian calmly added, "She gets a small piece less bacon than everyone else." She gestured slightly with her finger to indicate the difference, just in case she finishes it and comes back for more. As for the missing dried fruit, Lian also kept track of it. In winter, it's distributed by the can, and her share will be smaller. This isn't punishment. It's simply taking back the portion of heat that was taken earlier. It's simple, fair, and doesn't even require explicitly stating the rules. Shen Ming nodded after listening, putting away the bone needles, unsurprised. He stood up, his tone calm. "That's enough. Some things don't need to be pointed out, lest the other party think they've gained an advantage and become more obedient. Once revealed, it will only increase conflict and even lead to more troublesome confrontation." Reaching the doorway, Shen Ming gazed at the gradually greening fields and murmured, "Private ownership." Then he shook his head. It's not the right time yet. These words seemed to be spoken to Lian, but also to convince himself. Shen Ming was well aware that as resources became more abundant, the number of people like Ri who felt taken advantage of would only increase. Private ownership could motivate people, but the tribe's foundation was too weak at the moment, and hastily implementing it might tear the entire group apart. With Shen Ming in charge of the main tribe, the mountains by the lake providing support, and the people at the Upstream stronghold temporarily motivated, things were still not stable enough. Shen Ming ultimately suppressed the idea. Let's wait until the 4th settlement. Compared to these long-term issues, Shen Ming was currently more troubled by something else. how to weave bamboo fibers into a fine and uniform sieve. On May 13th of the second year, the spring chill had completely dissipated, and good news came from the Upstream outpost. The houses had been erected, and the rice paddies were beginning to turn green. Once everything was settled, the adult men from the 3 outposts gathered again to prepare for a hunting trip. No one needed to be mobilized. Last year's experience and the empty smokehouse spoke for themselves. The spears were repeatedly sharpened. The hunters drew maps on the ground to plan their routes, while Shen Ming coated several spears with venom, aiming directly at the large prey in the field. But the weather quickly changed. On May 21st, the sky suddenly darkened, and a torrential downpour began. The group gathered under the eaves, and some began to hesitate. Hunting during the rainy season would be exponentially more dangerous. Shen Ming donned a heavy bearskin coat, pulled up his hood, and after a quick check of his gear, uttered only one word: "Let's go." He then stepped into the rain first, followed immediately by Shan and the others. To survive the winter, they had to take the risk. The rain-soaked plains were a grayish-white, blurring visibility. Sure enough, the wildebeest herd appeared, huddled together in the damp grass. The hunters approached from downwind as planned. Shen Ming gripped his spear tightly, already anticipating how to react if the herd charged. The signal was given, and stones and spears flew out in unison, instantly startling the herd. They raised their heads, tensed, and braced themselves, but the next second, the entire herd of wildebeest turned and bolted, not in a charge, but in a relentless retreat. The massive group instantly scattered, mud and water splashing everywhere in a tremendous display of force, but it was merely the sound of fleeing for their lives. Shen Ming stood frozen in place, holding his poisoned spear, his face filled with astonishment. This isn't right. He looked into the distance and saw only a wounded wildebeest left behind, struggling and groaning in the mud. The anticipated life-or-death struggle had not occurred at all. All the tension and preparation had come to nothing. Shen Ming couldn't help but complain in his heart. He clearly has the power to crush everything, but all he knows is how to run away. He doesn't even fight back, but he quickly realized that this was actually a good thing. Of the 3 major threats in the wilderness, the wildebeest herd was originally the most dangerous, but now it was merely a giant that would be scared away. This realization instantly reduced the danger considerably. The hunters' astonishment turned to elation, and they quickly dealt with the lone wildebeest, dragging their spoils back. On the way back, Shen Ming was still somewhat dazed as he walked through the mud. He couldn't help but mutter, "If you guys can run so fast, why did you have to hit me in the first place?" Recalling the horrific state of his bones being shattered in the crash, he was speechless. Shen Ming touched his broken ribs and gave a wry smile. Ultimately, he shook his head, suppressing his frustration. Regardless, the haul was good. The food shortage was alleviated, and Shen Ming's understanding of the wilderness had been completely rewritten. Looking at the cheering crowd ahead, a relaxed smile finally appeared on his lips. At least, he could be bolder next time he hunted. Chapter 85, The First Piece of Paper. July 13th, Year 2. There were still some days before the fish migration, but Shen Ming was more concerned about the immediate harvest. The sweet potatoes had just been stored, piled up into a small mound. Lien roughly calculated that there were about 40,000 pieces. It looked like a bumper harvest, but it still wasn't enough to eat. Each person could only get 2 pieces a day. Therefore, these sweet potatoes were still not edible and had to be saved for seeds, and the tribespeople did not object to this. Other crops also entered the acceptance phase one after another, and Shen Ming tasted them one by one, like a discerning diner. In the end, he chose a plant with broad leaves. The leaves of this plant, when blanched and boiled into soup, had a slightly bitter taste, but it was still acceptable. What was even more special was its stem. After roasting and peeling off the outer skin, the inner core was soft, glutinous, and slightly sweet, with a texture somewhat like glutinous rice balls. The outer skin can also be used as a shell, locking in moisture, and even serving as a bowl, making it easier to eat without getting your hands dirty. Shen Ming couldn't help but laugh. This thing was born to be eaten. However, its drawbacks were also obvious. The edible portion was small, and its growth cycle was long. Therefore, most of it was harvested, either for Shen Ming's exclusive use or as a reward. Thinking of this, Shen Ming suddenly realized there's no reason why sweet potatoes wouldn't have seeds. Perhaps they were harvested too early. He decided to try again next year. In a corner outside, a ceramic pot half buried in the soil sat quietly, covered with a breathable wooden board and grass leaves, faintly emitting a putrid smell. It was also protected with insect-repelling grass juice. On July 21st of the second year, Shen Ming lifted the lid, and an even stronger stench hit him, but he was actually delighted. The bamboo strips and water in the ceramic basin had turned into a dark brown, viscous liquid. Shen Ming stirred it with a wooden stick, feeling a distinct slippery resistance, indicating that the bamboo fibers had been broken down. "It's done," Shen Ming said softly. He had previously failed to peel the fibers by hand, and only later thought of using microorganisms to decompose the bamboo. After 55 days of fermentation, the lignin was broken down, and the remaining fibers, though coarse, were usable. Shen Ming carefully collected these results, intending to use them as a starter. He then took the fibers to the riverbank and washed them repeatedly. The wastewater was quickly washed away by the river. He quipped, "This papermaking is quite polluting." The washed fibers were light yellowish-brown, tough and elastic, ready for processing. Back under the shed, Shen Ming used stone slabs to cut and arrange the fibers. Then he began weaving a net. Shen Ming selected the finest fibers, repeatedly weaving them on a wooden frame, expending considerable effort to create a rough but practical net. The net was dried after completion, but by then the fishing season was nearing its end. Fortunately, with the brown bears cleared away, the catch remained plentiful, and the warehouse gradually filled up. Meanwhile, the old rain shelter collapsed in the downpour, and Lian had already arranged for people to clean it up. However, none of these things affected Shen Ming's attention. The pulp was already prepared, made by repeatedly pounding and boiling tree bark fibers. The ink sticks were also ready. Although they had a slightly peculiar smell, they were still usable for writing. With everything ready, Shen Ming began making paper. He dipped the sieve into the pulp, then slowly lifted it out, allowing the pulp to adhere evenly. Afterward, he placed the sieve in a ventilated area to dry, filled with anticipation. However, a few days later, a problem arose. The dried paper stuck tightly to the sieve and couldn't be removed. Shen Ming tried to pry it open, but only some crumbs fell off. He frowned and muttered, "Does a single sheet of paper have to destroy a whole sieve?" The cost was too high. It was simply impossible to implement. Looking at the rough but significant piece of paper, Shen Ming quickly suppressed his frustration and refocused. Just one step away, he stared at the paper, pondering repeatedly, trying to figure out where the problem lay. Was it the pulp, the screen, or the drying method? Shen Ming knew that only by solving this problem could the first sheet of paper truly be born, and only then could more sheets of paper be produced. Chapter 86, The Truth of the World, the Atlas of All Things. On October 3rd of the second year, the autumn sun became gentle. In the open space of the main village, a dozen newly made wooden planks were neatly arranged, their surfaces smooth and gleaming with a light luster. These wooden planks were important tools that Shen Ming had prepared for his papermaking project. The initial world's first paper turned out quite embarrassingly, stuck firmly to the sieve. No amount of sun exposure, peeling, or prying worked. In the end, it could only be soaked in water for a day and a night to allow the paper to break down back into fibers and detach. Shen Ming knew very well that the sieve was the key tool. He quickly came up with a solution. Since it would stick, he wouldn't dry it on the sieve. The key was to ensure the wet pulp retained its shape after leaving the sieve, and thus these wooden boards became the new support. The process changed accordingly. First, the pulp was scooped up with a sieve, then quickly inverted onto a smooth wooden board, and then gently patted with a leather-covered slab to allow the water to seep out, while at the same time allowing the pulp to detach from the sieve and spread completely on the wooden board. The theory is simple, but the difficulty lies in the wooden board. If the surface is rough, it will still stick after drying. Shen Ming tried various sanding methods until he used a piece of his scapula that had been burned to scrape the board. The effect was surprisingly good, making it smooth without damaging the surface. Over the next few days, Shen Ming and his men continuously polished the wooden board until it felt smooth and delicate to the touch. On the morning of October 5th of the second year, a dry sheet of paper was finally attached completely to the wooden board, awaiting its final separation. Shen Ming held his breath and gently pried open the edge with the smooth bone tool. With a soft hiss, the corner of the paper curled up. He carefully separated the four corners little by little, then slowly lifted it the entire sheet of paper was successfully removed. Although the paper was rough and uneven, it was already easy to pick up. Shen Ming's hands trembled slightly as he looked at the translucent fiber texture. Months of failures and attempts had finally paid off at this moment. As the sheets of paper were stacked up, Shen Ming knew the time had come. The first thing he did was to record the knowledge. He dipped a charcoal pencil in water and wrote down the title, Truths of the World, writing down the remaining modern knowledge in his mind bit by bit. Newton's laws, buoyancy, conditions for combustion, geometry, and elements. Shen Ming wrote extremely slowly, afraid of making mistakes. He also marked the uncertain parts, because behind every piece of knowledge lies the accumulation of civilization. The second thing is the atlas of everything that belongs to this world. Shen Ming used simple words and illustrations to record plants, animals, and resources, such as edible wild fruits, poisonous vines, tubers that can fill the stomach, and the characteristics of various prey. He also documented the materials: high-quality clay, ordinary clay, black stone suitable for tool making, and inedible sand and salt. Each page is accompanied by simple illustrations, colored with natural pigments, making them clear and intuitive. This content comes from Shen Ming's countless experiments and observations. It is the survival experience he has gradually discovered in this world. As he wrote, he smiled wryly. Paper is hard to make, and writing is tiring. No wonder the ancient words were so short. At this moment, Lian quietly walked in and put down a new sheet of paper. She originally wanted to talk about the problem of insufficient supplies for postpartum women, but seeing Shen Ming's focused writing, she ultimately did not disturb him and quietly withdrew. Lian remembered a backup plan she had prepared long ago, went to the corner where special items were stored, and took out a tightly sealed earthenware jar. After opening it, a mixture of sour and salty smells wafted out. The jar contained the pickled vegetables that Shen Ming had tried making last year. Lian took out a leaf, but instead of giving it to anyone, she walked up to the grumpy boar and threw the leaf into the feeding trough. The boar sniffed it, hesitated for a moment, and then swallowed it. Lian observed for a while, and only after confirming that there was no abnormal reaction did she turn and leave, preparing to continue observing for a longer period of time. Shen Ming explained it very directly. If it doesn't die, it means it's edible. If it dies. He paused, then added casually, That's perfect. We haven't had fresh pork in a long time. Chapter 87: Postpartum Care of Inbred Sows. After Shen Ming finally finished organizing the two simple, yet significant books, and carefully wrapped them in tan soft leather, he finally opened the curtain of his small room, which served as both a study and a bedroom, after a long absence. Outside, the wind blowing from the valley was no longer cold. It carried the distinct warmth and moisture of spring, mixed with the scent of thawing earth, the raw, green aroma of sprouting plants, and the faint smell of smoke from burning wood ash in the distance, all rushing towards you at once. Shen Ming squinted, adjusting to the much brighter light outside, and then took a deep breath. The withered grass left on the ground from winter had long since been cleared away. In its place were large tracts of freshly turned, moist fields. Along the edges of the fields, some early blooming wild grasses had already pushed through the soil, sprouting tender green shoots. Spring plowing has quietly begun. The boar chosen as the kimchi tester, who constantly thinks about escaping and has dug countless holes in the pig pen, is clearly quite lucky. Not only is it still lively and energetic, but it also looks much plumper and stronger than before, thanks to the extra unique flavors it's had during this period and its food supply being more plentiful. Even the force with which it rams into the wooden fence seems to be more powerful than before. As Shen Ming passed by the pigsty, he glanced at it casually and made a judgment in his mind. It seemed that his first attempt at sealed fermentation had been quite lucky. At least no harmful bacteria or pathogens had gotten in and taken over. However, its good luck is probably running out soon, because those fangs, which had been knocked out before but have now stubbornly sprouted again, gleaming coldly in the sunlight, have clearly reminded Shen Ming that it's time for it to experience the pain of broken teeth for the third time. Shen Ming stretched, his joints cracking slightly, then walked towards the open space. Lian was there with several children, identifying newly collected plant samples. Shen Ming approached, intending only to inquire about the recent situation, but as soon as he stopped, he suddenly sensed something amiss. He looked Lian up and down, then frowned slightly. Shen Ming stroked his chin, his tone inquisitive. Lien, have you grown a little taller? In Shen Ming's memory, at this time last year, Lien seemed to only reach a little below his chest. But now, she seemed to be almost up to his shoulder. Ji was also about shoulder height. Thinking of this, Shen Ming suddenly realized a more fundamental question. Speaking of which, how old are you now? I mean, how many winters have passed since you were born? The tribe has been keeping time records for over a year now, but the years before that are still a vague past for them. Lien raised her head, her usually calm eyes meeting Shen Ming's. She didn't seem too concerned about growing taller, simply shaking her head slightly. But her answer surprised Shen Ming slightly. I don't know. Don't know his age? Shen Ming was taken aback. In a primitive environment, this wouldn't be unusual. But for him, a modern person, it was a significant blind spot in his understanding. Shen Ming thought for a moment, then asked, so how did you determine if someone had reached childbearing age in the past? Lien's expression was calm, and her answer was very direct. For women, their breasts enlarge. For men, they stand up in the morning. After listening, Shen Ming couldn't help but scoff, his lips twitching slightly. It was primitive, but it had to be said, it was undeniably effective. Simple, crude, and entirely based on physiological markers. However, almost immediately, a thought popped into Shen Ming's mind. If a man is considered mature simply because he can get an erection in the morning, then according to his vague memory, many boys already exhibit this phenomenon by the age of 13 or 14. Combined with the world's past rules, that once a child of a certain age was considered capable of independence, they might be driven away or simply left to fend for themselves when resources were scarce. It's no wonder there are so few adult males who wander outside and are absorbed into tribes. Many children may never have the chance to truly grow up. They may die in the wilderness in their infancy or even adolescence. Shen Ming's gaze swept over Lien, then turned to Ji, who was carrying bricks and stones not far away, and several other adult women. He quickly compared their height, build, and facial maturity. Roughly estimating, Lien's current biological age was probably equivalent to 15 or 16 years old in her original world, perhaps even younger. A decision quickly took shape in Shen Ming's mind. This tribe, which was gradually moving toward stability, needed to establish a new protective barrier. This barrier could no longer rely on vague physiological urges, nor could it simply look at whether certain changes had occurred in the body. It had to consider the long-term quality of the population and protect the physical safety of women. After a moment's thought, Shen Ming said, "Notify everyone. Starting today, the tribe will establish a new rule. Women must be at least 18 winters old before they can give birth. Men must be at least 14 winters old before they can give birth. Those who are under the legal age are not allowed to marry, let alone become pregnant." This number was determined by Shen Ming after some deliberation. His main consideration was that women who give birth before their bodies are fully mature face a significantly increased risk of difficult childbirth and death. As for men, the direct dangers are not as obvious if they give birth at a slightly earlier age. More importantly, there is still a severe shortage of men in the tribe. Therefore, the age of 14 is a compromise made out of necessity. This is not just a health issue. Rather, it reflects Shen Ming's desire to gradually guide the act of reproduction from a purely biological instinct into a behavior that requires discipline, planning, and social order. Lien listened attentively, then nodded. She didn't press Shen Ming about why he had set these specific numbers. For Lien, anything Shen Ming said, any rule that everyone needed to follow, she would remember and execute. Seeing that Shen Ming had no further instructions for the time being, Lien began to fulfill her duties as his main assistant and gave a clear and organized report on the various affairs that had occurred in the tribe during Shen Ming's seclusion. The arrangements for spring planting are basically complete. New land is being reclaimed one after another. Sweet potato seed tubers left over from last year are also being planted according to plan. Some of the sweet potatoes are being cut into pieces and placed in water to try to cultivate root systems. Once the roots have grown, they will be transplanted into the soil. This experiment has already begun. As for the other supplementary crops that were being tried, separate plots were also allocated for them. Unfortunately, the amount of fertilizer was currently limited, so they couldn't be given much extra care. Public latrines were also prepared according to the blueprints left by Shen Ming, with pits dug at the edge of the settlement, shelters erected, and their use gradually being promoted. The feces will be collected at a designated location for composting. The two puppies that were initially brought home to be domesticated grew up to be unruly, exhibiting severe food guarding and aggressive tendencies towards people, and have been euthanized. The dog-raising plan has been temporarily thwarted. As for the boar, its tusks had indeed grown longer and needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. Finally, Lien mentioned the most important and most labor-intensive matter, the breeding status of the pig herd. 2 sows gave birth to a total of 17 piglets. Lien's voice remained calm, but Shen Ming could still detect a slight tension in her tone. 3 of them were born with strange shapes, their limbs twisted, or they were unable to stand. In accordance with your previous requirements, they have been euthanized. She paused for a moment, then continued. Of the remaining 14, 4 are clearly underdeveloped. They can't compete with their peers for milk, are much smaller than the other piglets, and grow very slowly. Shen Ming listened, his brows furrowing slightly. The disastrous consequences of inbreeding were beginning to show. He couldn't help but recall the scene when the sow had just given birth. Several of those newborn piglets did indeed seem a bit off. Some are too young to even find the teats themselves. Others are particularly aggressive when nursing, sometimes biting the sow's teats until they bleed. When the sow is in pain, she naturally becomes irritable and may even attack her piglets. Shen Ming even witnessed a piglet being angrily thrown away by its mother after being suckled too roughly. At that moment, blood seeping from the mother's wound stained the piglet's mouth red. In order to save these precious piglets with congenital defects as much as possible, Shen Ming had to design an extremely complicated sow-piglet management process. The first step is to separate the mother and piglets into different pens. This prevents the sow from trampling or even attacking her piglets due to agitation. The second step is to improve the sow's nutrition. In addition to pig feed and regular feed, we try to add highly nutritious supplements such as meat broth and minced meat to her diet. The most troublesome step is the third one, scheduled nursing. When it's time to nurse, the sow needs to be secured with sturdy ropes. Then, someone will bring each piglet over and position it at the designated teat to ensure that each one can nurse. This method could barely sustain the operation in the early stages when the pig herd was very small. However, Shen Ming knew very well that once the herd grew, this management approach would become a huge burden, inefficient, labor-intensive, and leaving the sows constantly restrained and frightened. Ultimately, inbreeding is only a stopgap measure. If conditions permit in the future, new genes must still be introduced. Shen Ming was silent for a moment, then quickly made a decision. There's no need to continue raising those that aren't developing properly. His tone was calm and pragmatic. Get rid of them. Find a strong one. Smash it to death. Be quick and efficient. Don't make them suffer too much. He paused slightly at this point. Perfect for roast, suckling pig. Rather than continuing to waste feed and manpower raising individuals that are destined to be unfit breeding stock, and whose meat value may even be very low, it's better to cut losses as soon as possible. Lien nodded. She wasn't surprised by the order, but after the report, she remained standing, not leaving immediately. A hint of hesitation appeared on her face. Shen Ming glanced at her. Anything else? Yes. Lien looked up at Shen Ming. There's a sow. She's recently stopped eating. Shen Ming raised an eyebrow. Lien continued. It's the sow that gave birth to the most deformed piglets and needs to be tied up to nurse. Lately, she's not eating much, and she drinks very little water. She lies around all day and has no energy. This time, Shen Ming was genuinely taken aback. Pigs going on hunger strikes? This was no small matter when the pig farming project was just starting out and the population was still extremely fragile. So, on the very first day that Shen Ming had just finished 2 masterpieces and was originally full of ambition and ready to make a big splash, he had to change course and head straight for the pigsty, which didn't smell very good. The situation was indeed much as Lien had described. The sow, who had been kept in a separate pen, was now lying on her side in the relatively clean stall. Dry straw lay beneath her. However, her eyes were noticeably dull. She barely responded to the approaching footsteps, and her ears drooped listlessly. In the feeding trough next to him, the nutritious meal, a mixture of pig feed, hay, and even a little minced meat, was almost untouched. The water trough was also full. Shen Ming carefully inspected the area. The pen was generally dry and well ventilated. The thatched roof was undamaged, and there were no obvious signs of dampness on the ground. From the environment, the problem didn't seem to be serious. No, buddy, Shen Ming squatted outside the fence, starting to speak but then pausing. "Oh, wait, sis." He looked at the lifeless sow, his tone tinged with helplessness and anxiety. "Come on, move around a bit. Eat something. Don't be so pessimistic, okay? Think about your children. Although a few of them aren't very bright, at least most of them survived. You're one of the founders of our tribe's pig herd. You've made a great contribution, and your future is bright." However, the sow only let out a very faint, almost inaudible grunt from its nose. It wouldn't even bother to lift its eyelids, let alone stand up. Even when Shen Ming gently tapped the wooden stake near it through the fence, it didn't react at all. Truly, a dead pig doesn't fear boiling water. Now, Shen Ming was truly at a loss. He even began to seriously consider whether there was a course called postpartum psychological care and emotional guidance for sows in the world before he transmigrated. The pen is clean and hygienic. Nutrition is adequate. There are no obvious external injuries. The environment provides shelter from wind and rain. So where exactly is the problem? It can't be that it gave birth to a litter of truly stupid pigs and then realized its family genes weren't good enough, causing it to become depressed, right? Shen Ming rubbed his slightly tense temples, racking his brains for any anti-depression methods available in this era. Medication? None. Professional veterinarian? Even fewer. Psychological counseling? Shen Ming would like to offer counseling, but the problem is the other person doesn't understand human language. Finally, his gaze fell on the thatched shed above the pigsty. Sunlight? Shen Ming looked up at the sky, which was mostly blocked by the shed. For safety and wind protection, the pigsty wasn't built particularly brightly. Although it was dry inside, the light was indeed rather dim. Would it help if I took it out to get some sun and exercise? This was practically the only variable Shen Ming could find out from the existing conditions that might improve the situation. He remembered that people are also prone to depression if they stay in a dark and confined environment for a long time. Although sows aren't human, being restrained and tied up for lactation for a long time, coupled with the enormous energy expenditure after giving birth, might actually cause some kind of stress reaction. At this point, we have no choice but to try it, even if it seems hopeless. As for providing the pigs with more space and freedom to roam and root around freely, sorry, the tribe simply doesn't have that capability at this stage. If even this kind of free-range therapy doesn't work, then Shen Ming can only tearfully add an extra main dish to the tribe's dinner. After some time, a new rule written in charcoal was added to the stone slab on pig herd management. Sows that are depressed and anorexic after giving birth should be secured by 2 males with strong vines to their limbs and mouths every day to prevent them from escaping and biting. Then take them to a safe, open area for a walk and some sunshine for about an hour. Observe their condition. If it improves, continue. If there is no improvement, Shen Ming paused here, but finally wrote down the second half of the sentence. Then proceed according to the procedure. Next to the guidelines, he had also drawn a simple diagram. The diagram marked the key points for binding and the dangerous areas that must be avoided. Looking at the not-so-beautiful but exceptionally practical diagram, Shen Ming was momentarily speechless. He originally thought that his biggest challenges after traveling to the primitive era would be building houses, farming, pottery making, and metallurgy. But now, Shen Ming has actually begun to seriously study the postpartum care of sows that have undergone inbreeding. Chapter 88, Lu's Romantic Encounter. March 17th, Year 3. The spring breeze carried a damp scent, yet it couldn't dispel the unease in Lu's heart. Leaning against a tree, she unconsciously scraped her spear with a stone shard, her mind filled with restlessness. When Shan was first brought back to the tribe, she was immediately attracted to that strong man, convinced he was her ideal partner. Shan quickly got together with Ji, and although Lu was convinced, she was still unwilling to accept it. She originally thought she would meet new excellent men soon, but more than a year passed. The hunting party's range expanded, but they didn't bring back any more men, which made her increasingly anxious. She could feel her best years slipping away. Looking at her reflection in the water, she was no longer as naive as Lian, and the pressure in her heart was heavier. She knew very well that most men would prefer younger women, and her time was running out. That day, Lu irritably spat out the grass stalk in her mouth. She heard that Shen Ming was teaching Chinese characters again, and each settlement was sending people to learn them. Lu had no interest in this at all. In her opinion, being able to speak and work was enough, and those complicated symbols were completely unnecessary. What she truly wanted was a strong partner, someone who could help her give birth to a healthy child. This thought grew stronger and stronger, finally leading her to make up her mind. She couldn't wait any longer. She had to find him herself. Lu knew very well that the area around the tribe had already been thoroughly searched. To find anyone, she would have to go much further. She was convinced that there would always be undiscovered wanderers. So, she went directly to Dong and told him her plan. Upon hearing this, Dong frowned and only agreed to let her take 3 days' worth of food, requiring her to return within 5 days. Lu was unwilling to give up and repeatedly pleaded, eventually extending the time to 15 days, but food was still limited, meaning she would have to rely on herself to survive in the wild. For Lu, this was not a difficult task. She packed a simple bag and began her journey to find a mate. For the first few days, she searched along any possible routes she might have missed, looked for footprints by the water, and lingered near animal trails, hoping to encounter both prey and people. But the result was cruel. They found nothing. She gradually realized that if there were truly people nearby, the hunting party would have found them long ago. Either they weren't there at all, or they were already dead. Reaching the turn-back point, Lu gnawed on dry, hard jerky, watching the sunset, her heart filled with resentment. She couldn't accept going back like this, so she decided to risk going deeper, even having already prepared an excuse. She turned towards the more distant Upstream mountains, a place rarely visited by hunting parties, with complex terrain and greater dangers. But Lu was not afraid. She was confident in her ability to survive. One afternoon, Lu walked along an unfamiliar tributary. The water murmured, and sunlight shone on its surface. Just as she was about to rest, a strange sound came on the wind. It wasn't the chirping of birds, nor the cry of wild beasts, but a clear and melodious tune, like flowing water, or perhaps the sound of some singing creature. The sound rose and fell, carrying a strange allure that drew people closer. Lu immediately became alert, quickly hiding behind a boulder and holding her breath. As she assessed the wind direction, she suppressed her curiosity and cautiously approached the direction from which the sound was coming. As she drew closer, the sound became clearer. She moved through the woods, trying to make as little noise as possible, approaching her target like a shadow. Finally, at the edge of a sunny slope, Lu spotted the source of the sound. Wildflowers were just beginning to bloom on a small patch of grass, and a figure sat on a rock with his back to her, facing the valley below. It was a man, neither tall nor strong, with narrow shoulders. His arms and calves, while possessing the typical hunter's physique, appeared noticeably slender compared to Shen and Lung. His weapon was simple, merely an ordinary wooden stick casually placed to the side. At that moment, he tilted his head slightly, cupped a verdant leaf between his hands, and held it to his lips, and a melodious sound flowed from between the leaves. The sound was clear and wonderful, and sounded especially beautiful in the mountain forest. Lu was completely stunned, even forgetting to hide her face. She scratched her head, plucked a leaf, and tried to blow on it, but with a poof, only a muffled, leaky sound came out. Undeterred, she tried several more times, her face turning red, but she still failed. Lu stared at the man's back, her heart filled with astonishment. She had never seen such an ability before. The man was neither tall nor strong, but his voice made people unconsciously relax, even easing their hunger and fatigue. She instinctively wanted to go out and ask what was going on, but as soon as she took a step, the old chief's words of advice came to mind. If you encounter a strange man outside, observe him first, and do not approach him rashly. Lu immediately stopped and retreated back behind a rock. For the next few days, Lu followed him like a shadow, observing him from distance. She used the terrain to conceal her movements and observed all of the man's habits. The result was somewhat disappointing for Lu. The man hardly ever hunted. He spent most of his time blowing leaves or daydreaming, eating only berries and buds, and hadn't even caught a single field mouse. Lu couldn't help but mutter to herself that this person was just a show-off. Besides blowing on leaves, he seemed useless, unable to provide food or safety at all. Beyond the disappointment, an even more pressing problem arose. There were no suitable men left in the tribe. Shen and Lung both had companions, but those of suitable age were even fewer. After calculating, Lu realized that the closest she could get was 2 or 3 years away. She couldn't afford to wait that long, and neither would the other women. Looking at the man in front of her, although he was weak, at least he wasn't sick and looked clean. And that voice, was indeed captivating. She suddenly remembered what Shen Ming had said. Everyone has a use. Perhaps this man can't hunt, but he can do other things too. After weighing her options, Lu made up her mind. She couldn't miss him. But she also knew that going straight to him was still risky and she needed to do some preparation. So she first went back to the familiar area and carved a mark on the tree, trunk pointing this way, for any hunting party that might pass by. After doing all this, Lu quickly returned to the man's side. Her heart was racing. A daring plan had taken shape. Help will come, but not too soon. She needs to buy herself some time before they arrive. Lu hid behind the bushes, looked again at the man blowing the leaves, and began to tidy herself up. She straightened her hair, wiped the mud off her face, and made herself look cleaner. She even pursed her lips to make herself look better, and then slowly took off her coat. Chapter 89, The Funeral. At noon on the 19th of March, 3 years later, sunlight fell on the experimental field, and the edges of the tender seedlings were tinged with gold. Shen Ming squatted by the edge of the field, holding a wooden board to record data, his eyes moving back and forth between several special plants. He wrote, "The hydroponically transplanted sweet potatoes are growing slowly, with yellowing leaves and sparse roots, perhaps due to a lack of nutrients." He then checked another rice plant and found insect eggs attached to it, indicating a significant decrease in insect resistance. The adjacent plot of land was completely barren. None of the reserved seeds had sprouted. Shen Ming sighed. This breeding method, which relied on experience-based selection, was essentially gambling with probability. Just as Shen Ming stood up, a panicked shout suddenly broke the silence. "My lord, something terrible has happened. Z has been bitten by a snake by the lake." Shen Ming turned around abruptly. The person who came was Feng. Her face was pale, and she was panting heavily, clearly having run all the way here. Her eyes were filled with fear. Shen Ming forced himself to suppress his emotions and calmly asked, "How is Z now? What about the snake?" Feng answered intermittently. The snake had been killed. It was a thin, yellowish-brown snake. Z's legs were swollen and blackish-purple, and Ji was taking care of her. Shen Ming didn't say anything more. He handed the clipboard to Feng and turned to run wildly towards the lake. His heart was pounding, but he desperately suppressed the panic in his heart. Along the way, he repeatedly recalled the emergency treatment methods: bandaging, detoxification, cleaning, rest. He had taught these things many times before, and Ji could not possibly have omitted them. The key issue is the snake venom. Without anti-venom and medication, there's very little he can do. Reason tells Shen Ming that even if he rushes there, it might not be of any use. But he kept running, because Z wasn't just a simple name, but a real person with memories and a past. Shen Ming recalled her timid appearance when she first arrived, her slow but earnest way of learning to speak, her silly grin while hugging the big fish after it splashed on her face, and her careful movements when digging sweet potatoes. These images kept replaying in his mind, making Shen Ming's heart grow heavier. He hadn't felt the approach of loss so acutely in a long time. When he finally arrived at the lakeside cabin and pushed open the door, he froze on the spot. In the dimly lit room, Z lay on a straw mat, covered with an animal skin. Her eyes were open, but they were lifeless. Her lips were bluish-purple, and traces of pain remained on her face. In the corner, a yellowish-brown venomous snake had its head smashed open. Thorne sat beside it, holding Seed's cold hand, his expression weary and numb. When Ji saw Shen Ming, he simply shook his head slightly and said nothing. Shen Ming's gaze fell on Z's calf. The area around the wound was dark purple, and the bandage marks were clearly visible, indicating that everything that needed to be done had been done. But it was all too late. Shen Ming stood rooted to the spot, his chest feeling as if a heavy weight was pressing down on him, making it difficult to even breathe. The last glimmer of hope he had when he arrived had completely crumbled at this moment. He pressed his lips tightly together, barely managing to suppress the overwhelming grief that welled up inside him. Ji spoke first, her voice hoarse but still calm. This afternoon, she was weeding by the new field when she was bitten by a snake in the grass. The grass carried her back, and we treated her according to your instructions, squeezing out the blood and tying her up, but it didn't work because it was bitten on her leg. As she spoke, she pointed to the pile of grass in the corner of the wall. Ji looked down at Z's face, her tone still calm. Don't blame others, she just didn't see clearly. Only one has left in more than 3 years. That's already a blessing. In her view, life now is far better than before, and she shouldn't ask for too much more. Shen Ming was silent for a moment, his voice a little hoarse. Go find a flat wooden plank. Shan, you take some men and dig a pit. Choose a quiet, sunny spot that you don't plan to use again, and dig it deep. Shan nodded and left without asking any further questions. Shen Ming knelt down in front of the straw mat, looked at Z's open eyes, and gently closed them. The simple gesture seemed to have exhausted his strength. He asked softly, what did she say when she left? G shook his head. It hurts terribly. He could only cry out hurts and mommy. Shen Ming was speechless for a moment, and finally managed to squeeze out a dry, my condolences. G nodded, not exposing his suppressed emotions. Shen Ming stood up, looked at the lake's surface dyed red by the setting sun, and his tone regained its calmness. From now on, no tall grass or shrubs are allowed within 100 paces of any field. Burn them all and use the ashes as fertilizer. He added, remember to make fire breaks. As dusk fell, the group gathered on a sunny slope by the lake. A pit had already been dug, and piles of soil lay to the side, the air filled with the fresh scent of earth. Everyone stood silently, waiting for Shen Ming to arrive. In the distance, Shen Ming carried the seeds wrapped in clean leather, walking step by step up the slope. Behind him, G held a wooden board with several symbols they couldn't fully understand carved on it, along with a line of small characters. Shen Ming walked to the edge of the pit, paused for a moment, and then gently placed the seed at the bottom, adjusting its orientation so that it faced the sunrise. G placed the plank aside. Shan picked up the bone hoe, and after Shen Ming nodded, began to fill the pit with soil. Shovelfuls of earth fell one by one, first gently covering the surface, then gradually piling up. No one spoke, only the sound of the wind and the falling earth. Until the pit was filled in, a low mound appeared before everyone's eyes. Shen Ming picked up the wooden plank and forcefully planted it in front of the mound. Clearly engraved on it were the words, Grave of Z, and the date of her departure. He turned to face the crowd, his voice low and steady. If you miss her, come here to see her. These simple words sent shivers down the spines of the crowd. First came soft sobs, then someone raised a hand to wipe away tears, and the sound of weeping slowly spread. Those who had worked alongside Z remembered her smile, and tears streamed down their faces. Even the most resolute person's eyes reddened, and they silently turned their faces away. Thorne looked up at the horizon, his expression still restrained, but no longer indifferent. For the first time, death was not just a loss, but a farewell that could be remembered. As dusk settled, the lake breeze dissipated the lingering warmth and dried the tear stains. The wooden plank before the grave stood silently, the grass swaying gently. True farewells don't involve much ceremony. It's simply that on some ordinary day, someone is forever frozen in yesterday. Chapter 92, Trivial Matters. April 7th, Year 3. When Lu returned to the Upstream stronghold with a strange man, it didn't initially cause much of a stir. Following procedure, Dongyi first checked the other person for any obvious ulcers, wounds, or signs of serious illness. After confirming that there were no major problems for the time being, she arranged for someone to provide him with food, assigned someone to guard him, and sent someone to immediately report to the main tribe. However, one sentence in the report sent to the main tribe made Shen Ming, who was pondering how to improve the way fishing nets were woven, suddenly stop what he was doing. Lu said that person can make very nice sound with leaves. Leaves? That a very nice voice? Several distant, yet nostalgic words immediately surfaced in Shen Ming's mind. Music, musical instruments, artistic expression. He himself had tried it before. Shen Ming tried blowing on leaves and tapping different stones with a stick, trying to find some regular sounds. But the final results were all the same. It's either leaking air or making noise. In short, it has virtually nothing to do with the word pleasant to listen to. That's interesting. Shen Ming put down the fiber in his hand and decided to go and see for himself. So, under Lu's rather complicated gaze, she and the two most reliable men in the Upstream stronghold, Lung and Shi, escorted the new member on their way to the main tribe, one on each side. Today, this has almost become a standard procedure for the tribe to accept new members. The first step is to ensure safety. Use vines to tie people up to prevent them from suddenly injuring you or escaping. The second step is to begin mandatory immersive Chinese language learning. To put it simply, you have to listen even if you don't understand it. If you listen for a long time, you'll eventually understand a little bit. The new man was indeed not very tall. He was even half a head shorter than Lu. His limbs were long and slender, but his muscles were not particularly developed, and his face still bore the marks of a long journey and long-term malnutrition. He was covered in fleas and ticks, and his original weapons had long been taken away. At this moment, his hands were bound behind his back with tough vines, and he walked with a slight stagger due to the restricted posture. Even so, he still stood very straight. Throughout the journey, his fiery eyes would occasionally glare fiercely at Lu, who was walking ahead. His eyes were filled with anger at being deceived and betrayed. Besides that, there was also a lingering sense of confusion that I just couldn't figure out. Just a few days ago, how did she manage to surround me with her people in the blink of an eye? Lu felt a little uncomfortable under his glare and subconsciously avoided his gaze. After all, from the other party's perspective, this was indeed not a very ethical thing to do. It is revealed that the enemy was first lured deep into the trap and then led into the trap. To say that she lied to him wouldn't be entirely unjust. Lu touched her nose and looked away, pretending to be nonchalant. However, she reconsidered. He and she had already consummated their marriage as Master Shen Ming had described. According to the tribe's rules, this man is most likely to be hers. Thinking about it this way, Lu suddenly felt more confident. She subtly straightened her chest. The initial sense of guilt was quickly replaced by a sense of triumph, as if striking first is better than nothing. At least she doesn't have to worry about other women trying to steal her man after she returns to the tribe. The group arrived at the main village in the afternoon. Shen Ming was already waiting in the open space. He first looked the new member up and down. Average appearance. Slim build. But those eyes were very lively. His tense body and tightly pursed lips clearly showed his vigilance, defiance, and strong wariness of his surroundings. Shen Ming didn't beat around the bush and asked directly in Chinese, "So you can make sound with leaves?" As he spoke, he made a blowing motion and pointed to a leaf on a nearby tree. Yidinen clearly couldn't understand Shen Ming's words, but he understood the gesture, and he also understood the leaf that Shen Ming was pointing to. The anger on his face was temporarily replaced by an emotion mixed with doubt and instinctive pride. After a moment, he slightly raised his chin and gave a soft hum. That's considered an admission. Shen Ming looked at Lu. "Lu, let him give it a try." Lu hesitated for a moment, then looked at Lung and Shi. Lung Hashir didn't say much, but stepped forward and untied Yi Dinen's hands that were tied behind his back. However, the two of them still stood close to him, one on his left and one on his right. As soon as he showed any sign of sudden outburst, the two of them could subdue him immediately. Yi Dinen moved his somewhat stiff wrists. His gaze then swept over the crowd that was gradually gathering around him, finally settling on Shen Ming. He didn't start immediately. Instead, he walked to a tree, looked up, and carefully selected the trees for a while. Finally, he picked a tender leaf that was the right size and thickness and wiped it on his clothes. Then, he cupped his hands together and gently pressed the leaf to his lips. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The next moment, a breath was slowly exhaled. A clear, melodious tune, with a strange tremolo, suddenly flowed out from between the small leaves. The sound was neither as delicate as bird song nor as monotonous as the sound of wind. It is coherent. There are ups and downs. There are also simple, repetitive tunes. It sounds like a mountain stream or a gentle breeze rustling through layers of leaves in the forest. The tone is pure and ethereal. It stands in stark contrast to the surrounding rough brick houses, simple tools, and the heavy leather clothing worn by the people. A low murmur of surprise quickly rose from the crowd. The children stared wide-eyed. Even some adults showed expressions of surprise and enjoyment on their faces. Shen Ming listened very carefully. He quickly realized that although the man playing the leaf flute was playing entirely by feel and had no clear concept of scales, the sounds he produced could be roughly distinguished into 4 or 5 different and relatively stable pitches. This is already quite remarkable. The song ended. That might just be a tune he casually played, or a melody he came up with on a whim. He put down the leaf, opened his eyes, and looked at Shen Ming. His eyes held a faint hint of expectation and stubbornness. "Oh my!" Shen Ming couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, and then he clapped his hands. This action startled Yi Dinen for a moment. Many people around were also stunned. They clearly didn't quite understand what clapping meant. Shen Ming laughed. "Wow, that's amazing. You can actually play a tune. I studied for a long time, but I couldn't produce any sound other than poofed. He didn't seem not to understand the specific words, but he roughly understood that Shen Ming's attitude was one of praise. His tense expression finally eased a little. However, vigilance remains. Shen Ming stroked his chin, quickly assessing the value of this new member in his mind. A talent for music theory. Rare. However, judging from the current situation, apart from entertainment, its direct contribution to survival is almost zero. As for physical fitness, it does seem rather average. But even if it's bad, can it be worse than when Shen Ming first transmigrated, when he was in poor health and out of breath after running a few steps? Just keep practicing. Anyway, the tribe doesn't need him for food anymore. Having an extra worker is never a loss. Moreover, this skill may have some unexpected uses in the future. At the very least, it can add a touch of color to the lives of the tribe beyond mere survival. What a talent! Shen Ming muttered something under his breath. He turned to look at Lu, originally intending for her to be in charge of tutoring the man she had brought back in learning Chinese. But the words were on the tip of his tongue, and Shen Ming swallowed them back silently. Given Lu's skill level, he was really not at ease. So Shen Ming first said to Lu, "Lu, you must be tired from your journey. Go and rest, and have something to eat." After Lu was dismissed, Shen Ming looked at Lung, who was calm and reliable. "Lung, you'll take this person with you from now on. Teach him to speak, teach him to work. He's quite good at blowing leaves. We can keep that skill." Lung nodded, her answer remaining concise and to the point. Clear. May 19th, 3 years later. With summer halfway over, the vegetation is lush and green, and the prey in the mountains and forests become increasingly active. In addition to continuing their regular task of increasing meat reserves in the warehouse, Shan's hunting team has taken on a new and challenging objective this year, personally assigned by Shen Ming. While ensuring the absolute safety of the hunting team, try to capture as many healthy and young rain chasers alive as possible. Smaller ones are preferred. Ideally, the baby should have just been weaned. After hearing this order, Shan couldn't help but scratch his head. They have now become quite skilled at hunting down those who chase rain. Taking advantage of the animal's timid and easily startled nature, they first create chaos, then divide the herd, and finally surround and kill any lone individuals. The hunting team has become increasingly proficient in this process. Can it be captured alive? And it has to be smaller? That's a completely different matter. This means they can no longer simply chase after the beasts after scattering them, as they did before. They must, amidst the chaos and at the risk of being battered by the adults chasing the rain, precisely control a panicked but surprisingly strong young animal. Furthermore, it must be safely brought back to the tribe. The difficulty and risks involved have increased by more than one level. The reason Shen Ming issued this order stemmed from the dismemberment that occurred after the first chasing rain was hunted down last year. He personally participated in the dissection at the time. It was after cutting open the belly of that giant beast that Shen Ming saw 4 stomach sacs, each with a different structure, sitting side by side inside. At that moment, a guess was confirmed. This thing, despite its appearance and herd behavior being somewhat similar to the wildebeest he remembered. However, in terms of its digestive system, it is actually closer to a cow on Earth. Since it resembles a cow, it means that it has the potential to be domesticated. Moreover, the possibility is not low. Throughout human history, the domestication of ruminant animals, such as cattle and sheep, has had an enormous impact on agriculture, transportation, and the promotion of stable settled life. Although the rain chasers in this world are larger and appear to be more timid and easily startled. But this does not mean there is no hope at all. Shen Ming recalls that the domestication of many large livestock began precisely with their young. Compared to wild boars, which are omnivorous, fierce, intelligent, and vengeful, these large herbivores that feed on plants may actually be easier to cultivate a relationship of dependence and control with once they are raised from a young age. At least in theory, it is possible. Pig farming has proven that pen raising is feasible. When Shen Ming was assigning the task, he explained it to Shan. Although the problem of inbreeding is a major headache right now, at least the pig herd has been stabilized to a minimum. If we can successfully tame the rain-chasing creature, even if it's only to the point where it can pull carts and plow fields, it will be of great help to the tribe. As he spoke, Shen Ming described a scene to the mountain. Once tamed, Zhu can drag heavy logs. It can help cultivate harder soil. Even in the future, it can be used to pull carts to transport bricks, timber, food, and game. These tasks are far too inefficient to be done by manpower alone. However, with large animal power, the entire tribe's production capacity would be greatly increased. Although Shen still found the task extremely difficult, he also vaguely understood its long-term significance. Shen Ming even has plans for the future. If the opportunity arises in the future, he would like to ask the hunting team to keep an eye out for wolf dens and bring back a litter of wolf cubs that haven't even opened their eyes yet. The last time I failed to raise a dog, the problem was probably that the puppy I brought home was already half-grown. They not only slightly opened their eyes, but they probably already had their initial wild memories. Not to mention, the hunting party killed their parents right in front of them. Under these circumstances, it's not entirely incomprehensible that the two puppies grew up to be wild and untamed, fiercely protective of their food, and even distant from people. But what if we take the cubs back to the tribe before they even open their eyes, and have them raised by humans from a young age, spending all their time with humans day and night? Will children raised this way truly become affectionate towards people? Can you guard the house? Could it even assist in hunting in the future? Shen Ming has not yet fully decided on this idea, but he has already memorized it. All of this is predicated on the tribe having a stable source of milk. Right now, the only thing we can count on is those few sows that are currently nursing. Pig milk. It should work, right? Chapter 91 Harvest Festival. As the last batch of sweet potato flowers withered, the harvest season finally arrived. The air was filled with the smell of soil and roots, and everyone who could work was in the fields. The sun scorched the earth, and sweat dripped down, but no one complained. There were only the dull thuds of hoes turning the soil and the suppressed exclamations of surprise when large sweet potatoes were dug out. This year's harvest was different from usual. Shen Ming stood on the edge of the field and announced, after reserving enough sweet potatoes for seeds, the rest can be shared with everyone. The crowd was silent for a moment, then stirred with quiet excitement. This meant that the sweet and sticky sweet potato porridge would no longer be a reward for just a few, but a delicious treat that more people could enjoy. Everyone's eyes were drawn to the bulging mounds of earth in the field, and they worked even harder. Those who had tasted sweet potato porridge before were especially eager, as if digging one more hoe would allow them to enjoy that sweetness sooner. Shen Ming personally selected the sweet potatoes, separating the small and damaged ones for consumption that day. The plump and intact ones were arranged by Lian to be sent to the dry storage room to be used as seeds for the following year. He repeatedly emphasized, saving the large and good ones for seed will ensure that the plants grow better and better. At noon, the crowd gathered in the shade in front of the brick house, their eyes fixed on 3 large earthenware pots. Steam billowed from the pots, and a sweet aroma filled the air, making everyone's mouths water. This natural sweetness was extremely rare here. While distributing the porridge, Shen Ming was thinking about his plan to find honey, but that plan had repeatedly failed, and for now he could only rely on sweet potatoes to satisfy everyone's craving for sweetness. Not far away, Xiao Zhuyu was tied to a wooden stake and was frantically munching on hay. Shen Ming glanced at its astonishing appetite and couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. This was just a cub, and the cost of raising it in the future would probably be quite staggering. Soon, the first group of people were enjoying sweet potato porridge. The piping hot porridge was smooth and sweet, instantly satisfying them. The warmth spread from their stomachs, dispelling the fatigue from their work, and soon, sighs of contentment echoed across the open space. After eating, some people went back to their rooms to rest, while others gathered together to play Connect 4. Although the pieces were only drawn with charcoal, everyone was still very engrossed in the game, with sighs of frustration and cheers mingling together, creating a rare relaxed atmosphere in the afternoon. As evening approached, Lian urged everyone to continue working. No one dared to slack off because they had all seen Shen Ming working in the fields all afternoon. Since even those who should have rested hadn't stopped, they naturally dared not relax either. Shen Ming didn't care about the high temperature. Instead, he started to daydream while doing mechanical work, even wondering what would happen if he fell into lava. His thoughts drifted further and further away. As night fell, a bonfire was lit in the open space. People sat around the fire, eating meat and porridge, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation. At that moment, a clear and melodious tune slowly rose, drowning out the crackling of the flames. That was the leaf flute. The person playing it was Flute, the man Lu had brought back. He sat at the edge of the crowd, his eyes closed as he played, the melody sometimes soaring, sometimes soft, drawing everyone into a trance. As soon as the song ended, the crowd erupted in cheers. One more song. The children were the first to shout, and the adults joined in. To them, this pure music was almost like a miracle. The flute player felt a little awkward, but also felt the warmth of being recognized. He nodded and chose another leaf to play. This time, the melody was smoother and had a lighter touch. Lu sat amidst the crowd, watching Dee surrounded by people, a strong sense of pride rising within her. She unconsciously straightened her posture, thinking to herself, this is the person she brought back. This beautiful voice belongs to her too. On the other side, Shen Ming tried to play a few beats on his homemade drum, but he couldn't keep up with the rhythm and only produced a dull thump-thump sound. He stopped in frustration, put the drum aside, and muttered to himself, it's not that I'm bad, it's just that this instrument is wrong. Chapter 92 Voyage Failure. On the 23rd of August in the third year, Shen Ming, enjoying a rare moment of leisure, lay on his bed covered with thatch and deerskin, staring blankly at the ceiling. The busy farming season was over, winter preparations were in full swing, and the tribe was operating smoothly. Ironically, he felt somewhat unaccustomed to this tranquility. The pigsty is being looked after, and although the newly captured Xiao Jiu eats a lot, there aren't any major problems for now. Cooperation between the three outposts has gradually matured, and even the metal exploration that Shen Ming cares about most can now only rely on luck. A few days ago, Shen Ming specifically instructed everyone to keep an eye out for blue or green stones when they went out, and to try to bring them back. He also personally modified the kiln, hoping to create a higher temperature environment in preparation for smelting. But reality was harsh. Shen Ming knew neither how to identify ores nor how to control the smelting process. Everything was like groping in the dark. Although he had the Tiangong Kai Wu, the exploitation of the works of nature, in his hands, there were still many parts of it that he couldn't understand. Shen Ming rolled over and sighed. If only we could find a copper mine. Once we had the metal, many tools could be made, and productivity would increase dramatically. Thinking of this, Shen Ming couldn't sit still any longer. He got up and took out the worn-out copy of Tiangong Kai Wu, the exploitation of the works of nature, skillfully turning to the boats and vehicles chapter, his gaze falling on the illustration of a simple ferry. Shen Ming's eyes lit up. If we can't build a boat, how about a raft? Using wood and vines to tie it together, no metal is needed, and it can be used for transportation and exploration downstream. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Soon, Shen Ming led his men to the riverbank, selected several straight and thick tree trunks, cut and trimmed them, placed them side by side, and then repeatedly tied them with vines to secure them. To improve its performance, Shen Ming had the front end thinned and a pair of rough wooden paddles made. Although they looked rudimentary, they were already somewhat indistinguishable from the real thing. 3 days later, the raft was finally completed. It looked sturdy, but it was also quite heavy. Surrounded by the tribespeople, Shen Ming secured the safety ropes and prepared to test the water himself. With everyone's help, they pushed the raft into the water. The raft sank at first, but quickly rose steadily. Shen Ming was overjoyed. It's done. He carefully climbed on and began to try paddling. The raft was indeed moving, slowly drifting downstream. Shen Ming tried to change direction and even tried to go upstream, but quickly discovered a problem. No matter how hard he tried, it had almost no effect. My arms ached, but the raft continued to drift downstream, only able to adjust its angle slightly at most. Going against the current was virtually impossible, and even stopping in place was out of the question. Shen Ming then realized the crucial problem. Without an effective way to propel it forward, the raft could only drift with the current. Going with the current was certainly easy, but the question was how to get back. Shen Ming slapped his head in frustration. I made a mistake. He tried to use the wooden paddle to support the riverbed, but almost capsized the raft, so he had to give up. Finally, after the raft drifted some distance, Shen Ming simply jumped into the water and swam back to shore, abandoning the fruits of his 3 days' labor like a failed explorer. Seeing this, everyone understood the outcome and, without asking further questions, silently cleaned up the mess. The shipbuilding plan had to be temporarily shelved. However, after lying down that night, Shen Ming began to think again. Since it's impossible to go against the current, could they just do downstream transportation? For example, loading the raft with cargo and letting it float downstream, then disposing of it at the destination seems to have some use. At least, this time it has been verified that the raft can indeed bear weight and float. Shen Ming then thought of the next step. Perhaps I could try a canoe. As he continued to ponder, he gradually fell asleep. In my dream, I could see huge sails skimming across the water, but I could never make out their shapes. Chapter 93, Brewing and Meetings. January 1st, 1944. Shen Ming stood on the open ground of the main village, hands on his hips, looking at the new invention in front of him with satisfaction. It was a cylindrical object carefully woven from bamboo strips of uniform thickness, stacked in layers, with openings at the top and bottom and a perforated bamboo partition in the middle. At the bottom is a heavy earthenware basin used to hold water. This is a steamer that took several days to complete, woven under his description and guidance by the most skillful thread-wielding person and a few others. Excellent. It fits perfectly, and the size is just right. Shen Ming slapped the outer wall of the steamer with his hand, making a dull, solid bang-bang sound. The concept of steam cooking was completely new to the tribe. He explained the principle in detail. After the water in the ceramic pot boils, the steam rises and passes through the bamboo partition, steaming the food placed on the partition. This method preserves the original flavor of food better than boiling, especially for tubers with high starch content like sweet potatoes. Steaming results in a more powdery and glutinous texture. Although it is not as sweet as roasting, it also has less of a burnt taste, and you don't have to worry about it turning into a piece of charcoal if you roast it for too long. It's wonderful to have someone else do the work. All you need to do is come up with an idea, draw a rough outline, and explain the purpose and requirements. Then someone with the necessary skills and patience will naturally come to make it happen. The purpose of making the steamer was clear: to steam the sweet potatoes and try brewing wine. Shen Ming's understanding of the brewing process was only superficial. Grains need to be saccharified, fermented, and distilled. He vaguely remembered that the raw materials for traditional rice wine and yellow wine seemed to be steamed first. Is it okay to cook it thoroughly? He wasn't sure. To maximize his chances of success, he opted for what he considered a more traditional step, steaming. Steamed sweet potatoes are easier to convert starch into starch and also reduce the risk of contamination by other microorganisms. The first batch of carefully selected, uniformly sized sweet potatoes were washed and placed in a steamer. As the fire blazed, the water in the earthenware basin gurgled, and white steam began to rise from the gaps in the bamboo basket and the edge of the lid, carrying the unique and increasingly rich sweet aroma of sweet potatoes. The onlookers sniffed curiously, wondering what new trick the deity was going to pull this time. After steaming the sweet potatoes until cooked, peel them and spread them out to cool on a clean earthenware plate. Next, using a boiled and sterilized wooden stick, the cooled sweet potatoes were mashed into a paste in a large earthenware pot that had also been scalded with boiling water. Add an appropriate amount of cooled boiled water and adjust to a thick paste consistency. Then comes the step that relies most on luck in the whole process: inoculating with natural yeast. There is no yeast starter and no pure yeast culture. The only hope lies in the natural microorganisms floating in the air that can convert sugar into alcohol. Earthenware jars filled with sweet potato paste and cooled boiled water were placed in various environments both inside and outside the tribe. There was frequent activity of people and livestock at the entrance of the house. The soil around the fields is rich in microorganisms. There may be fruit yeast at the edge of the forest. Riverside wetlands are rich in microbial flora due to their humid environment. Even near the toilet, don't ask, it's all about microbial diversity. Each container was left open for a day, allowing air to freely enter and exit, thus completing the inoculation. A day later, the jars were carefully fitted with stoppers roughly shaved from cork, and the gaps in the jar openings were sealed with a mixture of melted resin and clay. Shen Ming even set up a simple control group. Some jars were planned to be opened and checked after 2 months of sealing, some after 3 months, and the longest planned to be sealed for a year. He needs to figure out the best effects this simple process can produce by understanding the microorganisms of the world. Shen Ming brews wine not to satisfy his appetite. He had never had the habit of drinking in his previous life, and he certainly had no time for it now. His goal was clear: to obtain alcohol. Even low-proof, cloudy liquor can be distilled repeatedly and crudely to extract higher concentrations of alcohol. Alcohol, in a world without antibiotics and disinfectants, is a potential lifesaver. In the event of a serious external injury, the risk of infection could be greatly reduced if the wound is rinsed with boiling water and then disinfected with alcohol. This is for the sake of the tribe's medical safety, a precautionary measure. As the last jar of experimental sample was labeled with the date, location, and planned opening time, and placed into the cool, dry storage cave, Shen Ming let out a long sigh of relief. This long-term experiment, which requires patience, has now been set up. He straightened up and looked at the fields in the distance that had begun to thaw. Spring planting season is just around the corner. I wonder if the large grass seeds collected last year could take a step closer to becoming real rice this year through domestication. February 17th, 4th year. The spring chill lingered, but the atmosphere inside the largest brick house in the main village was even more somber than outside. Both Shan from the lakeside outpost and Dong-yi from the upstream outpost were urgently recalled. Together with Shen Ming and Lian, the four of them sat around the fire pit, their faces serious. There is only one issue. What should be done about Zhu Yu, who is named Big Eater? The observation of tethering over the past few months has yielded a conclusion that is both gratifying and troublesome. In some aspects of taming, this rain-chasing animal can easily turn out unexpectedly. It seems to have completely failed to inherit the extreme timidity and tendency to run away at the sight of people of its wild counterparts. As long as it has a constant supply of fresh hay and salt and clean drinking water, it can live comfortably within the range of human activity, leisurely ruminating and occasionally letting out a deep and satisfied moo to its familiar feeder. It even allows people to approach and stroke its increasingly broad back while it is eating grass. It doesn't attack people or try to break free, as if it has tacitly accepted this food-on-the-go lifestyle. In some ways, it is more adapted to pen raising than sows that need to be regularly tied up and walked to prevent oppression. However, the enormous shadow that had been there from the beginning became increasingly impossible to ignore as its size expanded like an inflating balloon. Its appetite was terrifying. Just to maintain its current subadult state, it requires at least 2 or 3 people to mow its lawn every day. The manpower required exceeds the total amount needed to raise all the pigs. When storing hay for it to get through the winter and the fall, extra manpower is needed. If it were to grow to full adulthood and become a size or 2 larger, Shen Ming simply couldn't imagine how much labor it would take to satisfy its bottomless pit. The suggestion to kill and eat was immediately and firmly rejected by Shen Ming. Are you kidding me? You went through so much trouble to capture it alive and raised it for so long, only to have it turn into a pile of meat? What about all that investment before? More importantly, what he wanted was animal power that could pull plows, carry heavy loads, and greatly improve agricultural productivity. If we kill them, who will till the land? Are we going to generate electricity with love? Free-range grazing is imperative. Shen Ming broke the silence, his tone certain. It has to find its own grass to eat. At most, we can provide supplemental salt and shelter at night. Otherwise, the cost of raising it is too high. Shan and Dong nodded. They both understood the principle. But a problem immediately arose. Who would put it down? The current Big Eater has a shoulder height that is close to the chest of an adult, a robust frame, and muscles that are beginning to bulge. Its seemingly docile figure when it lowers its head to graze, however, possesses a terrifying power that can easily send people flying or trample them to death when it goes berserk. Although it is currently calm, who can guarantee that it won't run wild or lose control after being frightened once released? If it really wanted to run, it would be impossible for a person to stop it with their own 2 legs and strength. Shen Ming raised the first practical question. The main tribe's area is surrounded by mountains and forests and the fields we have cultivated. There are no large grasslands to sustain it. Do you know where there are suitable grasslands nearby that are large enough? Ideally, it would be a relatively safe place that is not too far from the settlement. Dong shook his head. The area around the upstream stronghold was mostly hilly and wooded. After a moment of contemplation, Shan said, around the lake, if you walk west for half a day, there's a river valley meadow. It's not particularly large, but a stream flows through it, and the grass grows quite well. It should be enough to raise one for now. He paused for a moment, then said, it's just a bit far from the base, so traveling back and forth every day might not be easy. Shen Ming nodded. A patch of grass and a horse chasing the rain are enough for now. We don't have that many to raise. He was thinking about the future. Once the population was larger and the strength was greater, he would drive out or eliminate the saber-toothed tigers that occupied the fertile grasslands of the southeast and turn them into a natural pasture for the tribe. But now, we can only take it one step at a time. So, the second question, and the most crucial one, Shen Ming's gaze swept over the three of them. Who has the ability, the time, and the capacity to keep this herdsman, Jiu, under control and ensure it completes its daily grazing? Who can guarantee it won't run away, harm anyone, or return safely at night? A deeper silence fell over the room. Could manpower alone really subdue a frightened young bull weighing several hundred pounds in the open field? Shen Ming rubbed his throbbing temples, his mind racing. How exactly did the ancients tame cattle and make them obediently plow the fields? A series of blurry images flashed through my mind. An old ox plowing the field, walking slowly, a metallic glint on its nose. Nose ring. That's right. Almost all the oxen used for labor had a ring through their noses, and a rope was threaded through their noses to pull them. Although I don't know the underlying principle, it's always good to give a try. This realization gave him a jolt of energy, but an even bigger problem immediately arose in his mind. How to make a hole in the moist and sensitive nasal septum of this lively and incredibly strong subadult chasing rein. There was no anesthetic, no suitable surgical instruments, and no reliable means of hemostasis and disinfection. More importantly, the intense pain and struggle during the procedure are enough to instantly transform this gentle behemoth into a raging beast, let alone Shen Ming. Even if all the strong laborers from Shan, Lung, and Shi were called upon, it would be uncertain whether they could completely subdue it and complete the perforation before it went berserk. If the operation fails, the cow may be injured and infected, or people may be gored or trampled during the process. The risk is too high. Shan and Dongi watched as Shen Ming's expression shifted, eventually settling into a helpless silence, and they understood the difficulties he had faced. Free-range grazing requires prior control. Control requires means, and implementing those means itself requires absolute control. This creates a vicious cycle. The hole should have been pierced when it was a puppy. Shen Ming sighed. He hadn't thought that far ahead at the time, which had created a huge problem for him now. The first symposium on the issue of free-range big eaters ended in silence and without a solution. Yama and Tucci returned to their respective bases with this problem, but also made it clear that they also could not spare enough manpower or reliable methods to solve the dilemma. After the meeting, Shen Ming stood alone at the door of the house, looking at the big stomach not far away, which was tied around the neck by thick vines and between a two-person-sized ancient tree. It was effortlessly and with astonishing efficiency devouring the mountain of hay in front of it, occasionally flicking its tail to shoo away non-existent flies. The setting sun cast a warm glow on its dark brown fur, making it look peaceful and content. It's numb. Shen Ming sighed softly, feeling a sense of powerlessness. To find out if it will run away when let out, you have to try letting it roam freely first, but before letting it roam freely, you have to make sure you have a way to hold it back if it runs away. And until a method to ensure it can be controlled is implemented safely, we dare not try it on it. One-track mind, blocked at both ends. How exactly did our human ancestors cross this chasm and transform those wild beasts of the wilderness into docile companions on the edge of the fields? Chapter 94, Thriving. April 15th, 4th year. The gentle spring breeze dispelled the last trace of chill. Shen Ming sat in a small room, which served as both a study and a command post, carefully reading a report drawn on thin tree bark, sent from an upstream stronghold, by the light streaming through the window. The report is simple, mainly containing the newborn baby's name, parents, and gender. Dongi has already learned to use charcoal pencils to write the most basic Chinese characters and numbers for record keeping. In front of Shen Ming lay an ever-thickening tribal register, strung together with leather straps. He picked up his self-made pen, its nib reinforced with fine charcoal, dipped it in ink diluted with a small amount of water, and carefully added new entries to the booklet. The pen scratched on the rough, homemade paper as Shen Ming took notes while silently calculating in his mind. Among the new population, the proportion of female infants is slightly higher than that of male infants, and the long-standing problem of gender imbalance in the labor force has not been fundamentally improved due to the growth of the total population. He has no good solution for this at the moment and can only let nature take its course. However, the reproductive capacity of humans in this world truly astonished him, a modern man. Given a relatively abundant food supply and a relatively safe environment, women seem to get pregnant very frequently. Thorne and Mountain already have Mountain Tree, and Thornwood has been born. It is said that Thorne is pregnant again, and this is her third pregnancy. Meanwhile, Lu, along with her partner Dee, who plays the leaf flute, also became pregnant. Shen Ming put down his pen, rubbed his wrist, and a strange thought popped into his head. Based on the Earth's physiological cycles and lactation period, is it possible for a woman to get pregnant the year before last, give birth last year, and then get pregnant again immediately this year? It seems theoretically possible, but in reality, it would be very difficult, right? He vaguely remembered needing to consider the impact of postpartum recovery and breastfeeding, but the thought only flashed through his mind. He shook his head and smiled. Why think about these things? There's no point in going back to verify them, and there's no need to delve into it here. The rules of survival and physiological rhythms here may be different from those on Earth. His gaze shifted to several sealed earthenware jars that had been moved out from the corner. Those were the first batch of experimental products for his brewing business. According to the plan, the batch, which had been sealed for 3 months, was ready to be opened for inspection. With a mix of anticipation and trepidation, Shen Ming personally opened the clay seal of the first jar. The moment the lid was lifted, an unpleasant odor, a mixture of slightly sour, slightly rancid, and some indescribable putrid smell, wafted out. Upon closer inspection, the surface of the originally golden sweet potato paste inside the jar was covered with a layer of yellowish-green, fuzzy mold, and in some places, bubbles had formed. Without a doubt, it failed. Then came the second, the third. Samples taken from various places, including the main village entrance, fields, woods, riverbanks, and even the toilets, were all infected. Most of the jars didn't even require him to risk tasting them. Just by looking at the colorful floating bacteria and smelling the pungent odor, he could tell that it was impossible for them to contain the wine-scented liquid he wanted. Some were simply rotten, while others seemed to have undergone strange fermentation, but it was definitely not alcoholic fermentation. Completely annihilated. Shen Ming sighed, but wasn't too disappointed. Fermentation, using random bacteria in the air, is essentially a gamble. He meticulously recorded the original placement location and internal phenomena of each failed sample, and then carefully poured these biological weapons into a deep pit far from water sources and residential areas for burial. May 3rd, 4th year. The early summer sun was beginning to show its power, and Shen Ming squatted by the edge of the field, a long-lost, heartfelt smile of satisfaction on his face. In front of him was a row of neat, vertical planting racks built along the edge of the field. The sturdy wooden stakes were driven deep into the soil, and a vibrant vine was spirally coiled around each stake. This is the berry vine he named Purple Cranberry. Its fruits are small, deep purple, and have a sweet and sour taste. They are one of the tribe's most important sources of vitamins and flavor. However, wild berries are scattered, yields are unstable, and harvesting them is time-consuming and laborious. So Shen Ming had long intended to transplant and cultivate them. The process was not smooth. The seeds of this berry are so small that they're almost impossible to separate and plant by hand. He simply adopted the most brutal and direct method. During berry season, he selected the strongest and most plump wild plants, transplanted them with their roots and soil to the edge of the field, and took meticulous care of them. Then, a wooden frame is built to guide the vines upwards, saving ground space and making management and harvesting easier. However, in the first 2 years after the transplant, these purple cranberry vines only cared about growing wildly, climbing high up along the wooden stake, lush and green, but they did not flower or bear fruit for a long time. Shen Ming once suspected that he had missed a crucial step, such as whether specific insects were needed for pollination or whether the soil fertility was incorrect. But this year, a surprise has arrived. Almost overnight, these twining wooden stakes were dotted with tiny, pale pink flowers. Although the berries are still sparse, this clearly indicates that the transplantation and domestication have been successful. As long as pollination goes smoothly, the tribe's orchard will be able to harvest its first batch of self-grown, stable berries by late summer or early autumn this year. His gaze shifted to the other side of the field, where a row of somewhat strange plants were planted along the boundary. The upper leaves of these plants had been completely stripped off, leaving only bare trunks and some reddish-purple leaves on the lower half. As chili leaves have both practical and agricultural value, they were undoubtedly promoted and planted extensively by Shen Ming. Although the chili pepper leaves were completely stripped bare, the leaves of various crops in the field, such as sweet potato vines, were preserved. Looking at the chili pepper bushes that had been stripped bare, Shen Ming suddenly felt a little ridiculous and a little guilty. He clasped his hands together, facing these silently contributing plants, and muttered in Chinese, a language only he could understand. "Dear chili peppers, we're so sorry. We'll lend you our leaves, and we promise to take good care of you, watering and fertilizing you so you can have many offspring. We absolutely won't let you go extinct. This is a win-win situation, a win-win situation." In another specially designated forest experimental area in the distance, several saplings that he observed and deemed to be growing relatively fast and of decent quality were unfurling their tender leaves in the spring breeze. This is another preparation that Shen Ming is making for the future. As the tribe develops, the demand for wood will only increase for building houses, making tools, and fuel. Relying on logging the surrounding natural forests is not a long-term solution. We consciously select fast-growing tree species for artificial cultivation, even if it takes longer, in order to reserve resources for the future. Indiscriminate logging can only provide temporary relief. Self-sufficiency through planting is the only long-term solution. Looking at those saplings, he seemed to see the future pillars and firewood. May 5th, 4th year. The atmosphere in the open space next to the main village's pigsty was somewhat somber, yet also carried a peculiar, busy tension. 19 half-grown male piglets were driven out of their different pens and gathered together in an area temporarily separated by a wooden fence. They seemed to sense something was wrong, whimpering anxiously, nudging the ground and their companions with their noses, their small eyes warily scanning the crowd gathered outside, unaware of the fate that was about to befall them. Lian, holding a wooden board for recording, stood beside Shen Ming and reported clearly and calmly. "Shen Ming, these 19 are all the male pigs from this batch of piglets, except for the best growing and strongest male pig that was specially reserved as a breeding pig." Her gaze swept over the restless piglets, her tone calm and even. Shen Ming nodded, his gaze falling on the little guys who were about to experience a major turning point in their pig lives, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes. This is a necessary management measure. Uncastrated boars are said to have meat with a strong muttony smell when they grow up, and they're also more irritable and aggressive, which is not conducive to pen management and will waste feed on useless muscle and fighting. Castrated pigs grow faster, have more tender and fatty meat, and are more docile. Let's get started. Shen Ming's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable air of authority. Pity was one thing, decision was another. At the command, the already prepared crowd immediately sprang into action. Working in pairs, they used skill and rehearsed techniques to quickly and accurately catch a piglet, pinning it to its side on a specially prepared, flat rock to immobilize its limbs. The other person picked up a thin flint scalpel that had been heated red hot and had a sharp tip on the fire next to him. The piglet let out a piercing scream and struggled frantically, but it was no use against the overwhelming force. The operator moved extremely fast, accurately positioned himself, precisely sliced open the scrotum, and with a deft squeeze and twist of his fingers, removed the 2 tiny magic balls and threw them into the ceramic bowl next to him. Immediately afterwards, another person pressed a large handful of fine and clean wood ash, which had been prepared in advance and repeatedly burned and cooled, onto the wound to stop the bleeding and reduce inflammation. Although the process was rough, it was done as quickly as possible and with less pain under the limited conditions. Screams rose and fell, and the air was filled with the smell of blood and burning. 19 young boars went through this brief but drastic torture in turn, enough to change their pig lives, while even the large-eyed pig in the distance turned its head away in unbearable disgust. When the last one was dealt with and the restraints were released, all the piglets collapsed on the ground, making weak grunts, their eyes filled with fear and confusion. From this day forward, they have lost their male symbolism, and their future pig life goals will be limited to quietly eating and diligently gaining weight. Looking at the somewhat bloody yet orderly scene, Shen Ming nodded to the beast in charge. Good job. For the next few days, keep them separated, keep the wounds dry, and give them easily digestible food and water. He paused, then continued to instruct Lien. As for the remaining boars and sows, as I mentioned before, send 6 castrated boar pups and 1 uncastrated boar pups to each of the other 2 settlements, along with 2 healthy sows. Let them start learning to raise pigs systematically, instead of relying solely on us for meat. Lien quickly wrote down the allocation plan on the wooden board. After finishing the important matter of castration, Shen Ming went to the pigsty and carefully inspected it. The pen was dry, with clean sand and hay on the ground. The feeding and water troughs had just been cleaned, and the manure had been promptly removed for composting. Overall, the sanitation was quite good. We must not slack off on cleaning the pigsty. Shen Ming turned around and solemnly emphasized to the people responsible for daily care. This is no small matter. If the pen is dirty and damp, the pigs will easily get sick. We don't know yet whether the pigs will infect humans, but a whole bunch of pigs could die at once. Then all our hard work over the years will be for nothing. Everyone's expressions tightened, and they all nodded. Some people whispered among themselves, wondering if the current practice of thoroughly cleaning the pigsty every 3 days should be changed to every 2 days, or perhaps the frequency of simple cleaning each day should be increased. Shen Ming did not make a decision immediately. He needed to weigh the manpower involved. He walked to the side, looking at the separated, slightly crowded pigsties, his brows furrowing slightly. Besides newly castrated piglets that need to be temporarily isolated, shouldn't other pigs also be more thoroughly isolated and raised in single pig, single room, or small groups? Single room housing, lower density, less contact, should greatly reduce the risk of rapid spread of infectious diseases, right? He pondered, but this meant building more pigsties, which would require more land and manpower. The current pig herd size is manageable, but what about when it expands further in the future? Chapter 95 Distillation. July 19th, 4th year. The storage cave was dimly lit, with only the daylight filtering in through the entrance providing illumination. The air was filled with a complex mix of smells from soil, hay, and various store goods. Shen Ming held his breath and carefully used a bone knife to pry open the hardened clay seal on yet another pottery jar. This is one of the batch of brewing experiments that were placed on the edge of the woods and sealed for more than 6 months. The moment the lid was removed, an unexpected, rich, and unique aroma burst forth, overwhelming all other smells in the cave. It was a mellow, slightly intoxicating aroma with the unique complexity of fermentation products. Although there was still a hint of the earthy smell of sweet potato itself and an unavoidable slight sourness at the bottom, the distinct and familiar aroma of the wine made Shen Ming's heart skip a beat. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he took a deep breath almost greedily. That's right, that's the taste. Although he himself doesn't like alcohol, his father used to enjoy a couple of drinks in his spare time before he transmigrated. The aroma of that baijiu when the bottle was opened was deeply imprinted in his memory. At this moment, in this desolate underground cave, he actually recreated the atmosphere of this civilized society with his own hands. It's done. It really is done. A low cheer rose in his throat, and Shen Ming almost danced with joy. He carefully carried the jar away from the house and peered inside by the daylight. However, the excitement was quickly dampened by the sight before him. The liquid inside the jar was not clear and transparent, but rather a turbid, yellowish-brown color of varying shades, with a thick layer of incompletely decomposed sweet potato residue and some flocculent matter at the bottom. Although the surface of the liquid was not covered with colorful mold like the previous failed products, some small, suspicious suspended matter was still floating on it. Overall impression, it really can't be described as able to drink. Clearly, the problem of contamination from open inoculation remains serious. However, this time, one or more types of yeast have gained the upper hand and successfully converted some of the sugar into alcohol. But the metabolic products of other microorganisms are also mixed in, making this first-generation wine seem quite risky. It's done, but not completely done. Shen Ming calmed down and muttered to himself. What he needed was relatively pure alcohol, not this raw beer that might upset his stomach. The next step had to be followed. He found a clean filter and a ceramic basin and slowly filtered the cloudy wine in the jar, separating out most of the solid residue. The filtered liquid was slightly lighter in color, but still cloudy, and the faint, almost rotten smell mixed in with the aroma of wine was more pronounced. But these precious distiller's grains were not discarded. Shen Ming knew that they must contain a large number of active yeasts. He carefully divided the residue into several portions, using them as fermentation starter or starter, and added them to a new batch of sweet potato paste earthenware jars that had just been steamed, cooled, and mixed with cooled boiled water. This time, instead of relying on the ethereal air, we actively inoculate with dominant microbial strains, which will greatly improve the success rate and consistency of subsequent batches of fermentation. After dealing with the starter, his attention returned to the murky liquid that emitted a complex aroma. The taste of alcohol is distinct, but there are too many impurities. Distillation is the only feasible way to obtain relatively pure alcohol that can be used for disinfection. The thought of distillation brought back memories of Shen Ming's distant high school days. He wasn't a top student, but once, an enlightened chemistry teacher made a special request of school to take his class to the lab to conduct a simple distillation experiment to separate alcohol and water. What I found novel and interesting at the time has now become a lifeline of knowledge. He closed his eyes, trying hard to recall every component of the glassware. The round bottom flask, the distillation head, the thermometer, the condenser, the receiving flask. No glass, no rubber tubing, no standard ground joints, but the principle is the same. He took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and his gaze became sharp and focused. Alcohol has a lower boiling point than water. When a liquid mixture is heated, the alcohol will first turn into vapor and escape. Then, by cooling this vapor, a higher concentration of alcohol can be obtained. The key is to ensure a good seal and effective condensation. As he repeatedly sketched and simplified the structure of the device in his mind, he walked briskly toward the pottery-making area, where there was ready-made clay and blanks that were drying in the shade. We need a pot that can be heated with a narrow steam outlet to reduce the amount of steam escaping. He crouched down, grabbed some damp clay, and began to shape it on a simple wooden disc that he moved by hand. Soon, a uniquely shaped pottery jar gradually took shape in his hands. A wide, round bottom that tapers upwards to form a slender neck, and on the upper part of the neck, he carefully pinched out a hollow, tubular spout that protruded to the side. This was the planned steam outlet. The blank was still very soft, so he carefully adjusted the smoothness of the inner wall and the angle of the nozzle to ensure that the steam could be discharged smoothly. Let's call this a distillation vessel. Shen Ming explained to the potter who was helping him. Take it to air dry, then carefully fire it. There must be no cracks, especially at the joint of the side tube. It must be strong. The next challenge is the condensation device. Glass condenser tubes are out of the question. His gaze swept over the bamboo pile to the side, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. Bamboo is hollow and naturally possesses the properties of a conduit. He selected 2 bamboo stalks, one thinner, about 2 fingers in diameter, and the other thicker, about the size of a wrist. He had people carefully remove all the nodes in the middle of the thin bamboo to form a straight hollow tube. Then, insert the thin bamboo tube into one end of the thick bamboo through the hollow part of the thick bamboo and let it protrude about a palm's length from the other end. In this way, the thin bamboo tube was fitted inside the thick bamboo tube. Next, the 2 ends of the thick bamboo tube were carefully sealed with a mixture of melted resin and fine clay to ensure that water would not leak out from the 2 ends, leaving only the 2 ends of the thin bamboo tube open. Finally, a small hole is made near the top of the thick bamboo tube for injecting and draining cooling water. A very primitive but fundamentally similar coaxial condenser was born. In the design, alcohol vapor is drawn out from the side tube of the distillation vessel and enters the thin bamboo tube inlet of the condenser. As it flows inside the thin bamboo tube, it is cooled by the cold water in the thick bamboo tube interlayer, reliquefies, and drips out from the other end of the thin bamboo tube. The theory is feasible, but the practical details still need to be explored. Shen Ming knew that his device was extremely crude, with problems in sealing and temperature control. He needed a clumsy way to maximize the alcohol concentration, intermittent distillation. He planned to first experiment to find out how long it would take for a large amount of water vapor to start to emerge after heating the water. Then, the heat is turned off each time the liquid is heated to near this point. The apparatus is allowed to cool, and the remaining liquid is reheated. This process is repeated to ensure that the proportion of alcohol in the liquid distilled each time is higher. The process of making tools is not simple, but for Shen Ming, nothing is more difficult than the first spark that is lit. July 23rd, 4th year. On a specially cleared open space by the river, far from residential areas and fields, a simple stone stove was set up. The newly fired distillation vessel has been placed on the stove with the side pipe connected to the bamboo condenser. Below the outlet of the thin bamboo tube, there is a clean small ceramic dish, ready to collect the distillate. The air was filled with a faint smell of fish and firewood. Shen Ming looked serious as he carefully poured the first batch of filtered, cloudy first-generation wine into the distillation vessel, filling it about halfway. Then, he lit the firewood under the stove. 74 seconds. He silently recited the key data obtained from the small-scale preliminary experiment a few days ago. After heating for about 74 seconds, a large amount of steam will be produced, and the proportion of water vapor will increase significantly. In order to extract as much alcohol as possible, the heat should be turned off after about 60 seconds. Flames licked the bottom of the earthenware pot, gradually transferring heat. After connecting the condenser, the internal condition cannot be seen for the time being. We can only wait. Shen Ming stared intently at the outlet of the thin bamboo tube, silently counting in his mind. About 40 seconds later, the first drop of clear, colorless liquid slowly condensed and dripped from the bamboo tube, falling into the small ceramic dish below with a plop. Then the second drop, the third drop. The speed gradually increased, forming a thin, intermittent stream. A purer, crisper alcohol aroma than the raw liquor, mixed with a hint of the unique fragrance of distilled sweet potato and the fresh plant scent of bamboo tubes, permeated the air. Shen Ming's spirits lifted, but his hands continued to work, counting. 55, 56, 57. At the very moment he counted to 60, without hesitation, he quickly extinguished most of the open flames in the stove with the prepared wet mud, leaving only a little charcoal to keep it warm. The boiling sound inside the distillation kettle weakened, and the droplets from the bamboo tube also slowed down. After the apparatus cooled slightly, Shen Ming carefully used a clean leaf to scoop a very small amount of the liquid obtained from the first distillation from the ceramic dish. He leaned closer and smelled it. The alcohol smell was very prominent, but there was also an indescribable odor, similar to impurities in the raw materials. He hesitated for a moment, then stuck out his tongue and licked it very lightly. Boomstrapje! An extremely spicy and burning sensation exploded on his tongue, quickly spreading throughout his mouth and throat. This feeling far surpassed the stimulation of any food he could remember. Immediately afterwards, a slight but noticeable dizziness struck without warning. The scene before my eyes seemed to sway, and my hand holding the leaf felt somewhat unresponsive, trembling slightly. Wow, that's incredibly strong. Shen Ming was startled. This wasn't what he expected. Even with distillation and purification, with this rudimentary equipment and a mere 60-second collection time, how high could the alcohol content be? At most 20 or 30 degrees. How could it cause such a high after just one sip? And this feeling of being intoxicated. Just as he was preparing to wait for the drunkenness to subside naturally, or to consider whether he had been poisoned, something even stranger happened. The dizziness and trembling came and went quickly, disappearing like the tide in just a dozen or so breaths. Instead, I felt a familiar, energetic, and refreshed feeling. Shen Ming was stunned. He looked at the little bit of liquid left on his fingertip, then at the small amount of wine in the ceramic dish, which was only about a mouthful. His pupils contracted slightly. This wine can kill people? His expression turned serious. Without instruments to analyze it, he couldn't determine what kind of weird stuff had gotten mixed in. Did some toxic substances in the raw materials get distilled out along with the raw materials? Or were some highly toxic byproducts produced during fermentation? Or did harmful components leach out of the bamboo tubes when heated? In any case, this first batch of distillate must not be kept. Without hesitation, he poured the entire small dish of first-run liquor into the flowing river beside him, watching as the clear water instantly diluted and carried it away. Then, he carefully rinsed the ceramic dish and the condenser outlet with clean water. Driven by his competitive spirit, Shen Ming reignited the fire, again strictly controlling the heating time to within 60 seconds, and collected the second dish of distillate. This time, he was more cautious. Using only the tip of a clean, thin twig, I dipped it into a tiny drop about the size of a grain of rice and tasted it again with utmost care. The familiar spiciness is still strong, but it seems a bit pure. The indescribable, unsettling off flavor of the first taste seemed to have faded. More importantly, apart from the burning sensation in my mouth and tongue, I did not experience dizziness or loss of control of my limbs this time. He waited patiently for a longer period of time, and his body was perfectly normal, without any discomfort or refreshing sensation. Safe. Shen Ming carefully compared the differences between the two. The raw materials were from the same batch, the equipment was the same, and the operating procedures were completely identical. The only difference was that this was the liquid collected from the second distillation. He stared at the second dish of wine in front of him, which was equally clear but seemed much harmless, and fell into deep thought. The last time we collected the condensate from the vapor that had the lowest boiling point and was the first to escape. Besides alcohol, there may be some volatile impurities with lower boiling points than alcohol, produced by raw materials or fermentation, or certain substances released by the bamboo or clay itself when the device is initially heated. These first-hand substances may be highly toxic. Although it cannot be scientifically verified, his own special experience is the most direct warning, and Shen Ming has a clear principle in mind. He looked at the second dish of wine that had been successfully distilled and detoxified. Although the amount was small, it was of great significance. The distillation experiment, after paying a small price and making an amazing discovery, was declared a success. The first liquid obtained by this method of distillation, though clear in color, will inevitably contain hidden poison. Drinking it can cause delirium or even death and must never be used. It must be discarded. Only after the first distillation has been completely discarded can the liquid collected be used with caution. The Atlas of All Things now include a new page on winemaking. Chapter 96 Noodles. July 31st, for years ago. Morning light slanted into the small house through the window. Shen Ming yawned, parted the curtain, and habitually glanced at the row of neatly stacked pottery jars in the corner. Then, his movements froze. The jar containing the alcohol that had been distilled a few days earlier and was intended for future use had its lid securely closed and was intact. However, when Shen Ming strode forward with a sense of foreboding and lifted the lid, it was completely empty. The bottom of the jar was dry. Not a single drop of liquid remained. "Where's my wine?" Shen Ming's voice almost cracked. He subconsciously picked up the whole jar, tilted it, and brought it closer to the light. He even ran his fingers around the bottom of the jar, only his fingertips touching the dry clay dust. "No, there's nothing there." He stood there, holding the empty can as if it were an incomprehensible piece of evidence. Who stole my wine? His first thought was that someone had broken in, but he quickly suppressed the impulse. He slept in this room last night, and there were no unusual noises. Lien was in charge of recording the entry and exit of supplies, and there were never any errors. He looked around and saw that the clay seal used to seal the pottery jar was intact, with no signs of being pried open or resealed. Most importantly, if someone were to secretly drink those high-concentration alcoholic beverages, they would definitely experience symptoms of intoxication. He did not find anyone showing signs of intoxication. It wasn't stolen. Where did the wine go? Shen Ming examined the empty jar thoroughly, turning it over and over, and sniffed it closely at the opening. Apart from a faint, lingering smell of alcohol, there was nothing else. He then looked at the other sealed jars of raw liquor next to him. The liquid level was normal, and there was no obvious loss. But this one jar, the precious small jar of alcohol that he had personally distilled, poured, and sealed, vanished into thin air. You can't exactly say, "The wine just grew legs and ran away," can you? Shen Ming held onto the edge of the jar and let out a bitter laugh. He could only rub his temples, put the empty can back in its place, and accept this unsolvable loss. Forget it, the brewing cycle for raw liquor has been shortened anyway, and with the starter, the fermentation success rate is high. When we need it, we could just distill it and take it out immediately. The storage route is not feasible for the time being. The puzzle left by the alcohol evaporation phenomenon can only be left unresolved for the time being. He also had another important matter that he had been preparing for several days, and it was time for him to finish it. Rewind 7 days to July 24th. On the edge of the main village, a new special tool has been completed. It is a log cut from a sufficiently thick old tree with a flat cross-section. The top has been carved out with a smooth, semicircular pit by using stone chisels, fire, and repeated scraping. A primitive, simple, but sturdy wooden mortar. Shen Ming stood beside the wooden mortar, like an engineer inspecting the final parts. He reached out and touched the mortar wall. Although it was rough, it was deep and round enough to hold several sweet potatoes to be processed at the same time. The work that followed was so tedious, it made my scalp crawl. One by one, raw sweet potatoes were thrown into the mortar. Shen Ming gripped a heavy wooden pestle, as tall as his chest, with both hands, raised it high, and brought it down heavily. Thump! A dull thud, and the sweet potato cracked open, oozing white juice. Raise it again, then lower it again. Thump, thump. After repeated pounding dozens of times, the sweet potatoes in the mortar finally changed from chunks to small pieces, and then gradually from small pieces to a paste. More and more white slurry accumulated, sticking to the bottom of the mortar and the pestle. Shen Ming stopped, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and breathed heavily. The white powder that he had never paid attention to and took for granted actually involved such a complex process. He added a ladle of water to the wooden mortar and continued pounding. Everyone else had their own jobs. Catching and smoking fish during the fishing season, taking care of the pigsty, cutting grass to feed the big-eater pigs after the rain, firing the newly built brick kiln. There were no extra people to help him with this purely physical and time-consuming task. So, on this open space baked by the autumn sun, he was the only one there, carrying a heavy wooden pestle, pounding the silent sweet potatoes up and down. Crush one batch, pour out the paste, and then throw in a new batch. The cycle repeats itself. From July 24th to 25th, from dawn to dusk, hundreds of sweet potatoes were turned into a paste under his wooden pestle, while other tribal affairs were dealt with in between. After finishing each task, he would return to the mortar and continue pounding. 2 days later, a small mountain of sweet potato residue had piled up next to the wooden mortar, and a large earthenware basin next to it was filled with a murky, reddish-brown sweet potato slurry. Next step, sieving. Shen Ming pulled out the bamboo fiber sieve that he had painstakingly made. Its mesh was still too coarse for separating starch and could not block fine particles like a real fine cloth, but he had no choice. He poured ladlefuls of slurry into the sieve, gently pressing it against the bottom of the screen with his hand to allow the reddish-brown liquid to flow down, while the coarse fiber residue was trapped on the screen. The process was slow and inefficient, but he wasn't in a hurry. The sieved residue was piled up in another heap, and it looked like there was quite a lot of it. Shen Ming took a small bowl, steamed it in a steamer, and tasted it. It has a rough texture, like chewing a handful of damp grass clippings. It scrapes your throat when you swallow it, and it's almost devoid of sweetness. It's not tasty, but it's not poisonous. He thought for a moment, then collected the pile of slag and poured it into the pig trough. Several half-grown castrated pigs immediately surrounded the area and ate happily. At least, there's no waste. The turbid liquid that had been filtered and flowed into the large ceramic basin was carefully covered with a wooden lid to prevent mosquitoes from laying eggs and falling in. Then it was left to stand in a cool place to wait for the starch to settle naturally. According to his vague memory, all that was needed next was to wait for the starch granules, which were heavier than water, to slowly sink to the bottom of the basin and form a layer of white, fine mud. So, from July 25th to July 31st, the basin of liquid sat quietly in the corner. Shen Ming would glance at it every day when he passed by, but he deliberately avoided disturbing it. July 31st. It was supposed to be the day to check for starch precipitation. When Shen Ming entered the small house, the first thing he saw was not the starch basin, but the wine jar that he shouldn't have looked at. Then, the scene from that morning unfolded. An empty can, wailing cries, and an unsolved mystery. It took him a long time to pull himself out of the shock of the wine is gone, and turn his attention to the starch bowl. Remove the wooden lid. The water in the basin was still murky and reddish-brown, almost exactly the same as when he poured it in. There were no foreign objects or mosquitoes on the water surface. He gently probed the bottom with a ceramic spoon and touched something. After scooping out most of the clear water from the top, a thin layer of dark reddish-brown mud was revealed at the bottom, or more precisely, sediment. However, the thickness of the mud was far less than he had expected. Based on the amount of sweet potatoes he added and the theoretical starch content, a white sediment at least 1 finger's thickness should have accumulated at the bottom of the basin. As for this layer in front of us, let's not even talk about whether the color is right. After scraping it off, it's not even enough to fill a small ceramic bowl. That's so little. Shen Ming frowned and carefully scraped the layer of reddish-brown mud into the bowl with a bone shard. Where did I go wrong? The powder yield can't be this low. As he scraped, he recalled the entire process. The mashing should have been fine enough, and although the sieve was coarse, it shouldn't have missed so many starch particles. Could it be that the settling time wasn't long enough? Or is this reddish-brown substance not starch at all, but something else entirely? Despite the confusion, this layer of mud cannot be wasted. He picked up the earthenware bowl, thinking about how to dry it. He lit a small fire, placed the earthenware bowl on a stone not far from the flames, and slowly heated it over a low flame, hoping to speed up the evaporation of moisture. At first everything was normal. Tiny bubbles began to appear on the surface of the mud, bubbling and gurgling. The edges gradually dried and the color lightened. Then, puff! A bubble burst, splashing a drop of liquid onto the flame with a hissing sound. Immediately afterwards, the smell of burning rose up without warning. Shen Ming immediately reached for the bowl, but it was too late. The bottom layer of the bowl had already started to turn black, sticking to the ceramic wall and emitting a pungent, burnt grain smell. Damn it, I messed up. He hurriedly removed the firewood, took the bowl off the stone, and looked closely. He saw that the whole bowl of starch paste had been baked into a semi-solid, partially charred, sticky mass. Shen Ming stared at the failed attempt and remained silent for 3 seconds. Then he took a deep breath, added some water to the bowl, stirred it with a wooden stick, scraped off the parts stuck to the bottom, and boiled it into a small jar of cloudy, grayish-white paste. He picked up a little bit with a piece of wood and put it in his mouth. There was an indescribable stale smell, like old grain that had been stored for too long, or something that had been damp and then dried again. When it goes down your throat, there's a noticeable sensation of tightness in your throat. It's not spicy or hot, but rather a contraction of the mucous membrane after being slightly stimulated by something. That doesn't seem right. Shen Ming frowned and tasted a little more. It tastes the same and feels the same tightness in your throat. He recalled the reddish-brown sediment and the white liquid after it was crushed, and a thought gradually surfaced. Something went wrong again. He shared the remaining paste with several tribesmen who happened to be nearby. The conclusion is consistent. It tastes bad. It's better to just eat sweet potatoes directly. Shen Ming was not discouraged. He disposed of the failed product, washed the ceramic bowl, and returned to the starting point. Restart. This time, he was more cautious and more focused. He personally selected the sweet potatoes, washed them, cut them into pieces, and threw them into the wooden mortar. He did a more meticulous job of crushing the liquid, observing the color changes of the slurry as he crushed it. Then, he noticed something amiss. Freshly mashed sweet potato pulp is indeed white. The color he remembered starch to be clean, almost pure white. He picked up a small piece with a piece of wood and looked at it in the sunlight. He could even see tiny white particles suspended evenly. But after only a short while, about half a cup of tea's time, the white color slowly began to turn red. First, a faint pink tinge appeared at the edges. Then, like ink drops falling into water, the pink gradually deepened and spread, eventually turning into reddish-brown. Oxidation. The word flashed through Shen Ming's mind. He didn't know the principle or the chemical reaction involved, but he immediately understood the problem. Some components in sweet potato starch will change color, taste bad, and become unpalatable if exposed to air for too long. He had repeatedly pounded, sieved, and exposed the starch to air for a long time during the pulping process, which repeatedly damaged the starch. By the time it settled, it was no longer the same as before. Finding the problem is half the battle won. Shen Ming immediately set about optimizing the process. First trick, cover it with a lid. Immediately cover the prepared slurry with a wooden lid to reduce its contact with air. This method has an immediate effect, shortening the exposure time and significantly slowing down the reddening of the color. But a new problem soon arose. He mashed too many sweet potatoes at once. Hundreds of sweet potatoes were mashed. The first batch was mashed, the second batch was mashed, and then the whole batch was sieved. The first batch had been exposed to the air for a long time. Moreover, he often needs to leave to handle other matters, and the lid is opened and closed repeatedly, with each opening bringing in new oxidation. The second strategy, reduce the amount. Since there's not enough time, then we shouldn't do so much. He decisively reduced the processing volume per transaction from over 100 yuan to 20 yuan. One batch is crushed, sieved immediately, and then left to stand. The entire process, from crushing to sedimentation, is compressed to within half an hour. Let's settle once again. It was still a reddish-brown supernatant and still a thin layer of bottom mud. But this time, the bottom mud was pure white. Shen Ming squatted by the ceramic basin and gently scraped away the thin, almost transparent layer of white sediment with a bone shard. The touch from his fingertips was delicate and smooth, exactly the same as the texture of starch in his memory. He finally smiled. Dry. He dared not use fire again, and instead spread the collected white starch slurry thinly on a smooth wooden board and placed it in the sunlight. The wind swept through the open space, carrying away the surface moisture. The sunlight was gentle, not intense, just quietly baking. Half a day later, the white mud on the board dried completely, cracking into irregular thin flakes. Shen Ming tapped them gently with a wooden stick, and they shattered into large and small white fragments and powder. He carefully swept the powder into the earthenware bowl. It was a success. August 15th, 4th year. This was a day that had no special markings on the calendar. It was deeply etched into Shen Ming's memory. He took out a small bowl of white starch that he had made himself, which was hard-won, added water, and slowly stirred it with his fingers. The powder absorbs water, gradually gathers, transforms from loose sand into flocculent material, and then is kneaded into a smooth, slightly sticky white dough. He placed it on the wooden table and rolled it into a long strip. Then, he remembered a long time ago, on a leisurely afternoon, he had seen a ramen chef in a short video, his hands flying, the noodles dancing like silver threads. He doesn't know how to make ramen. He only knew the most basic method. Roll it into long strips, cut it into small pieces with a stone slab, and then roll each strip into thinner pieces. Inevitably, sawdust got mixed into the dough. He had a sharp eye and picked out a few pieces, but there were always some tiny, invisible ones embedded in the white. The cutting board wasn't clean enough. It had just been used for grinding something, and some fine pebbles remained stuck to the surface of the dough. He rubbed some off with his hand, but missed a few. He doesn't care. The water in the pot had boiled, bubbling away. Shen Ming carefully lowered the crooked, uneven white strips into the boiling water, one by one. The noodles sank to the bottom of the pot, then floated up again, tumbling and stretching in the water, gradually changing from pure white to a translucent, warm off-white. Shen Ming picked up a piece with his wooden chopsticks, blew on it, and put it in his mouth. The moment the teeth bit down, giggle. He bit down on a tiny pebble, which almost broke his gum. He paused for a moment, then spat the pebble and half a strip of paper into his palm. The rough texture of the wood chips mixed in with the noodles scraped against my throat as I swallowed them. Because the noodles are hand-cut and of uneven thickness, some parts are overcooked and become mushy, while others still have a hard core. The starch was not pure enough and lacked gluten protein, so it had none of the elasticity and chewiness of the noodles he remembered. It crumbled as soon as he put it in his mouth, like a lump of mud that had been barely shaped with flour paste. This was the worst noodles he had ever eaten in his life. There is no other. Shen Ming stood there, holding the bowl, looking down at the bowl of noodles that was crooked, white with a hint of gray, and covered with fine impurities. Then he laughed. Laughing, he picked up his second and third chopsticks and ate the whole bowl of noodles bite by bite. It wasn't because he was hungry, nor because the noodles were delicious. What he swallowed was not a mixture of sawdust, gravel, and coarse starch. What he swallowed was the white powder separated from the sweet potato tubers, the blisters from hundreds of poundings, the frustration of failed oxidation, the burnt smell of uncontrolled cooking, the repeated attempts to put the lid on and then lift it again, and the patience to turn it over again and again in the sunlight. What he swallowed was the entire silent and long 4 years between the young man in the ripped t-shirt who squatted in the cave, trying to start a fire by rubbing wood 4 years ago, and the deity who was now standing in front of the brick house holding a ceramic bowl. What he swallowed was, for the first time since he came into this world, the raw materials given by nature, which he transformed completely through his own hands and wisdom into a new food unlike any he had ever tasted before. He wasn't eating noodles. The bowl was empty. Shen Ming put down his chopsticks and looked up. The sky was high, the clouds were thin, and the wind blew from the fields, carrying coolness and the smell of turned soil. "It's awful," he said softly, but a smirk played on his lips. It's fucking awful. He put the empty bowl aside, squatted down, and continued kneading the next piece of dough. Chapter 97A Day in Shen Ming's Life. September 1st, 4th year. Early morning. Shen Ming woke up on the bed covered with thick animal hides. The light outside the window was still dim, with only a layer of gray light, and the air carried the dry and crisp coolness unique to late autumn. He sat up, placed his palm on the animal hide, feeling the lingering warmth, then lifted it and stepped barefoot onto the compacted earth. The ground, after being repeatedly patted, had hardened like a slab of stone, but was still cooler than bricks. He tucked his toes in and fumbled to put on the modern sneakers he had brought with him. He wrapped the thin vine rope around his fingertips twice and skillfully fastened it around the waist of his fur coat. He's been repeating this process for more than 3 years, and now he no longer needs to think about it. The fingers know how to tie knots, how to adjust the tightness, and how to ensure that the thickest side of the fur covers the chest. He stood up and glanced around the small house that now belonged only to him. On the shelf against the wall were pottery jars of all sizes, each with a number and brief description written on it in charcoal. Wine, second batch, May of the 4th year, berry type cranberry, root tuber unknown, hunting poison, bloodstaining vine juice caution. The handwriting was messy, and only he could fully decipher it. On the other side of the shelf, 2 worn-out fishing rods leaned against the corner of the wall, next to which hung several fish hooks made of animal bones and a half-finished ball of hemp thread. That was an upgraded fishing gear he tried to make on a rainy day when he had nothing to do, but he was distracted by brewing wine and starch and put it aside. The tattered clothes and trousers were folded on the lid of the wooden box. The fabric had faded to grayish white. He never threw them away, although they were no longer wearable. Seeing them would make him feel dazed for a moment every time. The desk was the tittiest, with charcoal pencils lying side by side on the flat stone slab, next to a stack of rough, uneven papers. He looked away and walked to the ceramic basin by the shelf. The water in the basin had been changed that day, and it rippled gently in the dim light coming through the window. He scooped up a handful and covered his face with it. The water was cool, but not transparent. He rubbed his cheeks and washed away the secretions that had accumulated in the corners of his eyes. When his fingertips brushed against his skin, he could feel the rough texture that had become from years of exposure to the wind and sun. It still doesn't feel right. He straightened up, wiped his hands with his soft leather draped over the rim of the basin, and then, quite naturally, picked up the stone blade he usually used. The blade was very thin. He tested the edge with his fingertip. It was sharp enough. Then he raised his hand and placed it firmly on the side of his neck. Cut in, then withdraw. A warm sensation spread from the cut, like melting fat, and the light in my field of vision rapidly collapsed into a thin slit. Dark. Silence. When he opened his eyes again, he was still standing in the same spot, his hand still gripping the blade. The blade was clean, without a trace of blood, and the side of his neck was as smooth as ever. The ripples in the basin had subsided, as if nothing had happened. He put down the stone blade, let out a long breath, stretched his shoulders and neck, and let out a very soft, satisfied sigh. It's still so comfortable this way. He pushed open the door. The late autumn wind blows in your face, carrying the scent of rotting straw from the distant fields, the coolness of the river, and the dry, bitter fragrance unique to certain plants that are just beginning to wither. In the pond outside the door, most of the lotus leaves had withered. He walked past the pond, his footsteps startling a dragonfly that had been resting on a withered lotus leaf. It fluttered its transparent wings, flew away, and disappeared into the gray-blue light of the sky. On the flat ground where hay is being dried, a scene of bustling activity unfolds. Several rows of tall wooden frames have been erected, and the frames are covered with layers of cut wild grass, which is the winter food for Big Eater and the other newcomer. The tribespeople are bundling up the last batch of hay that has been partially dried, using vines to make sturdy bundles and stacking them under a rainproof shed. Shen Ming walked past the shelf, casually straightened a bundle of hay that was piled up crookedly, and then went around to the edge of the open space. The Big Eater is looking down and eating grass. When it was captured alive on May 23rd of the 3rd year, it was just a staggering cub with an injury on its leg. It was panicked and wanted to bury its head in the grass when it was eating. Now, more than a year later, it has grown taller than Shen Ming, and its back is as wide as a moving wall. It lowered its head, its thick tongue curling up a clump of dry grass, chewing slowly and deliberately, emitting a satisfied, low growl from its throat. The sunlight fell on its back, giving its short, dark brown fur a glossy sheen. Its single horn gleams in the light, like a piece of dark jade that has been repeatedly polished, a masterpiece of its years of rubbing against trees. Shen Ming glanced at the ancient tree next to him. The trunk was covered with fresh, unhealed scratches, long, slanted white marks, the deepest of which was almost embedded in the wood. You certainly know how to pick a place. Shen Ming patted Dawei's back, his palm revealing thick muscles and warm fur. Dawei flicked its tail in response, without even raising its head. Not far away, another newly arrived Xiao Zhiyu was also busy eating. It was 2 sizes smaller than Dawei, and a bone nose ring was prominently displayed on its nose, a smooth, hollow piece of animal bone with blunt, rounded ends, which was fixed with thin vine rope after passing through the nasal septum. The other end of the rope was loosely tied to a small tree nearby, not because they were really afraid it would run away, but just as a ritualistic tethering. It was luckier, or rather, unluckier, than the big eater. Before it arrived, Shen Ming had already accumulated enough lessons from failures and experiences from successes. The nose ring was successfully put on in one go. Several people worked together to push it down, and while it was stunned for a few seconds, they quickly pierced it and applied wood ash to stop the bleeding and disinfect it. The whole process took less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. It was in so much pain that it was trembling all over. Afterwards, Shen Ming gave it double the amount of salt and feed, and fed it personally for several days in a row. Now, it seems to have accepted this strange decoration hanging in front of its face, and occasionally rubs its nose while eating grass, as if it feels itchy. Chasing the rain from both ends, 2 different fates. One is an experiment, the other an improvement. That's how development works. You pay the price of the first trial and error to make the second one easier. Leaving the rain-fed area, Shen Ming walked slowly along the field ridges. The autumn harvest is long over, and the fields are empty. The sweet potato vines were cut down to feed the pigs, and the soil ridges were turned over and raked flat. Now, only a flat, brown piece of land remains, quietly waiting for something. In reality, nothing can be waited for. Shen Ming squatted down, picked up a pinch of soil, and crushed it between his fingertips. The soil is still relatively loose and dark in color, but it no longer has the same oily, nutrient-rich feel as when it was first cultivated. He knew where the problem lay. The planting intensity of 1 crop per year, coupled with his own extensive wood ash plus farmyard manure supplementation plan, simply couldn't keep up with the depletion of soil fertility. It's not that the fertilizer is ineffective, it's that the quantity is insufficient. He needs green manure, crop rotation, more scientific composting, and many other things that he doesn't currently have. Perhaps we could find some fast-growing plants. He gazed at the empty fields and muttered to himself, even if you can't eat them, it's okay. Just plant a crop during this late autumn/early winter gap and turn it into the soil as green manure. Legumes are best, as they can fix nitrogen. He thought for a moment, then shook his head. Where can I find legume seeds? The seed that most resembles a legume seed that I've seen so far is the seed of a tree. He stood up, dusted off his hands, and continued walking. Water flows slowly in the ditch beside it. This is a branch canal that branched off from the original irrigation canal. After several years of repairs and maintenance, it has now become an irrigation network covering most of the main village's fields. The water volume is not large, but its stability is valuable. This flowing river has never stopped flowing in the past 4 years. Looking at the water, Shen Ming suddenly remembered a sentence, though he couldn't recall where he had read it. Civilization is about making water flow according to human will. His irrigation canals are still very rudimentary. They overflow during the rainy season and become shallow during the dry season, far from meeting his wishes. But at least it's already flowing. Shen Ming. The voice came from behind. Shen Ming paused for a moment. He didn't turn around immediately, but instead closed his eyes and took a very small, deep breath. Then he turned around. Lian stood at the other end of the field, holding her ever-present record board. I've found you. Shen Ming twitched the corners of his mouth, forcing out a smile that wasn't too fake. This is the last thing he wants to hear right now, not because he hates Lian herself, but because of what she brought. No one wants to be hit on the head by a series of pressing problems during a rare moment of leisure. But for items? Shen Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. For items, thankfully. He still remembered the most terrifying time when Lien chased him from dawn till dusk, reciting 27 things from the lack of water in the fields to the need to repair the pigsty, from the lack of manpower at the Upstream outpost to the fact that the bamboo strips he had stockpiled were about to get moldy. That night, when he lay back in bed, her voice was still buzzing in his head. "You say." He put on an expression of listening attentively. Lien opened the record board and marked the first entry with the tip of her charcoal pencil. The first problem is the shortage of labor in the fields. She paused, as if gathering her thoughts, and then began to speak in her characteristically calm and methodical pace. There is still a lot of farmland that can be cultivated. Around the main village, on the gentle slope across the river, and on the edge of the meadow west of the lake outpost, at least another 500 rows can be cleared. But we don't have enough manpower. She drew several numbers on the board with a charcoal pencil. The planting season is actually sufficient. A skilled worker can plant about 1,000 sweet potatoes a day. Based on a 10-day planting period, adult workers alone can plant 300,000 sweet potatoes. If children over 12 years old are also included in the planting team, 500,000 sweet potatoes can be planted. If we plant at this rate, all the sweet potatoes we have now can be stored as seeds. She looked up at Shen Ming. With 500,000 seed potatoes based on our average yield over the past few years, each seed potato will produce about 3 to 4 times the yield, and we expect to harvest 1.7 million sweet potatoes. As Shen Ming listened to the number, he vaguely sensed something. Lotus did not stop. Further problem 1, we can't finish it all. Based on a maximum of 12 yuan per person per day, and excluding infants and young children, a total of 63 people need sweet potatoes, with an annual consumption of approximately 260,000 yuan. She paused. The remaining amount is 1.4 million yuan. Second derivative problem. Soil fertility is difficult to maintain. She made some dots on the board with her charcoal pencil. This year, we have 7 experimental plots with the same seed source and management process as last year, but the average weight of a single sweet potato has decreased by about a quarter. Some plots have already shown a significant reduction in yield. The third derivative problem is the shortage of manpower during the harvest season. She turned to another page, which contained a very basic Gantt chart that Shen Ming had taught her. At maximum planting capacity, an average of 47,000 sweet potatoes need to be harvested by one laborer. Currently, our average harvesting capacity is 21,000 sweet potatoes per person. This is from the beginning of June, when the first batch of sweet potatoes fell off the flowers, until the end of the last batch in early July, a full month of harvesting. If we plant 500,000 plots, it will take 60 days to harvest them with the current labor force. She drew a heavy horizontal line under 60 days with her charcoal pencil. 60 days. This will overlap with the fishing season, the autumn grass storage season, and the winter firewood preparation season for brick kilns. She put away her charcoal pencil and looked at Shen Ming. The conclusion is, we don't have enough people. Shen Ming stood still, listening to this long, almost mathematically deductive statement, and remained silent for a few seconds. He recalled that 4 years ago, Lien was just an ordinary child. When he taught her how to set up unknowns, she would take a long time to calculate and couldn't even speak fluently. Now she stood before him, holding a homemade notepad, writing down the professor's numbers with a homemade charcoal pencil, and told him, 1.7 million minus 260,000 leaves 1.4 million. 60 days isn't enough. Fertility has decreased by a quarter. She wasn't reporting a problem. She was using the tools he taught her to think for him. Shen Ming suddenly felt a little dazed. Stop. He raised his hand and pressed his temples. Next year's planting doesn't have to be at the maximum level. You can calculate the specific amount to plant, total amount, reserve seed potatoes, daily consumption, and an extra 200,000 yuan as a risk reserve. He paused, organizing his thoughts. Farmland with reduced fertility should be left fallow first. Planting pasture grass will nourish the animals. Pig and cow manure must be fully decomposed and cannot be applied directly to the ground. Wood ash should continue to be collected, and fallen leaves in the forest should be swept up and piled up for decomposition. Farming requires nurturing the land. We cannot just take without giving back. Lien nodded, without asking questions like how much harvest would be lost if the land was left fallow for a year. She has come to understand the logic. Losing a little now is to avoid losing more later. She quickly jotted down the key points on the whiteboard and then turned to the next page. The second thing is that bears have migrated into the danger zone. Shen Ming raised an eyebrow. signaling her to continue. The hunting team discovered fresh bear tracks on the edge of the northwestern forest the day before yesterday. The footprints are between the size of an adult female bear and a subadult, and they are moving southeast towards the main village. They're currently about 2 days walking distance away. The question is, should they drive them away or kill them? He pondered for a moment. Observe first. If it is just passing by and does not approach within a mile of the settlement, do not move it. If it stays in the vicinity for more than 3 days, or begins to approach the fields or pigsties, let the mountain lead the way to drive it away, and try not to kill it. If they are really stubborn, then kill them. If they settle down in this area, mark it, and I'll deal with them in the winter. Lien wrote it down. The third matter concerns the reinforcement of the salt cave. The salt wall has now been drilled into a hole to extract salt, which will seep water. Dongie said she was worried that it would collapse, so she asked me to ask what would be better to support it. Bricklaying and wooden beams won't last more than 2 years in a damp environment, but brick pillars can be fired to be denser. Tell her that if there aren't enough people, we can bring in people from the main village. The construction period can be extended, but the quality cannot be reduced. Lien nodded. The fourth matter concerns the assessment and discussion of the sweet potato starch production time. There's a lot of rain in late autumn this year, making it difficult to dry the sweet potatoes. I was wondering if it would be possible to save some of the sweet potatoes for processing into flour during the winter off-season. However, the low winter temperatures make pounding difficult, and I'm not sure which option would result in less waste. Shen Ming thought for a moment. It is indeed more laborious to process starch in winter, but starch oxidizes more slowly at low temperatures and becomes whiter. This year, we will conduct small-scale trials to compare the two methods before making them fully implemented. Lien wrote the last stroke on the board. She held the clipboard tightly, looked up at Shen Ming, seemingly waiting for the next instruction. Shen Ming didn't speak immediately. He looked up at the sky. The sun had already climbed past the treetops and moved from the eastern mountains to a position slightly south of directly overhead. The light changed from slanting to direct, casting short shadows on the ridges of the fields. They walked and talked along the edge of the field, and before they knew it, it was almost noon. Shen Ming suddenly asked a question that had been weighing on his mind all day, a question that had been on his mind since he opened his eyes that morning. What ingredients are available today? Lien was slightly taken aback, then turned to the first page of the record board, which was a dedicated page for summarizing daily supplies. The hunting party reported back this morning. 1 rabbit and 1 bird. The fish traps on the river were hauled in this morning, and they caught 7 shrimp and 1 eel. There are still some glutinous rice sticks left, enough for about 2 days. She paused, then added, sweet potatoes are not included in the inventory. The main village currently has an inventory of about 430,000 sweet potatoes. The third warehouse is about to be full, and the site selection for the fourth warehouse has been planned. Shen Ming nodded. Sweet potatoes, again sweet potatoes. In a main tribe alone, the sweet potato reserves are so large that a fourth warehouse needs to be built specifically for storage. He tried almost every form of sweet potato he could think of: steamed sweet potatoes, roasted sweet potato porridge, dried sweet potatoes, sweet potato starch, and sweet potato noodles, but production still far outpaced consumption. For years ago, he wouldn't have dared to dream of such a prosperous future. If things continued like this, even pigs would be able to eat sweet potatoes. It has now truly come true, but it brought new troubles. Let's skip the eel, Shen Ming said. We couldn't find any ginger, and it would taste awful if we cooked it. It would be a waste. We'll just have some shrimp tonight. Lien agreed and drew a small X on the edge of the record board to indicate cancel. When we returned to the tribe, the midday sun shone through the eaves, casting warm patches of light on the open ground. Shen Ming picked up his lunch, 2 bowls of sweet potato porridge, which had cooled down a bit and was now at the perfect temperature. The porridge wasn't very thick, but it had plenty of starch, giving a light yellow hue. Drinking it warmed you from your throat to your stomach. He squatted on the edge of the shadow under the eaves and finished his drink in a few gulps. Lien sat on a stone slab not far away, with a record board spread out in front of her, and began to calculate the numbers that Shen Ming had just authorized her to handle entirely. The charcoal pencil scratched across the paper, her brows furrowed slightly, and her lips moved silently from time to time, a habit she had developed while doing mental arithmetic. Shen Ming did not disturb her. He put the empty bowl into the recycling bin, stood up, patted off the non-existent dirt on his knees, and walked towards the kiln area. The kiln area is one of the noisiest places in the tribe for most of the year. Smoke from firewood, voices, the muffled sound of bone hoes digging soil, the subtle collisions of new clay blanks being placed into the kiln. These sounds are almost never interrupted. But it's late autumn now. The river rose and overflowed the riverbanks where clay is usually collected. Without new soil, there are no new blanks. Without new blanks, the kiln remains empty. The 3 brick kilns sat there quietly, their entrances dark and devoid of firelight. Scattered all around were broken pottery shards and half-cracked bricks, like the leftovers from a hastily concluded banquet. Shen Ming stepped through the soft kiln ash and walked to the top of the largest kiln, where he sat down. The bricks on the kiln roof were warm from the sun, and even through a layer of animal hide, one could still feel the lingering warmth from the flames of the past. He leaned back, almost lying down, but finally he propped himself up on his arms and looked up at the sky. The autumn sky was high and pale. It was a pure, unblemished blue, as if it had been repeatedly washed. He stared at the empty blue expanse, but his mind seemed to be open 7 or 8 windows simultaneously, flashing images in turn. The nose ring on that little rain-chasing creature was made of bone, polished smooth, successfully pierced, and tied with a vine rope. The string of numbers Lien just recited, 1,700,000, 260,000, 60 days, a quarter. The empty can of wine that ran away stood in the corner, like a headless, unsolved case. Flour? No. Starch. The bowl of noodles he made was so awful it was unforgettable, yet he squatted by the stove and ate it all, bite by bite. Metallic ores, blue, green, red, and black. Someone was sent to collect them, then burned. If nothing came out, it meant something was wrong. It was all a matter of luck. What else could be done? He couldn't think of anything. It's not that there's nothing to do. Quite the opposite. There's too much to do, so much that he can grab a handful of unsolved problems no matter which way he reaches out. But today, at this moment, sitting atop this now extinguished kiln, with an endless blue sky above and a silent, temporarily suspended work area all around, he couldn't think of anything he could do at that moment. He doesn't need to go hunting, doesn't need a farm, someone feeds him when it rains, someone sweeps the pigsty. The salt cave is being reinforced, someone is overseeing this starch experiment. Lien is taking care of all 4 things, and even tomorrow's breakfast is scheduled. He suddenly realized something somewhat absurd. In a tribe he built with his own hands, he is no longer the most indispensable person. This is not a bad thing. This was something he had spent 4 years doing, bit by bit, deliberately. He taught them how to farm, so they no longer needed him to sow the seeds himself. He taught them how to fire a kiln, so they no longer needed him to make the blanks by hand. He taught Lien to calculate, so she began to think about the logic behind those numbers for him. He taught Thorne management, so she was able to handle all the affairs of the lake outpost on her own. He taught the mountain to cooperate, so that hunting parties could hunt enough meat even without him by their side. He taught so many people and so many things. Then he had some free time. Shen Ming gazed at the sky, a slow smile curving his lips. He recalled 4 years ago when he squatted on the riverbank in this valley, covered in mud, staring blankly at 3 small fish, wondering what to do in the future and whether he could really lead these primitive people to develop. Now he sits atop the brick kiln, his body honed by 4 years of labor into an iron-like form, his mind racing with thoughts of how many sweet potatoes to plant next year and how to restore the soil's organic matter. A lot has changed. Not much has changed. He would still look up at the sky in autumn, just like he used to live off his parents at home. At that time, he was just thinking, when will I be able to find a job? Now he's thinking, when will we find the metal? Or he lay down. The bricks on the kiln roof were very stable, firmly supporting his back. The sunlight shone directly on my face, making my eyelids feel slightly hot. He closed his eyes, and all that remained around him was the wind and the faint sound of someone chopping wood in the distance. He was not asleep, but I didn't think about it anymore. It lay there like that, like a piece of pottery that had been heated in the sun, quietly drying before being put into the kiln. Night falls. The campfire had burned out, leaving only a pile of dark red embers, occasionally popping up with a spark. Shen Ming sat at the door of his hut, a large, clean leaf spread on his lap, with 7 charcoal-grilled river shrimp neatly arranged on it. The shrimp shells were roasted until crispy, with slightly curled edges, revealing tender white shrimp meat inside, while steam still rose in wisps. He picked one up and dipped it in the freshly made salt. The shrimp meat is fresh, sweet, and springy, with just the right amount of salt. He slowly and carefully ate the 7 shrimp, gathered the shells into the leaves, and got up to throw them into the scrap basket next to the stove. Then he walked back to the open space in front of the house. There was no wind. The moonlight was bright, casting a pale white glow on the stone slabs in the open space. Shen Ming bent down, placed his hands on the stone slab, and began to do his first set of push-ups. 1, 2, 3. His movements were steady, his arms were bent and straightened, his core was engaged, and his breathing was steady. 179, 180. He stood up and, without stopping, immediately began to raise his legs high. His knees pounded his chest again and again, and his feet made a soft tap, tap sound when they landed, which was especially clear in the quiet night. 3 groups per round, 30 rounds in total. Under the moonlight, his shadow rose and fell repeatedly. When the last set ended, his breathing remained steady, and there was only a very thin layer of sweat on his forehead. He wiped it off with the back of his hand and went inside. There was no light. He didn't need it. He groped his way to the bedside, lifted the animal's skin, and lay down. The room was quiet, so quiet you could hear your own heartbeat. He stared at the dark ceiling, then suddenly remembered something. He remembered his parents' kitchen, his mother standing in front of the stove, noodles cooking in a pot, the steam blurring her face. He sat at the dining table, playing on his phone, while his father watched the evening news in the living room, the opening theme song just starting to play. He recalled his college dorm room, where his roommates' alarm clocks rang every 5 minutes, and no one was willing to get up first to turn it off. Outside the window, the winter sky was gray and white. He huddled under the covers, thinking about what takeout to order later. He recalled his first night after transmigrating, when he was surrounded and attacked by a pack of wild dogs, and his ankle was bitten. He thought he wouldn't survive the day. Those images are like fallen leaves on a river, drifting in one by one, and then drifting away one by one. He did not try to persuade him to stay. He closed his eyes. His breathing gradually became deeper and more even. It ended on September 1st of the 4th year. Tomorrow there will be new problems. The bear's tracks, the seepage from the salt cave, the oxidation of starch, the fertility of the fields, the big-mouthed man's nose ring, and the jar of wine whose whereabouts are still unknown. There are still countless mysteries yet to be solved, which he has not yet thought of. But that's for tomorrow. Now, for years later, on this autumn night, he lies in the house he built with his own hands, covered with animal hides he tanned himself, and resting his head on the piece he has built up over the past 4 years with countless failures and small successes. Chapter 98, An Ordinary Day. 3 poles in the sun. Sunlight streamed in obliquely through the window, spreading a warm yellow hue across the compacted earth. There are people walking around outside, the crisp sound of a host striking stones, and someone shouting loudly for people to go to the river to fetch water. Dong Han, however, lay on the bed and didn't hear a thing. Her face was buried in the rabbit skin that had been used for 3 years. The edges of the skin were already hardened from being soaked in saliva, but she didn't care. Then, the animal skin blanket was suddenly ripped off. A cool breeze swept in, making her back hunch. Time to get up, it's cold in winter. Dong San's voice came, and the hand had already landed on her bare buttocks with practiced ease, giving it a crisp smack. Dong Han buried his face deeper into the rabbit skin and let out a muffled "Sleep a little longer, Mom. If you sleep any longer, I won't give you lunch." These words are like a bucket of cold water precisely splashed onto the back of my neck in the winter chill. She practically sprang up. Before her eyelids were even fully open, she was already kneeling upright on the bed. Then I got hit on the forehead. It's not heavy, but it's in a tricky spot, right above the brow bone where the skin is thinnest. Dong Sin curled his fingers, and after playing the piano, he rubbed the same spot as if to rub away the red mark. "How many times have I told you not to get out of bed? If the hay's all crushed, are you going to dry new straw?" Dong Han didn't say anything, but looked down at the straw mat under his feet. The thick layer of hay, fluffy and dry, was something she and her mother had just carried back from the pasture last month, and now her toes had poked a shallow hole in it. She subtly tucked her toes in. Then, she got up naked from the bed, walked past her mother, and headed for the door. "How many times have I said that?" Dong Sin grabbed her by the back of the neck. "You must wear clothes when you go out. This is a rule set by the gods." Dong Han stumbled as he was pulled, his toes scraping a shallow mark on the muddy ground. Disobedient. Dongson lowered his voice, adopting a deliberately somber tone, the kind he used when telling a story. Be careful. He might send a brown bear over at night to snatch you up and eat you. Donghan looked up at her. The 15-year-old's eyes were clear and bright, reflecting the crisp blue sky outside the window. Mom, I'm not a child anymore. She paused, then added, I knew all along that this stuff was fake. It's just for kids. Dongson didn't reply. She lowered her eyes and bent down to pick up the piece of paper that had been blown off by the wind. Just now, a gust of wind had blown in from the doorway and overturned the things on the shelf. It's a calendar. The top line of text, written in charcoal, is clearly written, May of the 19th year. The dates in the row below, from the 1st to today, have all been pinched off with fingernails. That's Dong San's habit. The first thing he does every morning when he wakes up is to erase yesterday's memories. Dong San picked up the calendar and gently smoothed the curled corner in his palm. She did not answer her daughter's comment. That's just something to fool children. She simply put the calendar back on the shelf and pressed it down again. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Donghan quickly wrapped his clothes around his body. The cloth, made of tree bark fibers, was breathable and durable, but it was also prickly. Especially the new one. The neckline wasn't worn long enough, and the area around my collarbone was very itchy. She rubbed her neck, not daring to take it off. My mother told me about the rules of the gods. Remember to have lunch at the central square at noon. Dongsan's voice came from behind. Okay, the winter chill has already gone far away. She ran past rows of neat brick houses with various kinds of leather and dried vegetables drying under the eaves. Some people were squatting by the door chopping wood, their axes rising and falling, with chips flying everywhere. Others were sitting on small stools twisting ropes, their fingers flying, humming some tune. As she passed the pigsty, she slowed her pace and glanced inside the fence. Several large pigs were huddled around the trough, heads down, eating heartily and making satisfied grunts. In the adjacent cubicle, a sow lay on her side, a row of pink piglets huddled together on her belly, searching for teats, her tail tip curling happily. She took a second look. The piglet was really small, not much bigger than her arm. Then she kept running. We've arrived at the fields. May is the season when sweet potatoes grow wildly. The vines on the ridges have spread out in a thick layer, with leaves crowding each other. So green, they're almost black, completely covering the entire ridge. When the wind blows, waves of green stretch as far as the eye can see. Slow down in the winter chill and walk along the field ridges. She has a sharp eye, honed since childhood. Underneath the clump of leaves, a small white flower was drooping listlessly, its petals slightly curled at the edges. She bent down and touched it with her finger. It's not completely withered yet. We can probably call the adults to dig it up in the next day or two. She silently memorized the location. The third row, slightly south of the middle, next to the crooked wooden stake. Then she straightened up and continued walking forward. When she passed by the row of chili peppers by the field, she deliberately took 2 steps around them. The chili leaves were shaved very bare, and the new shoots hadn't even had time to grow. But Donghan knew that just getting the sap on his skin would make it burn for half a day. Last year, that idiot Shi Jian didn't believe in superstitions and reached out to grab it, resulting in him howling for half an afternoon. She frowned immediately when she thought of Shi Jian. But just then, a voice rang out from behind. Oh, it's winter. She didn't turn around. Donghan, come help your uncle with this. Take these bamboo shoots to the central square. She turned around. Shi Jian stood by the bamboo basket by the roadside, one hand on his hip, the other waving at her with that smug smile on his face. The bamboo basket contained freshly peeled, tender bamboo shoots, stacked up white and still glistening with morning dew. He was only 2 months older than her. Donghan stopped, squinted, and looked him up and down. You know, uncle at all, have you forgotten everything teacher Dongi taught you? I'm your peer. Shi Jian didn't respond, but just grinned, revealing his slightly crooked front tooth. I have a child, he said. You don't. Domfan Zayiros Furuba. I'm the same age as you. I have children, you don't. My grades are better than yours. I have children, you don't. Shi Jian. The sound of winter chill rose in pitch. Do you have anything else to say? Shi Jian thought about it carefully. Yes, I have. He nodded, his smile widening even further. I have a wife. You don't have a husband. Donghan kicked him. Shi Jian was prepared and dodged to the side, the foot just barely grazing his inner thigh. He took 2 steps back, his smile undiminished, growing even more smug. You can't kick it. Dong Han stood still, his chest heaving. Finally, she ended this unpleasant conversation with 3 words. Get out of here. Shi Jian ran off laughing, without even taking the bamboo basket, leaving the pile of white, tender bamboo shoots drying by the roadside. Dong Han stood there, watching his figure disappear behind the row of brick houses. She stood there for a while, then suddenly lifted her foot and stomped it hard on the ground. Why can boys get married at 14, but girls have to be 18? No one answered. She kicked away a small pebble at her feet and continued walking into the valley. The beach by the river valley is her favorite place to visit. It's called a beach, but it's not actually sand, it's gravel. The stones, large and small, have been washed by the river for countless years, their edges rounded, and they make a crunching sound when you step on them. A little further away, the river water shimmered with a white light, and the current was gentle. The crocodile is in that water. Winter's chill did not approach. She squatted down on the pebble beach far from the riverbank and began to rummage through the stones. The gods have said so. Whoever finds a colored stone can make a request of it. She wasn't quite sure what she wanted to ask. Maybe she wanted her mother to stop pulling off her blankets so early in the morning. Maybe she wanted Shi Jian's mouth to rot for 3 days. Maybe she wanted her father to come home earlier. She bent down and turned over the stones. She had been searching this beach for 3 years and was familiar with every single rock that was exposed on the ground. Gray, white, ochre, and occasionally 1 or 2 pieces with dark red patterns. If you pick them up and give them to Teacher Dongi will put them in a pottery jar and say that when you go to the main tribe, you can have the gods take a look at them together. She has never found a real metal ore, but she will still come. The sun gradually climbed to its zenith. Dong Han straightened up, rubbed her aching knees, and turned over a small fan-shaped area on the gravel beach, but still found nothing today. She looked up at the sky. A bird is circling in the sky. Whether it was an eagle or a hawk, its wings spread wide, its dark silhouette gliding slowly across the blue sky, circling and circling. Dong Han tilted her head back and squinted at it. It flew very high, so high, as if it would never fall. She suddenly raised her hand, pointed at the bird, and cursed. Silly bird. The sound was faint and was carried away by the wind in the valley. The bird ignored her and continued circling. Lunchtime. Under the wooden shed in the central square, more than a dozen low tables were already full of people. The air was filled with the familiar, steamy aroma of smoked pork, bamboo shoots, and sweet potato noodles, along with steamed sweet potatoes glistening with oil. Dong Han, carrying her own portion, found a seat in the corner and sat down. Slurping the noodles into my mouth, I experienced the unique smoothness of sweet potato starch, the tenderness of bamboo shoots, the salty aroma of smoked meat, and a subtle hint of smokiness. As she chewed, her tongue began to automatically recall another flavor. Fresh pork. We can only eat this in winter when the pigs are at their fattest. After slaughtering, the meat is cut into thick slices and roasted over a fire until it sizzles, with oil dripping into the fire and creating a burst of sparks. That smells 100 times better than smoked meat. She swallowed a mouthful of noodles and sighed. When will Dad come back? My father was on a hunting team, and he would often be away for half a month at a time. They returned covered in mud and with fresh prey. As she was thinking, she suddenly heard a voice from behind her. Winter is cold. She paused for a moment while holding the bowl. Are you full? Would you like 2 more sweet potatoes? Aunt Sher stood behind her, short and round, with a smile on her face that always seemed to worry you were going hungry. Dong Han sighed inwardly. She had heard this sentence for 14 years. Every time she ate, the cook would ask her the same question, as long as she could remember. When she was little, she didn't understand and would actually say, I want more, and the food aunt would really bring her more, watching her finish eating, her eyes crinkling into slits with laughter. Now she's all grown up. No. She raised her face, smiled, and shook her head. Thank you, Auntie Sher, I have enough to eat. Aunt Sher nodded, her smile deepening. Enough food is fine. She said it in a low voice, as if talking to herself. Enough to eat is fine. No one will starve. Dong Han buried her face back in the bowl. She thought to herself, with this yield of sweet potatoes, how could anyone starve to death? Every year we collect so much, filling 5 or 6 warehouses. It's exhausting. But she didn't say it. In the afternoon, Dong Han stood at the door of that familiar low house and took a deep breath, then pushed the door open. 7 pairs of eyes turned to her simultaneously. The older ones were 7 or 8 years old, while the younger ones could barely reach the table. Some sat upright with sharpened wooden sticks in front of them. Others secretly played with their toes under the table. Dong Han walked in and placed the textbook in his hand, along with a thin wooden board with 20 commonly used characters written on it, on the table. Today we're learning the character Stone. She picked up a twig and made the first stroke on the area where a thin layer of ash had been sprinkled on the ground. A horizontal line at the top, followed by a left falling stroke, and then the left falling stroke connects to a mouth shape. Some people were diligently following along with the drawing, while others were staring out the window in a daze. After Dong Han finished speaking, he looked at the several faces below, some focused and some blank. She recalled sitting in this spot when she was a child, with teacher Dongi standing where she is now, teaching her to write the character person stroke by stroke. She couldn't write it well, dragging out that stroke too long. Teacher Dongi didn't scold her. She just held her hand and rewrote it. She bent down and used a wooden stick to wipe away the crooked stone character on the ground. Let's do it again. As the sun set, the winter chill emerged from that low house. Her voice was already a little hoarse, and a thin layer of sweat had formed on the back of her neck. Of the 7 little ones, she wondered how many had actually remembered the word stone. She walked slowly back to the central square. Teaching children is no human being. As dusk settled and smoke rose from the chimneys, dinner was already laid out. It's sweet potato noodles again, but this time I added some green leaves. The vegetable leaves were cooked until soft and mushy, and when mixed in the noodle soup, they broke easily with chopsticks. Those who don't have enough to eat can roast sweet potatoes themselves at the stove next door. The fire burns year-round, and sweet potatoes are piled in baskets, ready to be roasted as needed. Dong Han had just sat down with her bowl in her hand when she heard that familiar voice. Winter is cold. She didn't look up, but the corners of her mouth unconsciously curved slightly. Are you full? Would you like 2 more sweet potatoes? Aunt Sure stood behind her, short and round, with the same smile on her face as she remembered. Dong Han looked down at the few floating vegetable leaves in the bowl and suddenly remembered that a long time ago, she seemed to have asked her mother, why is Aunt Sure always worried that everyone is hungry? Mom didn't answer. She simply said, it wasn't like this before. Dong Han put a mouthful of noodles into his mouth. It's enough to eat, she said. Thank you, any food. Aunt Sure nodded, satisfied, and left. Her shadow was long and warm in the firelight. Dong Han lowered his head and continued eating his noodles. The night breeze blew across the square, ruffling the hairs around her ears. The sound of Shi Jian and his wife talking could be heard in the distance. They were laughing, and it was unclear what they were saying. Over at the pig pen, piglets were huddled against their mother's belly, searching for milk and making soft grunting noises. Dong Han finished the last sip of noodle soup. She suddenly thought, I should go to the valley and look for stones again tomorrow, just in case. Chapter 99, Third Kind of Contact. May 4th, 19th year, early morning. The sky above the main village was as blue as a flint that had just been washed by the river. Clean, clear, and without a single cloud in the way. 2 birds are circling in this blue expanse. One, with a wide wingspan and dark feathers, hovers with a steady and experienced posture. The other one is slightly smaller, with brownish feathers and a forked tail. When flying, it likes to test the airflow by going up and down. It has been lingering near the tribe for nearly 20 years, so long that the first tribespeople to see it have all grown old. Oh, my friend. The black-feathered one spoke first. Its cries sounded like a series of chirps to humans, but the other one clearly understood the meaning behind it. Why have you been staying in this area all this time? In the past 20 years, I can count the number of times you've flown away on one paw. The brown-feathered bird tilted its head, preened the feathers on its chest with its beak, and answered slowly. My friend, don't you think these monkeys are interesting? Monkey. The black-feathered bird looked down and saw that the tribe's brick houses looked like neat blocks of earth, and that humans were busy moving between the houses and the fields like ants. Interesting monkeys are there every year, but they all die. Newborns, those who die of old age, those killed by wild animals, those killed by their own kind. You've seen their great-grandfathers struggling to survive, while it spread its wings and looked into the distance. You can go to the rainforest, where there are vast nut forests. You can't possibly pick them all. You don't understand. The brown-feathered bird's gaze followed a girl on the ground who was bending over and turning over stones on the edge of a field. Her hair was blown about by the wind, and she was looking up at the sky, cursing something. I feel they are different and... It paused. They can call me now. What did I call you? The brown-feathered bird did not answer immediately. It folded its wings, swooped down, and landed steadily on the highest branch of the crooked ancient tree. The morning breeze blew from the valley, carrying the cool scent of the river water and the faint grunting of pigs from the distant pig pen. It opened its beak. The airflow passes through the throat, repeatedly adjusting, probing, and calibrating between the root of the tongue and the palate. It practiced this movement for a long time, not with the vocal cords of birds, but with the human way of pronouncing sounds that it had heard countless times with its highs and lows. Hello, human. I'm a silly bird. What came out of its beak was no longer the chirping of birds, but a string of clear, stiff, yet distinctly Chinese syllables. It paused. No, the pronunciation is too far back. The class in human is drawn out too much, unlike the crisp way monkeys speak. It raised its paw and rubbed the tip of its beak with its curved nails, like a human rubbing their throat. Hello, human. I'm a silly bird. This time it's much better. It repeated itself once, a third time, and a fourth time. Each syllable is repeatedly chewed, swallowed, and spat out again. It's not in a hurry. It has plenty of time. Initially, it was just passing by. At that time, there were only a few monkeys in this valley, crammed into a drafty cave, starving in skin and bones. He became interested and wanted to see how long the monkeys could live. As a result, those monkeys were taken away by several other monkeys, which piqued his interest. Then he discovered that the leader of the group of monkeys had found a sacred object. That heavy, alien object, which shimmered with a warm yellow light in the sunlight, was held in the hand of a thin, hairless monkey. It wants it, but it didn't steal. It had lived a long time and seen too many plunderers being torn apart by stronger ones. What it wants, it always gets through exchange. Giving bear meat, deer grass, or even a piece of salt to something that doesn't know what it wants is always a good idea. But these monkeys are different. They were able to kill brown bears and drive away saber-toothed tigers. They have a language, a division of labor, and those densely packed symbols carved on the bark. It spent 20 years not observing prey, but learning about a civilization. Now it can finally utter its first complete, standard sentence, perfectly honed from throat to tongue. Hello, human. I'm a silly bird. When Shen Ming pushed open the door, the morning light shone directly on his face. He squinted, yawned, and subconsciously took 2 steps toward the shelf before stopping. The ceramic basin next to the shelf is empty. Lien didn't change his wash water today. He rubbed the back of his neck, resignedly picked up the empty basin, and walked towards the door. Then he heard a voice. Hello, human. I'm a silly bird. Shen Ming stopped. He turned his head to the side. The eaves were empty except for a gray-backed sparrow fluttering its wings as it flew by. Auditory hallucinations. He started walking and continued. Hello, human. I'm a silly bird. He stopped again. This time he slowly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the eaves, the windowsill, and the highest branch of the crooked old tree. A large brown-feathered bird with a forked tail was perched there, tilting its head and looking at him in an extremely human-like, expectant posture. Hello, human. I'm a silly bird. The bird opened its beak. Shen Ming heard his heartbeat skip a beat. He blinked. Then he blinked again. Wow, a parrot. Umans. The bird immediately spoke, its speech a little faster than before, with a hint of barely perceptible urgency. I'm not a parrot. I'm a silly bird. Shen Ming remained silent. He looked at the bird. The bird was looking at him too. Who are you? I'm a silly bird. I am. You are human. Shen Ming raised his hand and rubbed his temples. A familiar sensation of flesh and bone pressing against the fingertips. He didn't time travel, he didn't dream, and he didn't hallucinate because he stayed up all night drawing blueprints. A talking bird was perched in front of him. Moreover, this bird can not only talk, but also correct his address. He remained silent for a few seconds. Then he thought, compared to the inexplicable time travel, compared to the ability to be resurrected, a talking bird doesn't seem so surprising. So what would its purpose be? Curiosity, or perhaps a desire? He lowered his hand. What do you want? The bird seemed surprised that he skipped all the surprise, questions, and verification and went straight to the heart of the matter. Its wings twitched, and its claws shifted half an inch on the branch. Umans. It said to slow down the pace and make each word as clear as possible. I want a yellow, glowing thing. We can trade. Something yellow that glows. Several candidates flashed through Shen Ming's mind in an instant. He turned around and went into the house, and when he came out, he was holding a piece of cooled roasted sweet potato. He broke it open, and the inside was a warm golden color like the sun. This, the bird stretched its neck out half an inch, then retracted it. No, no. It shook its head with a large amplitude, like a human waving their hand. Another. Shen Ming looked at it, at the bird, at its dark, bright eyes that reflected his image, at its constantly shifting claws, and thought. It's tense. He turned around and went back into the house. This time, he walked toward the earthenware jar that had never been sealed and had never been opened on his own. The jar was lined with dry grass, and on top of the grass rested a fist-sized, heavy piece of metal with a smooth, warm surface for being rubbed. Gold. He held in his palm and walked out the door. The bird suddenly spread its wings, then forced itself to close them again. Its claws dug into the bark, leaving 2 fresh white marks. Yes, yes. Its sound was 1 degree higher than before. This is it. Shen Ming looked down at the gold in his hand, then looked up at the birds in the tree. Sunlight shines on the metal surface, refracting into a small, soft, flowing halo. What do you need it for? The bird did not answer immediately. Its gaze lingered on the piece of gold for a long time. So long that Shen Ming thought it wouldn't answer. Then it said, "This is mine." Shen Ming raised his eyebrows. 20 years ago, the bird said, its voice lowering and no longer as smooth as before. I found it in the mountains to the north, carried it with me, and flew for a long time. Then I encountered a flock of eagles, and I was chased and dropped it into a nest. Its beak opened and closed. There were cubs in the nest, but they were already dead. I didn't go down to get them. So for the past 20 years, Shen Ming said, "You've stayed here just waiting for a chance to take it back?" The bird nodded, but then shook its head when it saw Shen Ming's indifferent face. At first it said, but then, it didn't continue. You're lying. I found this in the valley. It's not a bird's nest. Shen Ming curled the corners of his mouth. Things were getting even more interesting. If you want it, you can. The bird's wings opened again. But Shen Ming gripped the gold tightly. What do you want to trade for it? The bird opened its beak, then closed it again. Its mind raced, offering bare meat, deer grass, and a piece of salt to something it didn't know what it wanted. What do these monkeys want? They have plenty of meat, grass, and salt. They had fields, pigs, fire, and tree bark covered with densely carved symbols. What do they lack? For the first time, it discovered that it did not know the answer. What do you want? Shen Ming looked at it. He did not answer immediately. The sunlight slanted in from the east, casting long and short shadows of him and the bird onto the mottled trunk of the ancient tree. In the distance, people were hurrying to the river to drink water after the rain, their shouts coming from across the fields, gentle and familiar. Shen Ming suddenly smiled. Before I tell you what to exchange it for, he said, let's have a chat first. The bird was stunned. It has lived for many years and gone through countless exchanges, giving meat, grass, and salt, taking away what it wanted, and settling the score with no debts owed to each other. Neither party has ever made such a request. Shah! It opened its beak, as if it were about to say something, when it suddenly became alert. Wrong. Chatting doesn't require any physical goods or resources. It's just the exchange of words and the passage of time. This exchange is so light that its value cannot be estimated. It was willing to pay a high price for that sacred object. Meat, grass, salt, and even drive away some of the monkey's natural enemies. But chatting? It cannot be measured. It will lose money if it doesn't make trades that are impossible to measure. Shah. It spoke slowly. It's also an exchange. It spread its wings, ready to take off. Then you can leave. Those 4 words fell down. The bird's claws were fixed on the branch. It looked down at the hairless monkey, no, the human. He stood there, holding what he had wanted for 20 years, his face showing no anger, no mockery, and not even a plea to stay. He was merely stating a fact. Then you can leave. The bird did not fly. It stood on the branch, silent for a very, very long time. It said, what do you want to talk about? Chapter 100 Transactions. Shen Ming waved his hand. You just stay here by yourself for a bit, he said, his tone as casual as if he were dismissing a teenager who had come to visit. I have some things to take care of. The bird perched on the branch, tilting its head to look at him. It wasn't quite sure what dumb meant, but it understood from the gesture and tone. Waiting? So it tightened its claws, sank its body into the hollow of the branch, and lowered its tail feathers, like a sculpture that had suddenly fallen silent. Shen Ming had already turned around and taken 2 steps, then stopped. He didn't turn around, he just turned his face to the side. What do you want to eat? The bird opened and closed its beak, as it conceived a long list of statements about exchange, about its stance that I don't need charity, and about its pride that I can find food on my own. But those syllables are stuck in its throat, and it can't speak. Cranberry. Shen Ming nodded, asked no further questions, and walked straight towards the cluster of brick houses. The bird watched his figure disappear behind a gray-brown wall. Then it lowered its head and pecked at the feathers on its chest with its beak. Shen Ming went a long way. So far away that the bird's gaze could no longer penetrate the brick wall and the smoke from the chimney. So far away that he could temporarily shed that calm and composed face, as if everything was under control. For the first time ever, he took the initiative to go find Lien. Lien was counting the newly arrived dried vegetables at the warehouse entrance. She squatted on the ground, with 3 wicker baskets spread out in front of her. Her left hand was on the record board, and her right hand was holding a charcoal pencil, writing down today's data stroke by stroke. She heard footsteps and looked up. The moment she saw Shen Ming, her eyebrows twitched slightly, a very subtle change in expression that an ordinary person would not notice. But Shen Ming saw it. He knew what she was thinking. Why did you come today? Don't you hate dealing with these trivial matters? He offered no explanation. He walked over, squatted down opposite her, and began rummaging through the dried vegetables. How much dried vegetable has been stored? 320 bundles. They're about 70% dry, so they can be stored until next spring. Is there enough feed at the pigsty? That's enough. The newly harvested sweet potato vines have already been chopped up and mixed into the pig feed. As for Zhu Yuchu inside, Lien answered each question one by one, her tone calm, without asking any unnecessary questions. As Shen Ming listened, he mechanically turned over the dried vegetables in his hands, but his eyes were somewhat unfocused. In a daze, he saw another lotus. A lotus flower, still trying to solve a math problem by taking shortcuts. Shen Ming put a bundle of dried vegetables into the basket and stood up. Don't prepare my meals today, and don't let anyone come to my place this afternoon. Postpone all other matters for today until tomorrow. Lien nodded without asking why. She simply lowered her head and continued recording the number of dried vegetables in the basket. Shen Ming turned around and walked back to his small house. He closed the door. The room was quiet, and sunlight streamed in obliquely through the window, spreading a bright, gleaming quadrilateral across the mud floor. Shen Ming waited in the cabin for a long time. No birds came. He pushed the door open a crack and looked out. The ancient tree was completely empty. He closed the door. I waited for about 15 minutes. The sound of flapping wings came from outside the door, followed by the soft thud of claws landing on the wooden door frame. Then that somewhat familiar, guttural Chinese voice drifted in from outside the door. Umans, im kuming. Shen Ming opened the door. The bird was perched on a branch by the door frame, its chest feathers somewhat disheveled. It was clearly flying rather fast. Shen Ming did not expose it. He took a step back, leaving the door open, then crouched down so that he was roughly at a level with the bird. I am human, he said, but I have my own name. He paused. My name is Shen Ming. The bird tilted its head and looked at him. Its beak opened and then closed. A series of indistinct, wordless breaths rolled out of his throat, attempting to utter those 2 unfamiliar syllables. Press the tip of your tongue against the roof of your mouth, then release it. Your throat vibrates, then contracts. These 2 sounds require only a few months of practice for a human baby, but for a bird, it takes more than a year. It gave up. It turned its head to the side and refused to look at him. Shen Ming did not let its embarrassment last long. It's okay if you can't say it. He said this in a softer tone than before. Just call me human for now. The bird did not respond immediately. Its beak remained slightly open, as if the unuttered syllable was still stuck in its throat. Then it said, Humans, silly bird is the name you gave me. Shen Ming's lips twitched. He struggled to suppress a laugh. A bird, perched on a branch by his doorframe, spoke to him earnestly, word by word, in the Chinese it had learned. Silly bird is the name you gave me. He has heard many self-introductions in his life. This is the most outrageous one yet. Okay, silly bird. He slowly squeezed the 2 words out from between his teeth, making sure that each syllable was undisturbed. He succeeded, at least on the surface. Silly bird, he said, where did you come from? The bird shook its head. I can't say. Shen Ming didn't press the matter. He mentally weighed the question and posed it in a different direction. All right then. How far is the nearest sea from here? I mean a super large lake with salty water. The bird did not answer immediately. It lowered its head and used its beak to preen the feathers on its chest, a gesture of gathering its thoughts, which Shen Ming noticed. Then it said, "This river, 13 days." Shen Ming's pupils contracted slightly. 13 days, by plane. He suppressed the urge to immediately ask for more details. He changed his perspective. How many times a day can you make the round trip from here to the nearest lake, excluding rest periods? 7. Shen Ming nodded. He calculated the number in his mind. 182 days. A 6-month expedition. He showed no emotion on his face. Speaking of which, he adopted a more casual tone. Do you have any of your kind? How come you're the only one? The bird raised its head. Have, it said, its voice carrying a hint of pride that Shen Ming had never heard before. We live very far apart. It paused, then tilted its head back. The sky belongs to us. Shen Ming looked at it. When it said this, its eyes reflected a cloudless, clear blue sky. He suddenly remembered a creature from Earth, the macaw. The curve of its beak, the way its claws grip, its size, even the way it tilts its head to look at people. It was quite similar to them, except for the somewhat plain color of its feathers and its intelligence. He had never owned a parrot, but he had watched documentaries about them. He knew that kind of beak could crack the hardest nuts. He subtly moved his hand a few inches away from the doorframe. Currently, it appears to be a carbon-based life form, exhibiting no extraordinary abilities beyond the natural order, nor has it developed any technology sufficient to threaten the tribe. They just want a piece of gold. That's all. Shen Ming smiled. Have some fruit first. He turned and went into the house, and when he came out, he was holding a pottery jar in his hands. The jar contains dried cranberries that were sun-dried last autumn. The deep purple flesh has shriveled into a ball. He placed the pottery jar under the ancient tree, then stepped back a dozen paces and stood still. He didn't speak. He was simply showing through his actions. This is for you, not an exchange. The bird looked down at the dried fruit in the jar, then looked up at him. It didn't say thank you, but it flew down. It landed on the edge of the jar, bent down to pick up a dried fruit, and swallowed it. Shen Ming waited until it finished eating 3 before speaking. Getting this piece of gold is very simple. The bird paused for a moment. Help me find the metal, or once you find it, I'll lend it to you. The bird opened its beak, then closed it again. It forced the dried fruit that was still in its throat to be swallowed down. What? Shen Ming looked into its eyes. This bird doesn't know what metal is. It didn't know which stones could be transformed into something else by fire, and it never imagined that stones could be burnt. It has no civilization. It's just a creature that can talk, think, bargain, and has a desire for gold. It's okay if you don't know. They're just various colored stones. You bring them back, and I'll burn them. If they turn into liquid, they're metallic, or... The bird tilted its head and digested for a while. How should I know? It said. Did you find it or not? Shen Ming paused for a moment. They're a bit hard to fool. He had originally hoped that the bird could serve as a free, hard-working mineral prospector who looked down on the earth from the sky. But it asked the core question. It wants to know if its labor will get it what it wants in return. It doesn't want to make a deal with no return in sight. It is not the kind of tool that can be used indefinitely. I'll burn it for you then, Shen Ming said. If it produces liquid, then we've found it. The bird lowered its head and pecked at another dried fruit. It chewed, without responding immediately. Shen Ming waited for a while. He turned and went into the house. When he came out again, he had a piece of paper in his hand. The paper was rough, with jagged edges, but the surface was relatively smooth. The words on the paper were written with charcoal, and the ink had blurred somewhat, but each stroke was still clearly legible. He spread the paper on the ground in front of the bird. To sign your name, oh no, leave a footprint. Contract. Shen Ming and the silly bird formed a pact. If the foolish bird finds the metal, Shen Ming will lend it gold for the rest of its life. The bird lowered its head and approached the piece of paper. It looked at those dense, interwoven things like the tracks of many birds. It stared at it for a long time. I don't understand, it said. No way. Shen Ming crouched down to look it in the eye. If you don't sign, he said, his tone calm and even somewhat sincere, I can back out later, and there's nothing you can do about it. The bird tightened its grip. It stared at the paper. It couldn't see the footprints, nor could it understand the words. However, judging from the tone, not signing it would further distance one from the holy relic. It pressed its beak against the edge of the paper below the dense cluster of footprints, in a blank corner. It dipped itself in the red liquid provided by Shen Ming and pressed it down. The claw print has 3 toes, one pointing forward and one pointing backward, with clear, unique markings. It retracted its claws. Shen Ming picked up the paper, looked at it in the sunlight, and nodded in satisfaction. He folded the paper and put it in his pocket. The bird stood on the edge of the jar and stopped pecking at the dried fruit. Shen Ming stood up. "It's a pleasure to work with you." The bird did not answer. It spread its wings, leaped from the edge of the jar, drew a short arc in the air, and landed on a higher branch of the ancient tree. Chapter 101 Metal Mines. October 3rd, 1999, Furnace and Cellar Area. The wind blew from the north, sweeping across the harvested fields, through the sparse woods, and finally reaching this kiln area that was perpetually filled with the smell of smoke, carrying a distinct chill. Shen Ming lay on a simple recliner made of bamboo strips and animal hides under the shed, his hands behind his head, looking at the large bird perched on the crossbeam above him. "This is not right." He said it in a lazy tone, as if he were chatting with an old friend. "How many winters can you live through? Winter is when it gets cold, trees lose their leaves, and grass withers." The silly bird tilted its head and looked at him. Its beak opened and then closed, as if it were seriously considering the question. After 20 years of learning Chinese, it has mastered daily conversations and bargaining, but questions that require counting, such as how many winters, are clearly not in its everyday vocabulary. "Have no idea." It paused, as if organizing a more complex sentence. "Anyway, I've lived on this land since your great-great-grandfather's time." It lowered its head and preened the feathers on its chest with its beak, its posture nonchalant, as if it were stating a trivial matter. "You should be able to see your great-great-great-great-great-great-grandson again." It raised its eyes and looked at Shen Ming. "Wait until you die." It said, "I will live." Shen Ming paused for a moment. Then he smiled. "About 300 years. He muttered something to himself, then waved to the bird. "Don't walk so fast. Have something to eat and chat." The silly bird looked down at the earthenware jar under the shed. Inside the jar were freshly added dried cranberries that morning, their deep purple flesh glistening with a thin layer of sugar frosting in the winter sunlight. It hesitated for a moment. Then it spread its wings, leaped off the beam, and landed on the edge of the jar. It bent down and pecked at one. Shen Ming looked at it, a smile still lingering on his lips. But there was something in his eyes, very light and faint, like a wisp of smoke drifting in the wind. "Even after you die, I will still live." He looked away and gazed at the gray-blue sky beyond the kiln area. The silly bird has already flown far away. Its brown feathers blended into the autumn sky, quickly becoming a tiny dot before disappearing completely. Shen Ming did not call it back. He lay on the recliner and yawned. These past few months, that silly bird has really risked his life for that piece of gold. From June to October, over 100 days, it brought back more than 1,000 stones of various colors. Shen Ming specially set aside a shed to store those stones, red, green, blue, brown, patterned, and unpatterned, some as big as a fist, others only as thick as a thumb. Shen Ming looked at them one by one, touched them one by one, and burned them one by one. Neither. The silly bird never complained. It simply flies out every day, brings it back every day, lands by the jar to eat a few dried fruits, and then looks at Shen Ming with those expectant eyes. Shen Ming sometimes found it amusing that a bird would willingly act as his free mineral prospector for a beautiful stone, flying hundreds of miles every day, rain or shine. Sometimes he felt a little uneasy, but he didn't say anything. He would only occasionally wonder, when the silly bird wasn't around, what kind of creature was this? They live alone. The silly bird once said they live scattered, only occasionally meeting to chat. No tribes, no groups, no division of labor. Each bird occupies its own patch of sky, foraging and surviving alone. They have no natural enemies. The only threats they face are probably larger and fiercer birds of prey, but the silly birds clearly don't care about them. They can fly very fast and very far, unhindered by rivers, mountains, or forests on the ground. They are herbivores, needing not to chase prey or risk their lives for a meal. They are incredibly strong. Shen Ming had personally witnessed the silly bird easily pick up a rock half the size of his head with its claws and toss it in front of him. When it stands on a tree, its claws can dig directly into the bark, leaving several deep white marks. Compared to humans, creatures that struggle to survive without banding together for warmth. It is practically invincible. Shen Ming sometimes wonders, what would it be like if this kind of bird developed a civilization? But they didn't. They simply live their own lives, fly their own flights, and in their long lives, occasionally encounter their own kind, chat for a few words, and then continue their own journeys. Without writing, without tools, without fire, without exchange, except for the silly bird in front of him, he learned to bargain for that piece of gold. Shen Ming yawned again. His gaze fell on the large sheet of paper beside him. It was a map. It was drawn with charcoal pencil. The lines are rough and the markings are scribbled, but you can roughly see the direction of the mountains, rivers, and forests. He drew it bit by bit based on the silly bird's description. The silly bird flies in the sky, and nothing on the ground is an obstacle to it. It says that a place that takes a day to fly to might take an ordinary person a month to walk there. It says that a place that requires crossing 2 mountains might require an ordinary person to go around 7 or 8 river valleys. The problem is, it has flown for so long and still hasn't found any metal ore. Shen Ming frowned. This means that the metal mines are far away. Very, very far away. He closed his eyes, feeling the autumn sunlight filtering through the gaps in the bamboo strips of the roof, casting dappled light on his face. The land is fertile, the weather is favorable, the tribe has developed steadily, the population is growing steadily, there are more sweet potatoes than can be eaten, pigs in the pigsty are being sold in batches, and Jiyu's begun to try pulling lighter goods. What more plains do we need? Once you find a metal or a deposit, you can slowly expand in that direction. Anyway, he has plenty of time. Anyway, Shen Ming. The sound came from outside the shed. Shen Ming opened his eyes. Lian stood a few steps away, holding the record board in her hands as usual. It's time to get things done for today, she said. Shen Ming rubbed his nose. To help the silly bird refine stones, he had been living in the kiln area for the past few months, sleeping in this simple shed. Lian would come at this time every day, bringing matters that required his decisions. Go ahead, he said, sitting up straight. Lian opened the record board. The first thing, her voice was steady and unhurried. Shan declined the position of captain of the hunting team and recommended that Go take over. Shen Ming nodded. The mountain has grown old. This is the law of nature, and no one can escape it except for myself, who is an exception. He has been hunting for over 20 or nearly 30 years, from the taciturn, robust man when Shen Ming first transmigrated to the old hunter with gray hair and knees that ache on rainy days. Even an arm wrestling match, he can't beat Shen Ming anymore. He can still lead the hunting team out, but he is no longer suitable to be the captain. Dog is 29 years old this year. Although he is not as strong as Shan was in his youth, he is more quick-witted and experienced. In recent years, he has actually been leading the team, although he is still nominally the deputy. It's all right, Shen Ming said. Just listen to Shan. The dog did perform quite well. Lian drew a stroke on the record board. The second thing, she turned to the next page, is that the litters of puppies we caught before have been successfully raised with Jiyu's milk. As you instructed, if they bar their teeth, whip them with vines, and don't feed them. Kill those that bite, and kill those that can't eat sweet potatoes. She looked up. Those that met the requirements have already given birth. As you mentioned before, do you want to go and choose a puppy to raise now? Shen Ming thought for a moment. There's no rush, he said. Let the mother dog raise the dog for a while. I'll go over when the dog is a little older and the mother dog starts to dislike it. Lian nodded and made a note of it. The third thing, her voice continued, calmly reporting on the endless stream of trivial matters, which pigsty needed repair, which field's fertility was recovering slowly, a newborn needing registration at the Upstream outpost, and the fishing nets at the lake outpost needing replacement after being washed away by the water. Shen Ming listened, nodding occasionally and interjecting a word or two here and there. The sky gradually darkened. By the time Lian closed the recorder and left, night had completely fallen. Shen Ming took out the bird that had been prepared long ago from the earthenware jar in the corner of the shed. It was salted, stuffed with wild onions, and a few slices of ginger that he had finally found during his expedition, wrapped tightly with large leaves, covered with a layer of mud, and then put in the charcoal fire to simmer for a long time. He stirred the embers and cracked open the mud shell. A fragrant aroma wafted over. The bird meat was tender and juicy, with juices seeping out when it was torn apart. He only sprinkled a little salt on it, preserving its original flavor. He sat outside the shed, leaning against a wooden pillar, eating the bird by the moonlight. The autumn moon was bright, illuminating the entire kiln area in a pure white glow. In the distance, the brick kilns crouched in the moonlight, like a group of silent behemoths. The heat lingering in the cracks between the bricks from the daytime firing had now dissipated, leaving only the cool night breeze blowing in gusts. Shen Ming took a bite of bird meat. Then he looked up and looked at the sky. There were no clouds near the moon, and the night sky was densely covered with stars. A few particularly bright ones hung on the horizon, like the eyes of silly birds. He remembered what the silly bird had said. Even after you die, I will still live. He chewed on the bird meat and suddenly laughed. Umans, umans, I'm here. The sound came from above. Shen Ming did not look up. Your kind of race really cheats, he said to the bird leg in his hand, his tone helpless. Damn, you can sleep while flying without needing to rest. If it were an ordinary person, their body would be ruined. He took a bite of meat, chewed, and continued to mumble his complaints. Where are the GMs of Earth Online? Aren't they going to nerf these overpowered monsters? The silly bird landed on the earthenware pot next to him and skillfully used its beak to lift the wooden lid, ignoring the bird leg in Shen Ming's hand. Ordinary birds meant nothing to him, unlike the dried fruit that Shen Ming prepared for him every day in a jar. It bent down and pecked at one. Humans, it said, with a piece of dried fruit still in its mouth. The sky is mine. I know, Shen Ming rolled his eyes. The sky is yours. There's no need to say it every time. The silly bird did not refute. It swallowed the dried fruit, then raised a paw and threw a stone onto the ground in front of Shen Ming. Shen Ming's gaze fell on the stone. His movement stopped. It was a fist-sized stone that gleamed strangely in the moonlight. It wasn't the dull, grayish reflection of ordinary stones, but rather a blue-purple hue that shifted and changed like peacock feathers. Under the moonlight, it seemed as if a luster was slowly flowing across its surface. Shen Ming has seen many colored stones. Red, green, blue, brown, spotted, patterned. But none of them are as beautiful as this one. He put the bird's leg down and reached out to pick up the stone. He held it up to the moonlight and turned it around to examine it. The bluish-purple sheen changed with the angle, sometimes leaning towards blue, sometimes towards purple, and sometimes revealing a faint hint of green. Where did you find it? He asked. The silly bird tilted its head and looked at him. The north, it said, is very close, and we haven't crossed it before. Shen Ming nodded. He didn't ask any more questions. He stood up, took the stone, and walked toward the largest kiln next to him. This kiln was specially modified for smelting. Its inner walls were coated with the finest refractory clay. The kiln door could be relatively sealed, and there were air inlets and slag outlets at the bottom. Shen Ming lit a torch, igniting the charcoal that had been prepared in the kiln. The firelight flared up. He placed the stone into a ceramic container, which was specially fired, thick-walled, heat-resistant, and specifically designed to hold or being smelted. Then he placed the container deep inside the kiln and closed the kiln door. The silly bird flew over and landed on the edge of the kiln roof, looking down at the observation hole. That was a small hole that Shen Ming had deliberately left, sealed with a piece of transparent stone, so that one could vaguely peek into the inside of the kiln. Shen Ming squatted down in front of the observation hole and looked inside. The flames flickered. The stone lay quietly in the container, the surrounding charcoal glowing red-hot. The temperature was rising, then it started to change. First, at the edges, something seemed to be melting, flowing slowly. Then the whole stone shrunk, like ice melting in the sunlight, its shape no longer distinct, its edges blurring into a blur. Something was flowing from the bottom of the container. Bright, flowing, it gleamed with a warm glow in the firelight. Shen Ming did not move. He squatted there, one eye pressed against the observation hole, watching the flowing, shimmering liquid slowly gather at the bottom of the container. There was no overwhelming joy as I had imagined. There were no tears welling up in my eyes. There were no shouts of ecstasy. He just watched. He suddenly felt very calm. It's like walking a very, very long road and finally arriving at a certain place. It's not the end, just a milestone. There's still an even longer road ahead. But at least he arrived. Silly bird. His voice was very soft. The silly bird poked its head down from the top of the kiln. Which direction did you fly in? Shen Ming asked. How long did you fly? How many mountains and rivers did you pass by? How many of these stones are there in that place? The silly bird tilted its head, seemingly trying to understand the series of questions. Then it opened its beak. The north, it said, flew from when the sun was almost at its zenith, and now, exactly the round trip. It paused, raised its paw, and gestured. There are these stones there, lots and lots, piled up like mountains. Shen Ming nodded. He stood up and glanced again at the pool of flowing metal in the observation hole. Then he turned to the silly bird. The moonlight fell on his face, outlining a faint, almost invisible smile. Well done, he said. The silly bird tilted its head and looked at him. It didn't quite understand what well done meant, but it knew it had found the answer. And what about my gold? It asked. Shen Ming looked at it. Under the moonlight, the large brown-feathered bird perched on the kiln roof reflected the faint glow of the distant kiln fire in its eyes. I'll give you the gold once you do one more thing for me, he said. The silly bird spread its wings a little. What's up? Shen Ming shifted his gaze from it to the dark night sky to the north. Lead the way, he said. Take me to that place. Chapter 102 Time. October 7th, 19th year. The forest is very deep. Shen Ming stopped and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, spreading a dappled golden carpet on the ground, but he had no time to appreciate it. He had already ruined 2 stone flakes. This was the third, and the blade was chipped. Beneath his feet was a path he had just carved out. It was more of a narrow gap that was barely wide enough for a person to pass through. The bushes on both sides were cut down, the vines were torn apart, and the thorny branches that were in the way were pushed aside. He walked slowly, making sure to look carefully at his feet before each step, then look up ahead, and then bend down to cut off the next branch blocking his way. If he goes through it first, it will be much easier for the people behind him to walk, and they will be less likely to get hurt or go the wrong way. A flapping sound came from above. How could you be so silly? That familiar, stiff Chinese fell from above, carrying an undisguised sense of mockery. Shen Ming didn't look up. He knew which branch the bird was perched on, usually the one slightly to the left of his head, where he had the best view and could see his disheveled appearance immediately. The snake is right in front of you. The silly bird continued, his tone laced with a smug, gleeful pleasure. You still walk towards it. Shen Ming's face darkened. He looked down at his feet at the snake carcass he had moved aside with a stone shard. Its grayish-brown scales were barely visible in the pile of fallen leaves, and its triangular head drooped limply. It had just been curled up 3 steps in front of him, but he hadn't seen it at all, until it raised its head and flicked its tongue. He retreated quickly, but the stone shards retreated even faster. But he couldn't say it, because saying it would mean didn't see it almost got bitten and provide perfect material for a bird to laugh at him. Quiet, he took a deep breath, lead the way. The silly bird made a series of chirping sounds. That was it laughing, Shen Ming knew. It has learned to curse him in Chinese, but it still laughs in its native language, as if that instinctive laughter doesn't need translation. It flapped its wings and took flight, circled in the air, and then flew north. Shen Ming followed. He took 2 steps, then stopped and looked back at the road that had just been split open, so thin it looked like a scar. Then he continued walking forward. Main tribe. Same day. Lien sat on the bluestone slab at the entrance of the warehouse, with 3 sheets of paper spread out in front of her. The paper was made by Shen Ming. 19 years later, it is still rough and yellowed, but it is good enough. She held the charcoal pencil, its tip hovering above the 3rd sheet of paper, hesitant to strike. 159 people. 19 years ago, when she first helped Shen Ming keep track of numbers, the tribe only had more than 50 people. Shen Ming squatted down next to her, watching her count, and occasionally reached out to help her straighten the wooden stick that was about to fall. Now she sits here, facing 159 people, divided into 3 settlements, each with different needs, contributions, and harvests in different seasons. She had to distribute the limited animal hides, fresh meat, and other things that couldn't be piled up in the warehouse like sweet potatoes to everyone. Be as fair as possible. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Lotus! The voice came from behind. She didn't turn around. She had heard that voice for 19 years, from childhood to now, from shrill to hoarse, and she could recognize it even with her eyes closed. Leave some more meat. He walked over to her, bent down, and whispered in her ear as if sharing a secret. There are more people on our side. Lien opened her eyes and turned her head to the side. Her hair had turned gray. The young woman who used to always sneak around, always felt she was being taken advantage of, and never looked down on her position, now had many wrinkles around her eyes, and when she smiled, her whole face scrunched up. We'll keep more. Lien nodded, then lowered her head again to continue looking at the paper. Ree didn't leave. She just stood there, watching Lien scribbling on the paper, occasionally peeking at the numbers, but saying nothing. After a while, she suddenly spoke. Then you keep busy, and when you're done, play a game of Connect Four with me. Lien paused for a moment. I'll go first, Ree said, his tone carrying a childlike sense of self-righteousness. Otherwise, you'll definitely win. Lien raised her head and met his intense gaze. Those eyes are no longer young, but the spirit within them remains. Not the jealousy and resentment of youth, but something lighter, more like a joke. They've grown old together. Okay, Lien said. She paused. But you can also learn chess, she said, pointing to a dusty wooden chessboard in the corner of the storeroom. It's not easy to win in chess, even if you go first. He laughed heartily. She laughed so hard her shoulders shrugged, and her laughter drifted far away in the quiet autumn air. Lien didn't know why she was laughing, but she didn't ask. She lowered her head and continued calculating the numbers. October 13th, 19th year by the lake. A breeze blew across the lake, carrying the coolness of the water and the scent of the distant mountains and forests. The autumn sun slanted across the furrows of the fields, turning the harvested, bare land into a warm ochre brown. Ji sat on a stone by the field. Her eyesight isn't very good anymore. She can see distant things fairly well, but things up close are always a bit blurry. For example, right now, she can't really see the outlines of those field ridges clearly. She can only see a blurry patch of colors in varying shades, but she still likes to sit here. Sitting here, you can hear the sound of the wind, smell the scent of the earth, and feel the land behind you, where she has lived her whole life, still breathing. Footsteps came from behind. She didn't turn around. She had heard those footsteps for so many years, from her youth to her old age, from light to heavy, that she could recognize them even with her eyes closed. Thorne, the voice said, hoarse, low, but steady, it's time to go back. Thorne nodded. She stretched out a hand. The hand looked thin in the autumn sunlight, its skin wrinkled like dried tree bark, with prominent veins on the back of the hand. But the hand was steady, without trembling. He held it in his other hand. That hand was old, with large knuckles and rough skin. There were several deep scars on the back of the hand from being scratched by wolves, gored by deer antlers, and cut by flint. That hand was clenched tightly, as if it had been clenched for a lifetime. Shen stood behind her, holding her hand. He has grown old. His hair is completely white, and the wrinkles on his face are so deep they look like they were carved by a knife. The fierce energy he once had, which seemed capable of overturning a brown bear, is now confined to his eyes. After handing the hunting party over to the dogs, he liked to go to the fields to weed every day, even after the harvest was over. She always insisted on coming along, even though her eyesight was already impaired. He should have refused. Good. He only said one word. Ji stood up, and his hand changed from holding her to supporting her, steadily supporting her arm. Only after she was steady did he loosen his grip a little, and then held her hand. They slowly walked back. The setting sun cast their long shadows, one tall and one short, onto the freshly turned earth, where they overlapped, making it impossible to distinguish one from the other. Torches have already been lit inside the house. The youngest daughter, Jihua, was squatting by the stove, placing the earthenware bowls one by one onto the low table. Hearing the door open, she looked up and a smile bloomed on her face. Mom, Dad. She set out the last bowl, then picked up a bowl from the stove with 3 extra pieces of smoked fish on it and carefully handed it to Ji. The porridge is thick today, she said. I cooked it a little longer. Ji took the bowl and sat down at the low table. Shen sat next to her, picked up his own bowl, and didn't rush to drink, but just looked at the bowl of thick porridge, the steam blurring his face. Thornflower squatted opposite them, watching longingly. Mom, she said, the story from yesterday isn't finished yet. Ji held the bowl and took a sip of the thick porridge. The porridge was very hot, but she was used to it. She swallowed, and the heat warmed her from her throat all the way to her stomach. Where was I? She asked. That's where the god was fighting the brown bear. Thornflower's eyes lit up. It's where the brown bear slapped the god away, and then the god got back up. Thorne did not speak. She looked into her daughter's bright eyes, at the brick wall behind her that had been repaired many times, and at the old spear that Shen had used when he was young, leaning against the wall. The spearhead was no longer sharp, but the wooden handle was polished to a shine. She recalled many years ago. At that time, She was just the leader of a small tribe, leading 7 people to eke out a living at the border between the forest and the plains. At that time, Shen was not her husband yet. He was just a wanderer, homeless and without family, living simply to survive. Back then, brown bears really did eat people. Even a well-behaved dog like we do now wouldn't dare to mess with them. At that time, she thought she wouldn't survive the next winter. Okay, she said, putting down the bowl and shifting to make herself more comfortable. Where were we? Oh, where the deities stood up. Shen held the bowl, but didn't drink. He just held the bowl and looked at her. The firelight danced on her face, illuminating the wrinkles around her eyes, the gray hair at her temples, and all the things that hadn't existed 15 years ago. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was steady as she recounted the story from a very, very long time ago, word by word. The daughter listened intently. Shen lowered his head and took a sip of porridge. The porridge was very thick and hot. When I swallowed it, some food was swallowed along with it. Outside the window, dusk was settling in. Chapter 103 Returning from the Expedition. November 7th, 1999, late at night. The campfire had been burning for who knows how long. The firewood collapsed, sparks flew up, drawing short arcs in the night before going out. Shen Ming sat by the fire, leaning against a large rock, cooled by the night wind. He had taken off his animal skin coat at some point and was using it as a cushion. The shirt had several large holes worn through, so I simply tore off the sleeves and turned it into a vest. The pants were torn at the knees and worn over each other, revealing the dark skin underneath. The shoes were in the worst condition. The sole of the right shoe was worn through, so I simply threw them away for convenience. He looked up at the bird perched on the horizontal branch above his head. Silly bird, how much further? Didn't you say it would be quick? The silly bird looked down at him. The firelight reflected in the bird's dark eyes, flickering like 2 tiny flames. Humans, don't call me a silly bird. I have a new name. It paused, then puffed out its chest. Goo 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 goo. Great adventurer. Shen Ming looked at it. The bird perched on a branch, its chest feathers slightly spread and its tail feathers slightly raised, trying its best to strike a grand pose. Okay, you silly bird. Shen Ming nodded. How much further? The silly bird spread its wings a little. It closed again. It did not answer. Shen Ming looked up and saw that the bird had closed its eyes. He didn't know if it was angry or really sleepy, or maybe both. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. The firelight danced on his face, illuminating the marks left by days of travel. The dark circles under his eyes, the new scratches on his cheeks, his chapped lips, and a layer of grime mixed with dirt and sweat that he could never wash off. He looked down at the ground in front of him, which he had scratched into a mess with a twig. Lien, he said softly, his voice so low it was almost a soliloquy. I'm afraid you'll have to work hard. The branches moved across the ground. Since he set out, he roughly counted 17 or 18 tribes he had encountered along the way, either from afar or from what the silly bird had told him. Some were very small, perhaps with only 3 or 4 people. Others were slightly larger, with nearly 10 people gathered together. They didn't speak the same language, had different customs and different beliefs. Unlike his tribe, they had grown up listening to Chinese and accepting the rules set by Shen Ming. Integrating them into the same system is not something that can be done overnight. The branches drew circles on the ground. Step by step, he murmured, we can't rush things. The distance was too far. If the silly bird flew, it would only take half a day to reach its destination, but it was traveling on the ground. It had to clear a path, avoid wild animals, bypass rivers, and find water and a campsite. He walked for a whole month to get here, and this wasn't the end point. The end point was the location of the mineral deposits. It's another half-month journey to get back to the main village from here. 30 days. How many intermediate outposts need to be established over 30 days to ensure the safety and usability of this route? He drew dots on the ground. Each dot represented a day's journey. A 3-day stretch would require 10 checkpoints. Each stronghold must be garrisoned, managed, have food and supplies, and possess defensive capabilities. 10 strongholds. He rubbed his temples. Food isn't a big problem. The main tribe has more sweet potatoes than they can eat, so we can just transport them over. But the management pressure is... He paused. The pressure of education is also immense. Those people at the outposts have to learn Chinese, understand the rules, and know what they can and cannot do. The twigs were drawn on the ground for a long time. The fire gradually dimmed, so he added a few more pieces of firewood, and the fire lit up again. Between the end of spring planting and the autumn harvest, he concluded, expand this way. Don't be too greedy. Expand this way every 2 years. He drew a big circle on the ground, enclosing all the dots inside. Then he stared at the circle and suddenly laughed. If we could build a bridge here, he pointed to one of the spots with a branch, we could skip this part. His hand traced the path he had imagined. This should reduce the time by nearly 10 days. He looked up at the night sky. The stars were very bright, densely covering the entire sky. Why didn't I study civil engineering? No one answered. The silly bird is already asleep. November 9th, 19th year. Shen Ming stood amidst a pile of rubble, gazing at the scene before him. His eyes felt a little hot. Yes, I have a fever. It wasn't sentimental, nor exaggerated. It was a physiological, uncontrollable heat. It welled up from the corners of his eyes, blurring his vision, forcing him to raise his hand and rub them hard a couple of times. Finally, he heard his own voice tremble slightly. Finally, we've arrived. The silly bird landed on a rock next to him and tilted its head to look at him. Human, it said, you cried. I didn't cry. Shen Ming rubbed his eyes, making them even redder. It was the wind. The silly bird didn't expose him. It lowered its head and used its beak to preen the feathers on its chest. Shen Ming took a deep breath and began to look around. This is an exposed rock formation, mottled in color with varying shades. The stones beneath his feet were tinged with dark red, some with bluish gray, and some, when he touched them, they felt smooth and cool, gleaming faintly green in the afternoon sunlight. Is this green jade? He muttered to himself. I don't know, it doesn't matter. Whatever it is, I'll take it back first. Then he looked up and looked around. A question arises. Water source. The nearest river is a day's distance away. This means that if a mining site is established here, water transportation will be a major problem. People need water, smelting requires water, and if a settlement is built here in the future, water will be needed even more. He frowned. Human beings. The silly bird's voice interrupted his thoughts. Shen Ming looked up. Gold, my gold. Shen Ming was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed. Okay, I'll get it for you when I get back. The contract is right there. They won't renege on their promise. The silly bird tilted its head and looked at him, seemingly judging the credibility of his statement. But, Shen Ming added, on the way back, I won't stop at night to wait for you to sleep. I'll travel day and night, so you'll have to keep up. The silly bird spread its wings a little. Human, it said, its voice tinged with a hint of displeasure at being looked down upon. I know. The sky is yours. Shen Ming waved his hand. Then you can do whatever you want with it. He turned around, ready to continue the search. After taking 2 steps, he heard the silly bird's voice coming from above. Humans, wolves, to the right and behind. Shen Ming stopped in his tracks. He didn't turn around immediately, but listened carefully first. There was definitely movement, light, cautious footsteps coming from the right rear. Not just one, but several. He shrugged. Then he turned around. Under the moonlight, 4 gray wolves stood in a pile of rocks a dozen steps away, their eyes gleaming with a ghostly green light. The leader was the largest, and he lowered his body slightly, letting out a low, threatening whimper. Shen Ming looked at them. He took a deep breath. Then, roll. The word seemed to be blasted out from the depths of his chest, carrying the most primal aura honed by nearly 20 years of wild survival, requiring no pretense. His body didn't move, but his eyes changed. There was no fear, no tension, not even vigilance in those eyes, only a pure, undisguised sense of oppression. That wasn't the look of prey. It was the look of a hunter, the emotionless look of a creature at the top of the food chain when it looks at other creatures. Telling you to get lost is already a favor I've done for you. The wolf pack stopped in their tracks. The lead wolf let out a short howl, not a threat, but a sign of doubt and hesitation. The creature before it was unlike any other creature it had ever seen. There was not a trace of fear, nor any sense of anger at being offended. Shen Ming bent down and picked up a fist-sized stone. He weighed it in his hand. Then he threw it forcefully, and the stone arced through the air before hitting the alpha wolf squarely in the waist. With a mournful howl, the wolf staggered 2 steps, then turned and ran. The remaining 3 wolves hesitated for a moment, then followed their leader and disappeared into the night. Shen Ming patted the dust off his hands. The silly bird landed from the sky, perched on the rock next to him, and tilted its head to look at him. It has seen this kind of scene many times these days. Every single time, this human being does the same thing. Don't be afraid. Don't retreat. Don't panic. It didn't know what a strong person was, but it knew that this person was just as invincible as itself. November 29th, 1999. When Shen Ming pushed open his door, the sun had just set, and the last rays of sunlight slanted in through the west-facing window, bathing the room in a warm, dim glow. Everything is brand new. The stack of papers on the table was still neatly stacked. The charcoal pencil was still in its original place. The animal skin by the bed was folded squarely, and all the small pottery jars with labels on them on the shelf were still there. Even the small plant on the windowsill, which had been planted sometime during the year and had now withered into dry grass, had not been touched. He was the only one standing at the door, looking disheveled and out of place like an outsider. His animal hide vest was rotten into strips, his trousers below the knees were covered in hardened clumps of dried mud. His face was covered in a thick layer of grime that was reflective, and there were a few dry leaves stuck in his hair. He looked down at himself and smiled. Then he walked toward the earthenware pot. Remove the lid. The piece of gold is still inside the earthenware jar. He took it out and weighed it in his hand. The silly bird perched on the ancient tree by the door, its eyes fixed on the gold in his hand. Shen Ming stood under the tree, looking up at it. Gold, he said, is for you. He placed a heavy piece of metal on the stone under the tree. The silly bird flew down and landed beside the rock. It lowered its head and gently touched the gold with its beak. Then it raised a claw, picked up the gold, and brought it close to its eyes, examining it from all angles. The moonlight shone on the metal, reflecting a warm, flowing luster. The silly bird didn't say anything. It clutched the gold tightly in its claws, then spread its wings and took flight. Shen Ming looked up at it. Come visit again when you have time, he shouted at the shrinking shadow. Maybe I can find another one then. The silly bird didn't turn back. Clutching the gold, it flew higher and higher, farther and farther, until it finally disappeared into the deep blue night sky of the north. Shen Ming stood still, gazing in that direction. Long time. Then he lowered his head, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. For intelligent beings without a concept of currency, gold serves only two purposes, as a collectible or for courtship. Which type of silly bird is it? He didn't know. He turned around and went back into the house. He paused as he walked past the row of shelves. The labeled terracotta jars were still there, containing various seeds, mineral samples, and plant specimens he had collected over nearly 20 years. Each jar represented a memory, a story, a failed attempt, or a chance discovery. He reached out and gently touched the edge of one of the jars. Then he continued walking inside. He walked to the bedside, stopped, and looked at the neatly folded animal hide. He did not lie down. He turned around and took a new coat off the wall. Brother Crocodile, he said, a smile playing on his lips, I've come to hone my skills with you again. The moonlight shone through the window, casting a long shadow on him. He pushed open the door and went out. Chapter 104 Leisure. November 30th, 19th year. The sun is shining brightly. Shen Ming sat in his small room, listening to Lian read out the backlog of tasks that had accumulated over the past few days. He sat upright, back straight, hands on his knees, his gaze fixed on Lian's face, looking like he was listening attentively. But in his heart, there was a tiny bit of regret. On October 15th, 3 new babies were born at the Upstream outpost, 2 girls and 1 boy. They have been registered. On October 21st, the fishing nets at the lake outpost were damaged and new nets have been sent to replace them. On October 27th, the main village's sweet potatoes were stored, with a total inventory of approximately 770,000 pieces. On November 3rd, Zhu Yuchun gave birth to a baby boy. Both mother and child are safe and sound. On November 9th, Shi Jian and Dong Han had a dispute over the boundary of their fields, which has been mediated. Lian's voice flowed smoothly, like that river that never dries up. As Shen Ming listened, the thought in his mind became clearer and clearer. Surprisingly, no one rebelled. He spent 20 years transforming a small, nearly extinct tribe into its current size of 162 people, 3 settlements, and an abundance of food. He left for over a month, venturing deep into the wilderness, barely escaping death. Well, not quite that many deaths, but certainly quite a harrowing experience. And what was the result? No one is causing trouble, no one wants to usurp the throne, and no one is secretly doing anything bad while he's away. He was even mentally prepared for the scene of a king descending from the sky, his eyes blazing with fury. Just like in the TV dramas where the protagonist returns, the traitor is executed. The onlookers tremble in fear. He kicks over the rebel and coldly says, "Who else?" As a result, Lien told him that the biggest dispute in the past month was that Shi Jian and Dong Han had a fight over the boundaries of the fields, and there was no crisis at all. Shen Ming sighed inwardly. People always love to show off. Wealth and honor without returning home are like wearing fine clothes in the dark. Back then, his physical condition was poor, and he had zero combat experience. Forget showing off, he survived entirely thanks to his immortality. Now he's built a stronger physique and accumulated enough combat experience. As a result, no one needed him to show off anymore. Shen Ming. Lien's voice pulled him back from his reverie. Huh? Oh, go on. Lien glanced at him, but didn't ask what he was thinking. She simply lowered her head and continued reading. Shen Ming listened, then suddenly stood up. Lien, he said, let's have lunch first. Lien was stunned for a moment. I don't think you'll be able to finish speaking today, Shen Ming added. Lien opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but Shen Ming had already waved his hand and walked out. The pigsty looked especially peaceful in the afternoon sun. Several large, fat pigs crowded around the feeding trough, heads down, eating heartily and making satisfied grunts. Their backs were thick, their bellies round, and their fur shiny and glossy, the result of a whole year of careful feeding, growing from piglets in the spring to their current plump and robust appearance. Shen Ming stood by the fence, watching them. I watched it for a long time. Then he reached out and patted the pig's rear in the closest one. The pig didn't even lift its head and continued eating. Eat up, Shen Ming said, his tone as gentle as if he were coaxing a child. Today is your last meal. The pig grunted and flicked its tail, probably thinking it was some kind of encouragement. Shen Ming smiled, turned around and left. In the square, several half-grown puppies were chasing and playing. They were the offspring of the group, raised on rain-fed milk from a young age, and had seen people since they opened their eyes, showing no fear of humans. Seeing Shen Ming approaching, the puppies immediately stopped chasing him, wagging their tails and rushing over, circling around his feet. Some rubbed against his legs, while others looked up at him, whimpering softly and ingratiatingly. Shen Ming squatted down. Chirp, 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 he called in that dog-teasing voice. Come here. A small, yellowish-brown dog came over, its tail wagging like grass in the wind. Shen Ming picked it up. A pungent smell, a mixture of dog odor and earthy odor, wafted into his nostrils. He instinctively leaned back, but didn't let go. The puppy wriggled in his arms, sticking out its tongue to lick his face. Flying away, he held the puppy in his hands and lifted it above his head. The puppy paused for a moment, its forelegs kicking wildly in the air, its tail still wagging, but its expression was clearly bewildered. Woof, woof, ooh, woof. Shen Ming put it down. After the puppy landed, it took 2 steps back and looked at him warily, as if trying to determine whether the 2-legged creature was going to pick it up again. Shen Ming stood up with a smile and patted the dog hair off his hands. I'll come visit you guys again next time. The puppies gathered around him again, followed him for a few steps, then got distracted by something else and ran off in a swarm. Bone's dwelling is in a relatively quiet corner, far from the pigsty in the square. In front of the door are piles of various bones, big, small, long, and short, some of which have been processed halfway, while others are still in their original state. Bone, Shen Ming called from the doorway. How's the toothbrush making progress? The curtain was lifted and Gu walked out from inside. She was a little younger than Ji, but also over 40. There were gray hairs in her hair and wrinkles around her eyes, but her eyes were still the same as when she was young, focused, calm, and with the patience unique to someone who does meticulous work. I'm sorry, she said. It hasn't worked yet. Shen Ming looked at her without showing any disappointment. It's nothing, he said, pulling a small leather pouch from his pocket. I brought you some new tools. He handed over the leather bag. Take the bone and open it. Inside were several thin metal needles with a light reddish luster. Copper needle. Bone took them out, held them in his palm, and looked at them for a very long time. Her fingers gently caressed the tip of one of the needles. It was blunt, not yet sharp enough to be used as a needle, but it was metal. It was the kind of thing that Lord Shen Ming had been searching for, the kind that was forged from stone. Should we give it a try? Shen Ming said. Let's see if these things can drill holes in the bone. Bone nodded. She ushered Shen Ming into the house. On the workbench lay various bone products, bone needles, bone knives, bone scrapers, and a pile of semi-finished raw materials. Bone sat down at the edge of the workbench, picked up a copper needle, and then picked up a small, polished piece of bone, which he intended to use as a toothbrush handle. She placed the needle tip against the bone fragment and began to rotate it. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. Shen Ming stood to the side, watching. The copper needle left a shallow scratch on the surface of the bone fragment. Then the scratch deepened a little. Then, the needle tip bent. It wasn't broken, it was bent. Slowly and weakly, it bent to one side, like a tender branch bent under the weight. Gu stopped moving, raised his head, and looked at Shen Ming. Shen Ming looked at the bent needle. He remained silent for a few seconds. Ahem, he cleared his throat. Pure copper isn't hard enough. He reached out and picked up the curved needle, turning it in his hand to examine it. Let's talk about it after I find the tin. He put the curved needle back into the leather bag and remained silent for 2 seconds. Then he laughed. It was a bitter smile. Well, he said, it was all for nothing. Gu looked at him, opened her mouth, wanting to say something comforting. But Shen Ming had already waved his hand, turned around, and walked out. He stopped again when he reached the door. Keep those needles, he said, without turning around. They'll come in handy later. Then he left. Bone stood still, watching the curtains sway. For some reason, she suddenly felt a sense of relief. She looked down at the few copper needles remaining in her pouch and carefully put them into a small earthenware jar, which was used to store valuables. It turns out that even if you only pick out the key points of a task that hasn't been dealt with for a long time, it's still difficult to finish listening to it all in one day. The afternoon passed slowly amidst Lian's steady reporting. The sun moved from its zenith to the west, then sank behind the mountains. Lian's voice began to grow hoarse, but she didn't stop. Shen Ming did not urge him. He just listened, nodding occasionally, asking a question or two, and sometimes handing Lian a bowl of water when she paused. By the time Lian finally closed the recorder, it was completely dark. That's all, Lian said. Shen Ming looked at her. The firelight danced on her face, illuminating the traces of fatigue, slightly reddened corners of her eyes, dry lips, and a sense of relief that finally allowed her to relax. You've worked hard, he said. Lian shook her head and said nothing. She stood up, tucked the notepad under her arm, and walked towards the door. She stopped at the door. Shen Ming, she said without turning around, the tribe is very good. Then she lifted the curtain and went out. Shen Ming sat there, watching the swaying curtain. The tribe is great. He knew. It's late at night. Shen Ming sat on the large rock by the door, a rock he had sat on countless times, leaning against the door frame, gazing at the starry sky above. The November night was cold, and the wind blew from the fields, carrying the dry scent of the harvested earth. The sky was covered with countless stars, some blindingly bright, others so faint they were almost invisible. He looked south, the direction in which those silly birds disappeared. A day has passed. The bird flew away with the gold and never returned. He meant it when he said, remember to come visit often when you have time. But he also knew that the silly bird probably wouldn't come. It had no reason to stay here any longer, no reason to run errands for a human, find stones, or be called a silly bird. It has its own sky. Shen Ming lowered his head and took out the contract from his pocket. The paper was a little wrinkled and the edges were curled, but the writing on it was still very clear. Contract. Shen Ming and the silly bird formed a pact. If the foolish bird finds the metal, Shen Ming will lend it gold for the rest of the bird's life. Below are 2 marks. One is his fingerprint, the red one made by him using cinnabar powder. The other is a claw mark with 3 toes pointing forward and 1 toe pointing backward, clear, complete, and unique to that bird. He held the contract up to the moonlight and looked at it for a long time. Then he folded it up and put it back in his arms. Silly bird, he said softly to the night sky, come back soon. The wind blew in from the north, ruffling the stray hairs around his ears. There's another metal here that you need to find. Chapter 105 Bamboo Shoots and the Distant Place. March 9th, 20th year. Upstream outpost. The sun was already setting, but it was still a while before dark. Dong Han leaped out of the teaching room, her steps as light as if she were stepping on some invisible spring. She was still carrying the wooden board used for teaching children, but she didn't have time to return it first. She had to hurry home. Today is a good day. Teacher Donnie said that the gods are going to lead a team to open up a new settlement. Not upstream, but northward to the place that the gods themselves scouted. It is said that there are stones there that can be smelted into metal, piled up as high as mountains. Moreover, the god said that many people would be needed this time to clear roads, build outposts, and explore for minerals. They needed young, strong, and hardworking people. Donghan's first reaction after hearing those words was, "Isn't this prepared for me?" That guy sure Jian. This morning he deliberately sighed in front of her, saying something like, "Oh, it's a pity I have to take care of my wife. Otherwise I'd like to go too." Take care of his wife? His wife is more capable than him. She carries twice as much firewood as he does every day. He's just a coward. He doesn't dare to go. Oomph. Donghan snorted at the air and quickened her pace. She lifted the curtain and rushed into the room. "Mother!" She slammed the plank on the table and jumped in front of Dong San. "I'm going to establish a new settlement with the gods." Dong San was twisting hemp rope when he heard this. He looked up and his brows furrowed. "No, just 2 words." Donghan's face dimmed for a moment, but she didn't give up. She softened her voice, leaned closer to Dong San, and said in a coquettish, soft tone, "Mom, on a go, there are gods leading the way." I said no, and that means no. Dong San put down the rope and looked at her. "You have no idea how dangerous this is. But you haven't grown up yet." Donghan paused for a moment. Then she stomped her foot. "When I grow up," she pointed to herself, raising her voice slightly, "when I grow up and get pregnant, I definitely can't go. I have to take care of the baby, breastfeed, and, well, I just can't go." Dong San didn't reply. She just looked at her daughter, her brows furrowed, but something seemed to be moving in her eyes. Taking advantage of this brief moment of silence, Donghan turned her head to the other side. "Dad!" Lung was squatting in the corner of the room, tidying up his old spear. Hearing his daughter's voice, he looked up, his face bearing that expression that he had developed from years of hunting, an expression he was not good at expressing. "Dad." Donghan crouched down next to him, her eyes sparkling. "Please let me go." He glanced at her, then at Dong San. He coughed lightly twice. "Ahem," he said, trying to keep his tone even. "I feel that kids need to get more exercise, right?" Dong San's gaze was like a knife piercing through him. Lung immediately shut her mouth. "I said no, and that's final." Dong San stood up and threw the twisted hemp rope into the basket. "There's no room for discussion on this." Donghan stood there with her head down. She looked at the ground, at the few blades of dry grass trampled into the mud in front of her toes. Her shoulders slumped, as if something had been pulled from her body. "Honor," a cold voice rang out with a hint of cautious flattery. "Look, how about we change our request? Let's try something else, and Daddy will grant it." The winter chill did not rise. She just shook her head. "I'm going to sleep now," she said softly. Then she went into the inner room and lowered the curtain. Dong San stood there, watching the swaying curtain. She suddenly felt a little soft-hearted, but she didn't call out to her daughter. March 10th, 20th year. Early morning. Dong San parted the curtain of the inner room. "Get up quickly," she said, walking towards the bed. "The sun is all ready." She stopped. The bulging animal hide on the bed was not the right shape. "It's too flat. Too flat. There's no slight rise and fall like when you breathe." She suddenly reached out and ripped open the animal skin. Straw. A pile of straw tied into the shape of a human figure, with the coat that my daughter wore last night still on top. Dong San stood there, looking at the pile of straw. The air in the room froze for 3 seconds. Then she turned around and rushed out of the inner room. "Cole!" Her voice shook a few grains of dust off the roof. "Did you do this?" Lung was squatting by the door, drinking porridge when he was nearly choked by the shout. He put down his bowl, stood up, and looked completely innocent. "How could that be?" he said, spreading his hands. "I know perfectly well how dangerous this is." Dong San glared at him. Lung shrank back when she was glared at but didn't look away. "I really don't know," he said. "She might have been faking it last night." Dong San took a deep breath, then another deep breath. She turned around, walked to the door, and looked towards the main road. The road was deserted. Only when the wind blows does it roll up a few withered leaves and make them swirl. At that moment, Donghan was walking on that empty road. She carried a wicker basket on her back, filled with a dozen or so sweet potatoes, a small bag of salt, and a change of clothes that she had secretly slipped in the night before. On top of the basket, she carefully covered it with a layer of freshly picked bamboo shoots from that morning. The tender yellow tips of the shoots peeked out from the side of the basket, emitting a fresh, slightly sweet aroma. If anyone asks, she says she's going to the main village to deliver bamboo shoots. She had walked this road many times, but never alone. Usually, she would walk with adults or with supply teams, chatting and laughing together, and it would take 2 days to get there. She's all alone now. The road is very wide, almost excessively wide. The fields on both sides had already been plowed, ready for spring planting. Someone was weeding in the distance, but it was too far to see clearly who it was. She tried to walk in the middle of the road so that if she saw someone approaching from afar, she could quickly hide in a field. She dodged it 3 times. One time, she hid from a man carrying a hoe, whom she didn't recognize. Another time, she hid from a boy who was about to fall asleep in the rain, whom she also didn't recognize. The third time, she hid from an old woman carrying firewood, walking slowly. Looking at her back, she suddenly missed her mother, but she didn't turn around. "Let's go on an adventure," she said to herself softly, trying to encourage herself. "Okay." She continued walking forward. March 12th, 20th year. Main tribe. Dong Han stood in the crowd, somewhat bewildered. She had seen crowds of people during the harvest season each year. People from the Upstream outpost would come to the main tribe to help. At that time, the square was full of people walking around and shouting, as lively as a beehive. But she came with the adults. She's all alone now. She didn't know anyone. People came and went, some carrying hoes, some carrying wicker baskets, some just hurrying along, and no one gave her a second glance. She stood beside a stone at the edge of the square, like a small, superfluous blade of grass that had suddenly sprouted out of nowhere. What to do? After thinking for a moment, she decided to seek out the deity first. The deity is hairless and tall. That's what her mother told her since she was little. Her mother would say it in a reverent tone. So she always imagined the deity to be someone very, very tall and strong, someone who could be seen at a glance in a crowd. She started searching in the crowd. Hairless, tall. After looking around for a while, she felt that everyone was pretty much the same. They all had fur, they all wore animal skins, and none of them were particularly tall. She changed her strategy. The house where the gods live must be the biggest and best one. She began to look at the houses one by one. There were many brick houses in the main village, more than she had imagined. She walked and looked around. Some houses were large, some small, some looked new, and some looked old. She didn't know which one belonged to the gods. My stomach growled. She pulled a sweet potato from her pocket. It was given to her by Aunt Sure. It was cold and hard, but after warming it in her pocket for a while, it had become warm. She took a bite, chewed it, and continued looking at the house. I watched it for a long time. It was long enough for the sun to move from its zenith to the west. Finally, she stopped in front of a house. This house looks like the best. The brick walls are neat, the roof tiles are thick, and there are several smooth stone slabs paving the entrance. There are no pigsties or piles of clutter nearby. It's so clean it looks like no one lives there, yet it also looks like someone cleans it every day. This should be it. She mustered her courage, walked to the door, and reached out to pull back the curtain. Is anyone there? There was no sound inside. She dare not go in. How could she casually enter the house of a deity? She stood at the door for a while, then called out again. Still no one. She thought for a moment, and then sat down on the steps by the door. Just wait. The gods will return eventually. She placed the wicker basket beside her, hugged her knees, and gazed at the distant square. The sun gradually sank lower. The square became less and less crowded, and the sky grew darker and darker. She yawned. Wait a little longer. He yawned again. Just a little while. She leaned against the doorframe, her body tilted to one side, and closed her eyes. Little girl, little girl. Something was shaking her shoulder. Dong Han suddenly opened his eyes. It was completely dark. 2 people were squatting in front of her, a man and a woman. The man held a torch in his hand, the light casting flickering shadows on their faces. The woman was squatting in front of her, one hand on her shoulder, gently rocking it. Why are you sleeping here? The woman asked gently. Dong Han blinked, focusing her gaze. Her voice was a little hoarse as she cleared her throat. I've come to see the god. She looked at the man. Are you a deity? The 2 men exchanged a glance. Then they laughed. It wasn't mockery, but the kind of laughter adults can't help but feel when they see a child doing something silly. The woman covered her mouth, and the man coughed, suppressing his laughter. Dong Han immediately realized that she had mistaken someone for someone else. Of course not, the woman said. The gods do not live here. She stood up, dusted off her knees, and then extended her hand to Dong Han. It's getting dark today. It's not safe for you to be out alone. Be careful not to catch a cold. Stay here with us for the night, and we'll take you to see Lord Shen Ming tomorrow. Dong Han looked at that hand. That hand was rough, with many calluses, but it stretched out very steadily. She reached out and grasped it. When she stood up, she found her legs were a little numb, probably from sitting for too long. She stomped her feet, which made her feel much better. "Okay," she said. "Thank you, Uncle and Aunt." She carried the wicker basket on her back. "Uncle and Aunt, what are your names?" "My name is Shui," the woman said, pointing to herself and then to the man next to her. "His name is Tion." She looked Dong Han up and down. "Where are you from? You look unfamiliar." "I came from," Dong Han paused, lowering her voice a little, "from the Upstream stronghold." Shui raised an eyebrow. Tion made a soft "oh" sound from the side. They didn't ask anything more. "Let's go," Shui said. "Let's go back and eat first." March 13th, 20th year. Morning. Dong Han stood in front of a house, stunned. The house is small and old. Some of the bricks on the wall had cracked and had been patched up with mud, but the patching was crooked and uneven. The roof tiles were somewhat blackened, and near the eaves, a small tuft of green grass had sprouted, swaying gently in the morning breeze. There were no stone slabs at the entrance, just mud, worn hard by footsteps, but with several potholes where the dew from the previous night had accumulated. Dong Han turned her head and looked at Shui, who was standing next to her. "This is—" her voice faltered slightly. "The house of a deity?" Water nodded. Dong Han looked at the house again. She suddenly remembered how she had spent so much effort yesterday, searching for the biggest and best house, comparing each one before finally choosing the tittiest one. She sat at the door and waited all afternoon until she fell asleep. Do the true gods reside in such a place? "The building you looked for yesterday," Water said, as if she could read her mind, "is Lotus's. The managers all live there." She paused, then added, "Lord Shen Ming. He prefers peace and quiet." Dong Han stood there, looking at the small old house. The clump of green grass on the wall was still swaying. She suddenly realized that she had never really known what kind of person the gods were. Shui stepped forward and knocked twice on the door. "Lord Shen Ming," she said, "someone is looking for you." A rustling sound came from inside the door. Then the door opened. Chapter 106, Old Vine Armor. March 13th, 20th year. Main tribe. Shen Ming rubbed his temples, looking at the little girl standing in front of him whose hair still had bits of grass stuck in it. She stood very straight, but her eyes were a little unfocused, the kind of unfocused look that suggested she was guilty but was stubbornly refusing to admit it. The wicker basket was still on her back, and the bamboo shoots inside were probably already wilted, but she didn't put it down as if it were a shield. "Lien," Shen Ming said without turning around, "remember to arrange for someone to take her back." He paused. "Delivered safely." Lien stood at the door and nodded. She didn't ask, "Who is she? How did she get here? Why is she here?" She just nodded. Then her gaze fell on Dong Han, looking him up and down. Dong Han felt a little uncomfortable under that gaze. She opened her mouth, as if to say something. "You came from the Upstream stronghold." Shen Ming interrupted her, his tone not harsh. "Normally, it should be brought over by Lu Tong. The timing is also wrong. It is scheduled to depart on April 1st, but you will arrive on March 13th. He looked at Dong Han. 99% of the time, they ran away on their own. Dong Han shut his mouth. Shen Ming didn't say anything more. He stood up, walked to the door, and glanced back at Lien, who had just come over. "It's up to you." Then he went out. Dong Han stood still, watching the curtains sway. Lien walked up to her. "Are you hungry?" Lien asked. Dong Han paused for a moment. She expected to be scolded. At the very least, she would be reprimanded. All the explanations she had prepared for so long, about adventure, about exercise, about "I'm not a child anymore," stuck in her throat. Not a single word came out. "A little," she said. Lien nodded. "Let's eat first. We'll talk after we finish eating." For the next 2 weeks, Dong Han did not return to the Upstream outpost. Lien didn't chase her away, but sent someone to let her know she was safe. Shui and Tion didn't rush her either, letting her stay in their home, where she would get up early every day to help Shui with chores, help Tion feed Juyu, and occasionally go to the square to watch the puppies play. But she does one thing every day. She goes to see Shen Ming. It's not about bothering him. It's about proving myself. On the first day, she helped Shui move all the cut and dried hay to the warehouse, then ran to Shen Ming's door, stood there for a while, and left. The next day, she learned to weave ropes from vines. Although she was slow, they were strong. Then she ran to Shen Ming's door, stood there for a while, and left. The third day, the fourth day, the fifth day, every time Shen Ming saw her, He would just nod and then continue doing his own thing. The winter chill came on rather suddenly, but she also discovered that Shen Ming never chased her away. On the 10th day, she finally mustered up the courage to speak. "My lord," she said, "I want to go." Shen Ming was sorting through the small ceramic jars with labels when he heard this and looked up. "Where do you want to go?" "New base. With you." Shen Ming looked at her for a while. "Do your family members agree?" The winter chill paused for a moment. "Not yet." Shen Ming lowered his head and continued tidying up the pottery jar. Dong Han stood still, not moving. After a long while, Shen Ming's voice came from behind the jars. "Then you should get your family's consent first. Otherwise it will make them worry." Winter Cold returned to the Upstream outpost. On the way back, she walked slowly. Not because she was tired, but because she was thinking, how can I get my mom to agree? She tried many methods. Acting cute, being unreasonable, sneaking away, going on a hunger strike. Finally, she decided to try a different approach. She found the cold. "Dad," she said, "teach me." Lung was mending an old fishing net when he heard this and looked up. "What will I teach you?" "Self-preservation skills. How to avoid being bitten by wild animals. How to survive." He coldly stared at his daughter. He suddenly realized that his daughter seemed different from before, not in appearance, but in her eyes. Before, those eyes were filled with "I want to play, I want to, and why can't I?" Now, it seems like there's something else in them. "Okay," he said. Over the next 5 days, Lung taught her a great deal. How to identify animal tracks, how to stay alert at night, how to quickly treat minor wounds with stone flakes, how to climb a tree in the shortest time when in danger, and how to quickly make a spear. Dong Han studied very diligently, never uttering a sound even when she cut her hand or was bitten by an insect. Watching coldly, I felt a mix of emotions. On the last day, he said, "Have you thought it through?" "Dong Han nodded. Your mother sighed." "I'll go tell them." Dong Sen looked at his daughter, kneeling in front of him, and remained silent for a long time. Dong Han didn't whine, didn't act spoiled, and didn't say, "Please, Mom." She just knelt there, her eyes fixed on the ground, waiting. "Do you know how dangerous the road is?" "No." "Do you know that the new outpost has nothing?" "No." "Do you know you might die?" The winter chill paused for a moment. Then she looked up at Dong San. "Mom, when you and Dad were young, it was much more dangerous than this." Dong San was stunned. "Back then, there were no gods, no brick houses, and no sweet potato porridge," Dong Han continued, "and you survived." She paused. "I can do it too." Dong Sen looked at her daughter. "Long time." Then she turned her face away. "Go ask your dad if he has any extra rattan armor. Remember to get up early and don't skip breakfast." Dong Han's eyes lit up, but she didn't jump up and cheer. She just stood up, gave Dong Sen a light hug, and then turned and ran out. Dong Sen stood there, watching the swaying curtain. April 1st, 20th year. Main Tribal Square. 23 people stood in 3 rows. Shen Ming stood at the front of the line, looking at each person one by one. There were young people and middle-aged people, men and women. Some carried wicker baskets, some carried tools, and some had stone axes tucked into their belts. Each person's face showed something different: anticipation, nervousness, excitement, and unease. Dong Han stood at the very edge of the 3rd row. She was wearing the old rattan armor that Lung had found for her. It was a bit big, but she could wear it if she tied it tightly. The rattan basket on her back was wider than her. It was filled with dried sweet potatoes, salt, and a small stone knife that Lung had specially sharpened for her. Shen Ming's gaze swept over her, pausing for a second. Dong Han straightened his chest. Shen Ming didn't say anything. He simply withdrew his gaze and spoke. "Set off." The team first arrived at the lake outpost. After a short rest and replenishing our supplies of dried meat and dried sweet potatoes, we continued north. At first, Dong Han could still recognize the path she had walked on, the relatively smooth path she had walked on just a few days ago. But soon, the path disappeared. It's not that the road has narrowed, it's that there is no road at all. Beneath the ground lay weeds, pebbles, withered branches, and mud. Each step was uneven, requiring a tentative approach before landing and then testing the waters for the next step. If you miss a step, you'll just stumble. If you land firmly, it's not necessarily a good thing either. You might step on a loose stone and lurch forward. The winter chill quickly soaked the rattan armor with sweat. It's stuffy, heavy, and makes my shoulders ache, but it might save my life in a dangerous situation. The dried sweet potatoes on her back were like a mountain, and with each step she took, they sank a little lower, making it so heavy that she couldn't straighten her back. She secretly glanced at the person next to her. She was panting, but didn't complain. The men and women she didn't know walked on in silence, occasionally stopping to drink water before continuing on their way. No one complained. Dong Han gritted his teeth and continued walking. In the evening, the group stopped by a tree to spend the night. There were no houses, no sheds, only trees. Everyone sat huddled together under several large trees, their backs against the trunks. A fire was lit in the middle, its flames flickering in the night, illuminating their tired faces. Dong Han leaned against a tree, took off the vine armor, and placed it beside him. She looked down at her legs and saw several places where she had been bitten by insects, covered in red bumps that itched so badly she wanted to scratch. But she didn't. Her father had said that scratching would only make it itchier, and scratching until the skin broke would cause even more trouble. She looked away from her legs and towards the fire. Some people were roasting sweet potatoes, some were talking in hushed tones, and some had already leaned against a tree trunk and closed their eyes. The chirping of insects came from afar in bursts. Dong Han suddenly remembered his bed at home. A dry, soft animal hide bed. She shook her head, banishing the thought. This is adventure, she thought. It wasn't quite what she had imagined. Around April 5th, the group stopped at a bend in the river. Shen Ming walked to the front and suddenly raised his hand. Everyone stopped. Shen Ming stood on a high point, looking down. The river made a bend here, carving out a relatively flat area. The riverbanks were quite high above the water, so even during high tide, the land wouldn't be flooded. Behind him was a gentle slope, and beyond that, a forest. In front, the view was expansive, allowing him to see far into the distance. Here, he turned around and looked at the group that had caught up with him. Strawberry, Cow, you two come with me first. Two young men stepped out of the line and stood next to him. Shen Ming's gaze swept over the remaining people and landed on Shan Shu. You keep Shan Shu. Yamaki paused for a moment. Make a plan, Shen Ming said. Remember to arrange for people to clear the road. Amanoki nodded. Shen Ming didn't say anything more. He took Mei and Yo and turned to walk in another direction. The remaining people stood there, watching his figure disappear into the woods. Yamashita took a deep breath. He turned around and looked at the 20 people in front of him. Come on, he said, trying to keep his voice steady. Take a look around this area first. Dong Han stood in the crowd, looking at the mountain trees. I felt he was about my age, maybe a little older, but definitely not by much. But he stood there, with all 20 people watching him, waiting for him to speak, and he wasn't afraid at all. His first words were, which of you has ever cleared the road before? 3 or 4 people raised their hands. Amanoki nodded. All right, you guys, head along the river and see if there's a good path. Make sure the way to the water source is safe. Those men received their assignment and headed to the riverbank. Yamaki turned to the remaining people. Everyone else, put down what you're carrying and check it. See if anything is missing or damaged. We'll decide on a campsite when they return. Dong Han watched as he sent people out one by one and assigned them tasks, and he was a little stunned. They're not much older than me, but they know so much. Shen Ming led Mei and Nyo on a walk for most of the day. He kept stopping along the way, pointing and gesturing. In this direction, over that hillside, there's a small tribe with 4 people. There should be a few homeless people by that stream. I saw them last time. Go 2 days ahead, there's another larger one with 7 people. Berry and Cow followed along, keeping track of everything. In the evening, they encountered their first target. A wanderer. The man was squatting under a tree, gnawing on a bone. Hearing the noise, he jumped up, gripped his stick tightly, and stared warily at the 3 uninvited guests. Shen Ming did not stop. He walked straight over. The man raised his wooden stick, assuming a defensive stance. Shen Ming glanced at him. Then he raised his hand. 1 punch. It's not heavy, but it's just right. The man paused for a moment, then slumped down, lying motionless on the ground. Berry and Cow stood behind, watching this scene. Shen Ming shook his hand. Controlling the force is very important, he said, turning to the 2 men. That's why I do it myself. Too much force, and you'll knock someone out. It has to be just the right amount of force. He paused. Being confused doesn't hurt your brain. The next day, Shen Ming, along with Mei and Yo, gathered 3 more homeless people. On the 3rd day, there were 4. On the 4th day, a small tribe of 7 people all submitted. The process was pretty much the same. Shen Ming would step in first and use his dumbfounded but not brain-damaging method to calm down the most troublesome person. Then Mei and Yo would go up, tie everyone together with vines, string them up, and take them back. When Dong Han first saw those savages who had been brought back bound, he was stunned. The men's hair was a tangled mess, like a clump of withered grass, with something wriggling inside. Insects, big and small, crawled all over them, but they seemed oblivious to it. She suddenly didn't want to admit that she and they were the same species. She took a step back. Yamanoki walked up to her. "Why are you tying them up?" Dong Han asked. Yamaki glanced at her. "They are savages who have not been guided by the gods," he said in a flat tone, as if stating a fact. "They have no moral concepts, no language, and are very different from us." He paused. "But in the eyes of the gods, we are all equal." Dong Han paused for a moment. "Equality?" She looked at the bound, insect-infested savages, then at the mountain trees. "So we must bring them language," Shan Shu continued. "Bring them civilization, teach them to obey the law, and transform them from wild beasts into human beings." He turned his head and looked at Dong Han. "For them, even murder is a normal thing. So be careful and stay away." Dong Han nodded. Even if Shan Shu hadn't said anything, he would never have gone near it. It was too dirty. She suddenly realized that Shan Shu knew a lot. The savages were tied to several trees and sat around the fire. No one untied them, and no one gave them food. They just sat there, some struggling, some quiet, some looking around with strange eyes. Dong Han watched them from afar. "Teach them how to speak first." Yamaki's voice came from the side. "Do you have any teaching experience?" Dong Han paused for a moment. "I taught children to read." Amanoki nodded. "Teaching a savage is different from teaching a child." He pointed to the savages. "Let them go hungry first. Only give them food when some of them can speak Chinese characters. If they can eat their fill, they won't learn." Winter cold furrowed its brow. "Won't you starve?" Shan Shu shook his head. "Don't worry. They can withstand hunger." Looking at those savages, Dong Han felt a complex mix of emotions. There was disdain, but also something else. She suddenly remembered what her mother had said. Long ago, before the gods came, they were like this too. No clothes, no fire, no rules. They were hungry every day, afraid every day, not knowing if they would survive the next winter. She stood there for a while. Then she spoke, her voice very soft, as if she were talking to herself. "You should thank the gods for their blessings." The mountain tree heard it. He glanced at her, but said nothing. After a while, he spoke again. "Oh, by the way, if anyone really misbehaves, you can come to me." The winter chill has passed. Shan Shu stood there, the firelight casting a long shadow over him. "For those who are really disobedient," he said calmly, as if talking about something very ordinary, "force is more persuasive than words." Dong Han looked at his profile. "They're not that much older than me." But at that moment, she felt he was very mature. Chapter 107 Misjudgment. March 23rd, 20th year. New stronghold, River Bend Heights. Dong Han squatted beside a crooked tree, resting his chin on his hands, looking at the row of savages tied to the tree in front of him, and sighed deeply. "Be good," she whispered, as if coaxing a child who wouldn't eat, "and you won't get hit if you're good." The savages ignored her. Some had their heads down, lost in thought. Some stared blankly at the distant woods. Some tried to scratch the crawling things on their bodies with their bound hands. Only the younger one on the far side glanced at her, then looked away. 2 days ago, a savage male took advantage of the night watchman's nap, managed to break free of the vines, and ran into the woods. He ran about 30 paces when the deity appeared beside him, raised his hand, and delivered a chop to the neck. The man slumped down, lying motionless on the ground. Dong Han saw him from afar and thought he was dead. But after a while, the person moved. After a while longer, he was dragged back and tied up again. The deity did not strike him a second time. He didn't even scold him. They just had someone tie the vines tighter. Dong Han sometimes couldn't understand what kind of person the god was. He could knock a savage unconscious with a slap, and he could also squat by the fire and roast sweet potatoes for those savages. He killed people. No, he didn't seem to kill people, but he could quiet down even the most unruly savages. "Winter is cold." The voice came from behind. Dong Han stood up and turned around. A middle-aged man she didn't recognize stood a few steps away, holding a freshly skinned rabbit. He waved his bloody hand at her. "Remember to spread the great achievements of the deity to them." "Okay." Dong Han drew out his reply, then turned back to continue watching the savages. "Great achievements." She thought to herself, "They can't even understand what I'm saying, So what's the point of spreading this message? But she still cleared her throat and spoke. The deity is very powerful. She pointed to her nose. When he first came 20 years ago, there was nothing. No fire, no houses, no sweet potatoes. She paused. Then he chased away the brown bear, drove away the saber-toothed tiger, taught us how to farm, taught us how to raise pigs, taught us. She got stuck. What do they teach us? She herself didn't quite remember, only that everything she used now was thanks to the gods. Never mind. She wiped the sweat from her brow. The March sun was already quite strong. She continued muttering to the savages. Just remember this. Behave well, study hard, and you'll be like us in the future, with food and clothes, and won't be bitten by wild animals. The savages remained expressionless. Occasionally, someone would open their mouth and utter a few indistinct syllables, but it wasn't God or Master, just some meaningless gurgling. Dongan Sayid. Some people can read. A few of them can point to sweet potatoes and say red, point to water and say water, and point to trees and say tree. But they're still far from being able to understand sentences and have daily conversations. She got tired of squatting, so she changed her posture and sat down. The sound of chopping would drifted from afar, muffled and repetitive. Dong Han glanced in that direction. The mountain trees are over there. Shan Shu stood on a newly cleared open space, looking at the road, clearing workers in front of him. They were covered in sweat, their clothes were covered in mud and leaves, and their stone axes were worn dull. One of them was drinking water in large gulps. After finishing, he placed the earthenware pot steadily on the ground and sat down on the wooden stake. How much longer? Yamaki asked. The seated road clearing worker looked up and wiped his mouth. The road is almost finished. It will be open to traffic in another 4 or 5 days. Shan Shu did not respond. He turned his head and looked at the sky. The sky was very blue, there were few clouds, and the sun was very bright. But he knew this kind of weather wouldn't last long. His mother had said that the summer rains would come around this time of year. Sometimes earlier, sometimes later, but they would always come. When they did, the ground would turn to mud, the rivers would swell, and the roads would become impassable. 4 or 5 days. The road is open to traffic. Then what? After the road opens, grain and bricks can be transported in, and people can travel more easily. But what about before the road opens? Before the road opens, where would these people live if Xiaoyu came? He looked around. There were no houses, no sheds, only backpacks and tools piled under a few trees. At night, the people would huddle together around the fire, leaning against the trees to sleep. If it rains, Yamashu closed his eyes. He recalled his childhood, living with his parents at a lakeside outpost. Back then, there were already brick houses, warm and dry. When it rained, he loved to lean against the window and watch the raindrops fall into the lake, creating ripples. Sometimes his mother would scold him, saying, "Don't lie there like that. You'll catch a cold." His father wouldn't say anything. He would just come over, pick him up, and tuck him into the blanket. He recalled those scenes. Then he opened his eyes. "You don't need to repair the road for now," he said. The men who were clearing the way were stunned for a moment, then looked at each other. "Bring some men and come with me." Shan Shu led the people into the woods. As he walked, he recalled what his father had taught him. My father wasn't the kind of person who was good with words. He never taught by talking. He just demonstrated. After he finished, he'd glance at you, as if to say, "Did you remember?" Shan Shu remembered a lot. How to hunt, how to track, how to stay awake at night, how to chop down a tree with a stone axe, how to choose the straightest branch, how to carry the log back, and how to make a place to live where there is nothing at all. He remembered his father saying, "A triangle is the most stable shape." He remembered one rainy day when his father helped him build a makeshift shelter. It consisted of just 2 pieces of wood, some branches, and a few large leaves. He thought the shelter was dilapidated and leaked everywhere. But his father said, "It's enough. That's enough. It's not good. It's good enough." Shan Shu stopped and chose a relatively high spot surrounded by several large trees. "Cut down trees," he said. "Straight trees, as thick as 2 arms. The more the better." 20 people spent an entire day chopping. As the sun set, a small mountain of wood was piled up in the open space. Shan Shu didn't stop. He had someone light a campfire and continued working. He selected 2 of the thickest and straightest logs and had them carried to the chosen location. Then he personally taught them how to dig a hole, how to insert the logs, and how to make the 2 logs intersect at the top to form an inverted V. "It needs to be deep," he said, "a palm's width deep. If it's too shallow, it will fall over in the wind. When the 2 logs were erected, everyone around stopped what they were doing and watched. Shan Shu didn't look at them. He kept working. He had a pair of inverted V-shaped structures erected at the front and back, and then a third piece of wood was placed on top of the 2 pairs of inverted V-shaped structures and tightly bound with vines. Then tie 1 on each side. Then came more wood, more vines. The torchlight flickered in the night, illuminating the fine beads of sweat on his face. He didn't speak, he just worked. Occasionally he would stop to look around, gesture a bit, and then continue working. By daybreak, the first rain shelter was erected. 2 inverted V-shaped beams, a main beam, and 2 horizontal beams on each side, covered with cut branches, and then a thick layer of leaves. The shed wasn't big, but 2 people could squeeze in sideways. Shan Shu stood in front of the shed and looked at it for a long time. Then he turned around and said to the group of exhausted-looking people behind him, "Build it like this. The more the better. The shed should face one direction and be sheltered from a wind. Leave a large opening and cover it with tree bark later." He paused. "Those savages, if we have enough time, we'll build a few for them too." March 30th, 20th year. Summer rain has arrived. It didn't come gradually, it came suddenly. The night before, the sky was full of stars, and then it started raining in the middle of the night, pounding down and making the leaves shake and the ground bubble. Winter's chill awakens us from our slumber. She opened her eyes and found herself huddled in that small rain shelter, with a young woman she didn't recognize lying next to her. The leaves and branches on the roof couldn't stop all the rain. There were several leaks, dripping, some on her shoulders, some on her legs. Her leather jacket was already soaked. "It's cold and sticky on my skin. It's incredibly uncomfortable." She wanted to change her position, but the tent was too small, and every movement would bump into the person next to her. The person stirred, groaned sleepily, and then fell asleep again. The winter chill remained unmoved. She stared with her eyes open at the leaky cracks in the ceiling. A drop of water fell and hit her forehead. It was cold. She shrank her neck. Another drop hit the tip of her nose. She wiped it away with her hand. A large piece of tree bark covered the entrance to the shed, which Shan Shu and his men had tied there yesterday. The bark blocked most of the wind and the rain that was pouring in from the front. But the shed was still damp and cold, and her teeth were chattering from the cold. She remembered her childhood. When she was little, she was happiest when it rained. She would sneak out into the rain to run, jump, and splash in the puddles when her mother wasn't looking. Water splashed everywhere, soaking her to the bone, before her mother scolded and dragged her back into the house. Inside, it was dry and warm, with a fire, dry animal hides, and steaming sweet potato porridge. She sat by the fire wrapped in animal skins, watching the rain still falling outside, and felt she had won. Now huddled in this cold, damp little shed, she suddenly felt like crying. But she didn't cry. She curled up even tighter and used a small twig to push the insects that were climbing up the branch, trying to reach a dry spot, back to the ground. Don't cry. Crying won't solve the problem. The rain is still falling. Shen Ming stood in the rain, completely soaked. He wasn't wearing his finest tan bearskin coat. It was too precious to be exposed to the rain. He was wearing an old leather jacket, which had long been soaked by the rain and was now soft and clinging to his body like a wet shell. He was building shelters for those savages. The savages were bound and unable to move. They could only sit in the rain and watch the hairless human bustle about in the downpour. Rainwater streamed down Shen Ming's face and into his eyes. He blinked and continued drying his eyes. He didn't know if these savages understood what he was doing. Perhaps they don't understand, or perhaps they think he's gone mad. It doesn't matter. He continued working. In another shed not far away, Shan Shu huddled inside. But he didn't sleep. He listened to the sound of rain outside, one patter after another like something tapping on his head. His mind was in turmoil. He recalled his decision to build roads first, then houses. He thought there was enough time. He thought he could finish repairing the road and transporting the grain in before Xiaoyu arrived, and then start building brick houses. He hadn't considered what would happen if Xiaoyu arrived early, or what would happen if there wasn't enough time. Now Xiaoyu has arrived. The road was impassable. The houses were not built. More than 20 people were crammed into these leaky, dilapidated shacks, soaked to the bone, cold and hungry. He closed his eyes. He thought of his mother. What would she have done if she were here? His mother wouldn't have let this happen. She would have started building the tent on day one, instead of waiting for the road. He opened his eyes. No, he can't just stay like this. He crawled out of the shed and, braving the rain, walked towards Shen Ming. Shen Ming was still setting up the shed. Rainwater followed his movements, splashing onto the muddy ground and creating mud splatters. Yamaki stood beside him and spoke. "Feel sorry." His voice wasn't loud, but it was very clear. "It was my fault. I wanted to build a brick house right away, so I overlooked the importance of building a shelter from the rain in advance." Shen Ming did not stop what he was doing. Yamanoki looked at him. The deity remained silent. Is she angry? Or? He suddenly remembered what his father had said. A person who only talks the talk but doesn't walk the walk is useless. Does the deity mean to stop talking nonsense and do more practical things? He took a deep breath. "Don't worry, Lord Shen Ming," he continued. "I've already arranged remedial measures. I've sent someone back to the main tribe to ask Lien for items to ward off the cold. Dried animal hides, flint, and ginger. Also, I know a few plants that can cure colds, and they're nearby. I'll go and gather them once the rain subsides a bit." He paused. "No one will be hurt because of my wrong decision." Shen Ming still did not turn back. Yamashu stood there, the rain soaking him, making his hair stick to his face. "I won't just talk the talk," he said. These words traveled through the rain, carried by the wind, and reached Shen Ming's ears. Shen Ming paused for a moment. Then he turned around and glanced at Yamanoki. "Just knowing is enough." He uttered those 4 words, then turned back and continued building the shed. Yamaki paused for a moment. Then he stood up straight. "Yes." He turned around and ran back towards the rain shelters. The rain is still falling, heavy and cold. But he ran very fast. A few days later, Shan Shu was forced to rest due to coughing and sneezing, and Shen Ming temporarily took over the management for a few days. But he was the only one who got sick because of the rain. Chapter 108 The Silly Bird Returns. May 7th, 20th year. The sun is shining brightly. Dong Han squatted beside the corpse, holding the cold hand. That hand was about the same size as her own. The skin was a bit rough, there were calluses on the knuckles, and dirt that couldn't be washed off was stuck under her fingernails. If the hand were still warm, if its owner were still alive, they might work together, talk together, and complain together at mealtimes that the sweet potato porridge wasn't thick enough. But it's cold now. It was hard and stiff, like holding a piece of dried firewood. Winter cold caused his face to turn pale. Her gaze moved up from the hand to the face, that lifeless expression, about the same age as her own. His eyes were closed, his lips were slightly parted, and the mud and sweat on his face had dried, leaving faint streaks. Move it down further. From the lower abdomen of the corpse, a tiny, pale leg protruded abruptly. It had only one leg, small and curled up, as if it hadn't been ready to come into this world and had gone back with its mother. Blood mixed with mud and sand smeared on that little foot. Dong Han stared at that foot for a long time. She died in childbirth. Shan Shu's voice came from the side, very calm and devoid of emotion. "Bury it." Several people came over and lifted the body up. The hand slipped out of Dong Han's grasp, fell, and swayed slightly. Dong Han remained squatting without moving. She slowly stood up only after the body had been carried away. She was not standing steadily, and her knees were a little weak. They're not that much older than each other. The phrase kept repeating in her mind, making her a little dizzy. Women who give birth at a very young age are more likely to experience difficult childbirth. The sound of the mountain trees rang out again. Dong Han turned her head and looked at him. Growing a child at an older age can also lead to difficult labor, Yamaki continued. The best age is between 18 and 30. This is knowledge imparted by the gods. He paused. Didn't you teach that over there? Dong Han opened his mouth. No, Amanoki nodded. It's okay. Now you know. He glanced in the direction of the savages. You should go back to teaching them Chinese. You spent the most time with them. He glanced at Dong Han again. My condolences. Then he left. Dong Han stood there, watching his back. My condolences. She had heard the word before. Adults sometimes used it. But she never imagined that one day it would be used on someone she knew, though they weren't exactly friends. She turned around and walked towards the savages. As she walked, she suddenly remembered something. Why do the gods stipulate that women can only marry after the age of 18? So that's how it is. In order to prevent women of similar age to myself from dying during childbirth. She stopped and glanced back in that direction, the direction in which the body had been carried away. It was no longer visible. Only a few trees remained, and behind them, a clearing being cleared. She turned back and continued walking. The savages were still tied to the trees. some were sleeping, some were staring blankly, and some were looking at her. But without exception, they were indifferent to their companions who had just left. They were dirty, smelly, covered in insects, and couldn't even speak. But they are human beings. All beings are equal, she said in a low voice. These are words spoken by a deity. She didn't quite understand them before. Now, she seems to understand a little bit. Shan Shu saw her walking towards the savages from afar, and then looked away. He walked to the other side. Over there, several people were slowly pulling a cart, which was piled high with bricks and tiles, neatly stacked and tightly bound with vines. He walked over and began unloading the goods. May 11th, 20th year. Shen Ming sat by the small, old house, leaning against the wall, gazing at the sky. The sky was very blue, with a few clouds drifting slowly by. He stared at it for a long time. My mind is wandering. This new settlement has been under construction for almost 2 months now. There are enough people, enough food, and no deaths, except for the woman who had a difficult childbirth. That was an accident, not a construction-related injury. But progress was slower than he had expected. Much slower. It's not that the workers aren't working hard. It's just that this place is too far from the main village. Supplies have to be transported little by little, roads have to be repaired little by little, and houses have to be built little by little. Every step has to be taken carefully, and every step has to be done slowly. He closed his eyes and calculated in his mind. 1 place per year is already the limit. At this rate, it would take 10 years to lay this line all the way to the mining area and to establish 10 settlements. It will be 10 years before the tribe truly enters the Bronze Age. He opened his eyes and looked at the few clouds in the sky. The clouds are still drifting. Take it slow, he muttered to himself, as long as no one dies. He closed his eyes again, preparing to rest for a while. Umans. A voice fell from the sky. Shen Ming's eyelids twitched. The great adventurer. The voice continued shouting. Shen Ming's eyelids twitched again. Master of the sky. Shen Ming sighed and opened his eyes. The silly bird was swooping down from the sky, its wings folded like a brown cannonball, before suddenly opening them just before landing and landing steadily on the eaves. It was clutching the piece of gold in its claws. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. It raised its head, let out a series of triumphant cries, then lowered its head and looked at Shen Ming. Shen Ming squinted at it. Oh, he said, you're back. He looked him up and down. The silly bird was indeed in good spirits. Its feathers were neater than when it left. The downy feathers on its chest were fluffy and puffy. Its tail feathers were held high, and its eyes were bright. The whole bird exuded an aura of, I went out to play and had a lot of fun. You look very energetic, Shen Ming said. The silly bird hopped down from the eaves, landed at the doorway, and then swaggered inside. It knows this room so well that it knows where the dried fruit jars are without even looking. It used its beak to lift the lid of one of the jars, stuck its head inside, took out a dried fruit, and swallowed it. Shen Ming followed him into the house and looked at it. You want me to keep it for you? The silly bird, holding a second dried fruit in its beak, let out a muffled chirp. I went out to play, it swallowed, and said, but it's more interesting here. Shen Ming raised an eyebrow. He looked at the piece of gold on the silly bird's claw, which it held tightly, as if afraid of losing it. Let me keep it for you, he said, but I'll charge you a fee. The silly bird paused for a moment. Every 5 days, Shen Ming said, I need to find something for you. The silly bird held the third dried fruit in its mouth, but didn't swallow it immediately. It tilted its head and looked at Shen Ming. 10 days, it said, or I'm leaving. Shen Ming did not hesitate. Good. The silly bird swallowed the dried fruit. Then it paused for a moment. It tilted its head and looked at Shen Ming. That look meant, I feel like I've been tricked again? Shen Ming ignored it. He walked to the table, picked up a charcoal pencil, and began to draw on a piece of paper. This time, I'd like you to help me find something like this. He held up the paper for the silly bird to see. There were several circles drawn on the paper, some large and some small, with a few words written next to them. Circular or oval. Shen Ming pointed to the circles, red, green, yellow, they're all there. Just find one of them. The silly bird stared at the paper for a long time. What? Beans, Shen Ming said. The silly bird tilted its head. What are beans? It didn't know, but it did know that what this person wanted was usually hard to find. But it's okay. It picked up the fourth dried fruit and swallowed it. Okowo. Shen Ming folded the paper and put it in his pocket. He originally wanted the silly bird to find tin or But he himself didn't know what tin or looked like. Green? Gray? Striped? Asking a silly bird to find something it doesn't even recognize is asking too much of a bird. But beans are different. He knows the beans. If we can find beans and plant them, we can achieve crop rotation. We won't have to let the fields lie fallow anymore, and we won't have to watch those hard-won plots of land lie overgrown with weeds. The silly bird picked up another dried fruit. Shen Ming looked at it. How much did you eat? The silly bird swallowed the dried fruit, then jumped down from the jar and walked towards the door. It turned around as it reached the door. 10 days, it said, don't forget. Then it spread its wings, flew up, and disappeared into the sunlight outside the door. Shen Ming walked to the jar and looked inside. Half gone. He shook his head and put the lid back on. This bird, he said, is getting smarter and smarter. He walked back to the doorway, leaned against the doorframe, and gazed in the direction where the silly bird had disappeared. The sky was still blue. The clouds were still drifting. He suddenly remembered something. The silly bird just said, your side is more interesting. What does that mean? It went on a trip for 6 months. Where did it go? What did it see? What did it encounter? He didn't know. Maybe I'll find out later. He stood there for a while, then turned and went back into the house. And the dividing line. Chapter 109, The Life of Thorne. Before the arrival of the gods, there was no distinction between years in the world. It was an autumn day. Deep in the jungle, a thick layer of dead leaves covered the ground, rustling underfoot. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the branches and leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, falling on the humus, on the moss, and on a woman curled up beside the tree roots. She was biting a twig, her face streaked with sweat and tears. Then, a very faint cry, like that of a young animal. The baby was born. Ignoring the pain, the woman immediately used the withered branches and leaves around her to wipe the mucus off the baby's body. Her movements were quick and practiced, as if she had done it many times before. After wiping it clean, she lowered her head, bit off the umbilical cord with her teeth, and held the still slightly trembling little thing in her arms. She struggled to her feet and left the blood-stained area. It can't be left. The smell of blood will attract something. She took her child and hid in a thicket of thorns. The thorns pierced her skin, leaving bloody marks, but she didn't stop. She just held the baby in her arms tighter, curling up and using her body to shield her from the thorns. Not a single thorn could harm the swaddled baby girl. At that moment, thorns became her first barrier. The thorn tree gets its name from this. However, her life was full of hardships. Like thorns, it pierces itself before it grows thorns to protect itself. When I was 6 years old, my mother went out and never came back. She waited for a day, 2 days, 3 days. The sun rose and set over the cave entrance, set and rose again. She squatted there, gazing in the direction her mother had left, until night fell. The leader walked over and squatted down in front of her. She is dead. Little Thorne didn't know what death was. All she knew was that she wouldn't see her mother again. Something was blocking her chest, making it hard for her to breathe, and she wanted to cry. But a slightly larger hand covered her mouth. It was Sister Gua. Sister Gua was 3 years older than her, and was one of the few people in the world she could call by name. Sister Gua lowered her head, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, "Mama's just gone to a very far place. She will come back." Thorne looked at her. Something was flashing in Sister Gua's eyes. She stopped crying. They'll come back, right? Only 3 years have passed. The leader also failed to return after one of his outings. That night, Gua, Ji, and Lu huddled deep inside the cave, their stomachs rumbling like the chirping of some kind of insect. No one spoke. No one cried. The next morning, Gua stood up. She was 12 years old at the time. "I'm going to find something to eat." Thorne watched her walk out of the cave. Lu was still young and didn't understand anything. She could only snuggle in Thorne's arms and suck her fingers. When Gua returned, she brought back very little. A dozen or so berries, a small handful of edible buds, and half a bone left over from some unknown animal with a few bits of meat still on it. They shared the food. The scraps of meat were tough and hard to chew, but Ji still chewed them for a long time until her cheeks ached. She wanted to remember that taste. There's never enough food. They were often hungry, so hungry that their stomachs ached, so hungry that they couldn't sleep, so hungry that they could only huddle together and use each other's body heat to deceive the rumbling sounds. But one time, Sister Gua actually brought back a rabbit. I don't know how she got it, but I didn't ask. They ate everything clean, chewing the bones and sucking out the marrow, licking the fat off the skin. even wiping away a drop of blood that fell on the stone with their fingers and putting it in their mouths. Meat, it turns out, can be sweet too. But soon, Thorne noticed that Sister Fruit's belly was starting to get bigger. At first, she thought that Sister Gwa had eaten more than them when she went out to find food. She secretly glanced at Sister Gwa's stomach a few times, then quietly looked away. But soon, Sister Gwa began to have some difficulty moving around. Her walking posture changed, and she would subconsciously protect her belly when bending over. Ji remained silent. She knew that her Sister Gwa was pregnant. Soon there will be one more person in the tribe, for people, which is better than 3 people. The more people there are, the greater the chance of survival. The following year, Sister Gwa gave birth to a baby boy. It was very small and very soft. His voice was thin, like that of a mosquito. That winter was very cold. The baby boy did not survive. Due to malnutrition, Sister Gwa's barren chest could not produce enough milk. The baby's movements became lighter and lighter, and then one day they stopped. Sister Gwa held that small, already cold body and sat there for a long time. She didn't cry. She stood up, walked to the riverbank, and threw him in. Water splashed up and then fell back down, and soon nothing could be seen. Thorne held Lu's hand and stood behind her. Lu didn't understand. She just tugged at Thorne's hand and hid behind her. The fruit, held by Thorne, gazed at the river. The wind was blowing from the river, and it was very cool. Another year has passed. Sister Gwa is pregnant again. This time, she gave birth to a baby girl. Sister Gwa named her Lien. Looking at the newborn Lien, Ji felt full of confidence. Lu had grown a little bigger and could help take care of Lien, and he himself could go out to forage for food. She started going out every day. Berries were the best choice. She didn't have to compete with wild animals or take too many risks. But she soon discovered that eating only berries wouldn't be enough. She would get hungry, and there would be nothing to eat in the winter. She ate the berries along with the tubers she dug up from the ground. The sweetness of the berries neutralized the astringency of the tubers. That way, she could eat them for longer and feel full for longer. She thought things would gradually get better, until one day the following year. Sister Gwa went out and hasn't come back. Ji waited for a day, then 2. On the 3rd day, she followed the path that Sister Gwa often took and searched outwards. She found it. It was a path far from a cave. Sister Gwa was lying in the grass in a strange posture, her head tilted to the side and her face buried in the dead leaves. Thorne turned her over. Her skull was dented, with a patch of blood around the edges, which had already dried. She had seen this kind of injury before. Sometimes Sister Gwa can smash a rabbit's head with a stone. After smashing it, the rabbit's head will look like this. Thorne stood there. She didn't cry. She only watched for a moment, then turned around, went in a huge circle, and ran desperately back to the cave. The bears may be coming soon. She ran back to the cave and hugged Lu and Lien. They're the only ones left. She had no time to grieve, no time to think. She just mechanically ran outside to find berries that were still edible, to dig up tubers that hadn't been dug up yet, and to pick up the leftover bones. But income doesn't cover expenses. They were hungry. She gazed at the river, where the water flowed and silvery light danced on its surface. Those were fish, lots and lots of fish, jumping out of the water and then falling back down. But that was a crocodile's feast. She had seen how crocodiles eat, bite, roll, and tear apart. She was lucky to be able to steal a little water when the crocodile wasn't looking. She was hungry, but she couldn't go fishing. That would be suicide. She watched the silver fish drift away with the river, swallowing hard. Then she followed. She didn't know why she was so bold. Lu and Lien are still starving in the cave. Without food, they may not survive more than 3 days. But if they relied solely on the berries and tubers they collected, they still wouldn't survive the winter. She didn't know what she was thinking. All she knew was that she had to go. At the edge of the lake, surrounded by giant bears, lay half a fish that had been eaten. I don't know if it was leftovers from a bear or some other animal. She didn't know. All she saw was half a fish lying there, its silver scales still reflecting light. She crawled over on her stomach. My heart was beating so fast, it felt like it was going to jump out of my throat. Her hands were shaking, her legs were shaking, her whole body was shaking. But she didn't stop. She grabbed the half fish and ran back. She dared not look back. She didn't know if the bear had spotted her. All she knew was to run desperately, until she could run no more. She didn't eat a single bite of that half fish. At home, there are family members. Nobody knows where those dogs came from. But they came. Thorne huddled in the tree, listening to the sounds below. The dogs were circling, sniffing, and whimpering in a low, threatening tone. She held her breath and remained motionless until dawn. The dog left at daybreak. She slid down the tree and ran back to the cave. Even if they have just given birth, they must migrate. The ground is no longer safe. She would think of that cave whenever the rainy season came. I think of those dogs. I think of Sister Gua's head that was smashed flat. I think of the baby that was thrown into the river. I think of the direction my mother left in and never came back. But she never cried. There's no time to cry. Until one day, the dog ran back and said it found something. A relatively young, long-haired member of its kind was squatting by the river, completely soaked. His name is Shen Ming. The flames leaped, announcing his birth. Made of pottery, listening to his cries. Spring planting and autumn harvest supported his flesh and blood. Time has clearly marked his years. As for myself, I'm just an ordinary lucky person. They just lived a little longer, endured a little more, and persevered a little longer than others. She has seen too many people die. Mother, the leader, Sister Gua, the baby boy, and many, many other people whose names she couldn't recall. They died and that was it. No one remembers them. No one commemorates them. And no one will mention their names many years later. But things are different now. Now, the dead have funerals, are buried in the ground, and are marked with a wooden sign with their names on it. Anyone who misses her can come here to see her. She remembered that everyone cried when Shen Ming said those words. Even she herself had tears welling up in her eyes. Under the protection of the gods, humankind gained the right to cry. Her hand was grasped. Shan's hands were broad and strong. When he held her, it felt like he was trying to hold her back, as if he was afraid she might drift away at any moment. Thornflower rests in the next room. Mountain Fruit has started a family outside, herding livestock and chasing the rain, and Mountain Tree is the manager of the newly established settlement. They all went their separate ways. Ji quietly withdrew her hand. The mountain did not wake up. The hunter, who had been in the industry for over 30 years, slept like a child in front of her. She got out of bed and groped her way to the desk in the dark. It's called a desk, but that's just what Shen Ming calls it. A flat stone slab is placed on several stacked wooden blocks. In a house where she has lived for 20 years, she can get whatever she wants with her eyes closed. Paper, charcoal pencil. As soon as she touched it, a light came on behind her. Shan stood behind her, holding a lit piece of charcoal. The firelight danced on his face, illuminating the deep wrinkles etched into it. Want to continue writing books? His voice was hoarse. Thorne nodded. Shan didn't ask why. He simply lit more charcoal, drew back the curtain, and let the light in. I'll stay with you. Ji sat down at the table. In front of me was a thick stack of papers, more than 20 sheets, each covered with densely written words. Her eyesight was failing, and she couldn't see what she was writing. But she knew those words were there, that she had written them, that she and Lien had written them together. She suddenly remembered that she should give these papers a name. How about calling them divine pronouncements? The mountain stood behind her, watching her. Good. The charcoal pencil scratched across the paper, making a soft, rustling sound. She couldn't see clearly, but she still remembered how to write those words and how to tell those stories. She yawned after some time had passed. Shan's hand landed on her shoulder. It's time to sleep. She stood up, took his hand, and walked back to the bedside. After lying down, she suddenly spoke. If I die, remember to give the book to Lien. This is what I wrote with her. The mountain remained silent. He didn't speak for a long time. You won't die. If anyone's going to die, it'll be me first. Ji was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled. That's good, she said. I was afraid you'd be lonely. February 29th, 21st year. A breeze blew across the lake, carrying the coolness of the water and the scent of the distant mountains and forests. The field had just been turned over in early spring, and the newly planted sweet potatoes were quietly sprouting in the soil. The newly sprouted buds peeked out from the cracks in the soil, their tender green color appearing brittle and thin in the sunlight, as if they could be broken by the wind at any moment. But they did not break. They stand upright, row upon row, patch upon patch, stretching out freely. Yamashu rushed back to the lakeside from the new base. He stood in front of the small, old house for a long time. Shen Ming and Lien also put down their work and stood in the crowd without saying a word. There were many people standing around. Thorn flowers, mountain fruits, and the children she had cared for, taught, and watched grow up. They are no longer children. Some are holding their own babies, some are holding their partner's hands, and some are just standing silently, staring at the door. The wind rustled by. No one spoke. The door opened. Shen walked at the front. His back was a little more hunched than before, and his steps were a little slower, but he walked very steadily. Behind them, several people were carrying a stretcher made of branches and vines. There was a person lying on it. Her face was serene, more serene than when she was alive. The wrinkles etched by time become very shallow and faint in the sunlight, like ripples left after the river recedes. Shen walked to the spot he had chosen and stopped. It was a high, sunny, open area where you could see the lake in the distance and the fields that had just sprouted. He dug the hole himself, yesterday. No one helped. The stretcher was lowered. Shen squatted down, reached out, and shook the already cold hand. He held it for a long time. Then he let go and stood up. Shen Ming walked to his side. They stood side by side, looking at the pit. After a long time, Shen Ming spoke. How many years has she been writing? Shen thought for a moment. 18 years. Shen Ming nodded. That's enough. The mountain remained silent. In the distance, the wind blows across the fields, and the newly sprouted buds sway gently, as if nodding or waving. Chapter 110, The Troublemaker. February 30th, 21st year. Sunlight streamed in obliquely through the window, falling on the stack of papers on the table. The paper was thick, more than 20 sheets with some curled edges, but each sheet was pressed very flat. Shen Ming sat at the table, turning the pages of handwritten text one by one. In some places the handwriting is neat, in others it is crooked, and in still others there are obvious signs of corrections. These were made by Lian when she helped with the copying later. But his gaze fell on the parts that hadn't been modified. Those were Thorne's original words. God came from beyond the heavens, bathed in sunlight, holding the first spark in his palm, and descended upon this cold and dark earth. Shen Ming's lips twitched slightly as he turned the page. God said, do not call God by his name directly, but call him Shen Ming. This name is in harmony with God's will, and hearing his name is like seeing God. He rubbed his temples and turned the page. God loves the world, regardless of who came first or last, whether strong or weak. Under this light, all are protected, and all can share in the food. He turned the page over, not wanting to look at it anymore. But there's still a lot of paper. The divine body is indestructible and immortal. Its wisdom is as vast as the Milky Way, knowing everything and understanding everything. Shen Ming sighed. Now he knew why the management was so smooth. Back then, Jina was more like a church than a school. He closed the stack of papers and pressed it down with his palm. It's less of a book and more of a collection of his own embarrassing stories. Shen Ming stood up and walked to the door. He gazed at the sky outside and remained silent for a long time. He knew he had done his best. Living to over 40 years old in a world without antibiotics or modern medicine is already the limit. But there's still a lingering sense of unease, a subtle ache like a thorn. What if I had been more studious back then? If you learn more medical knowledge, memorize more first aid tips, and read more books about geriatric diseases. Would it be better to do it now? He didn't know. The wind blew in from the fields, carrying the scent of earth. In the distance, someone was hoeing weeds, the strokes rhythmic and deliberate. He stood there for a moment, then turned and went back to the table. Lotus! Lian walked in through the door. She had been standing outside, waiting for him to call her. These, Shen Ming pointed to the papers on the table. I don't need them. If you don't need them either, make a copy and keep a backup. They could have been returned to Shen and given to them to handle. Lian walked over, picked up the stack of papers, and flipped through them. She didn't say anything, but she translated very slowly. When she turned to a certain page, her finger paused for a moment. Lian stared at it for a long time. Then she closed the paper. Good. She hugged the stack of papers to her chest, turned around, and walked out. Shen Ming watched her figure disappear through the doorway. He has passed away. Life must go on. On the same day, the silly bird perched on a very tall tree, looking down at the small patch of land it had turned over. Round or oval, red, green, or yellow, any color is fine. It brought back many kinds. Red, green, yellow, round, and oval. It brought back some of each kind and threw them in the place designated by the human. The human called these beans. The silly bird didn't know what the beans were for, but it did know that the human was happy. When it was happy, the human would give it more dried fruit and promise to give it gold if it found it in the future. It lowered its head and used its beak to preen the feathers on its chest. Then it spread its wings and flew towards the main tribe. Watching humans busy themselves from the sky is really interesting. In mid-March of the 21st year, near the main tribe, in the experimental field, Shen Ming squatted on the ground, with rows of newly sprouted buds in front of him. Beans. The silly bird brought back 7 or 8 kinds of beans. He picked out the ones that looked the plumpest and healthiest and planted them in the experimental field that had been specially set aside. Each row has a small wooden stick with simple Chinese characters engraved on it. Red big, yellow small, green small, black big, red small. This year, we'll focus on breeding. Let them grow, let them bear fruit, and see which ones can adapt to the climate here and which ones will grow well. Next year, land will be reserved for planting. We'll see which nitrogen fixation method is the most effective in 2 years. He grabbed a handful of soil and rubbed it between his fingers. The soil is loose and fertile, but the soil's fertility is declining, and that's something we can't avoid. If suitable legumes can be found and crop rotation is implemented, nitrogen can be fixed back into the soil. He stood up and patted the dirt off his hands. Take your time. April 1st, 21st year. Shen Ming rode on the back of a horse named Zhu Yu, walking along the gravel road towards outpost number 1. The road was paved with gravel, coarse gravel of varying sizes, which was broken up with hose, laid on the roadbed, and then flattened with heavy objects. It's a bit uncomfortable to walk on, but better than a muddy road. It won't sink or break when it rains. Zhu Yu walked steadily and faster than people. It took him more than a decade to tame this animal. First, it was Big Stomach, then its offspring, and later the young rain chasers were tamed by nose rings. They are strong, can carry heavy loads, pull carts, eat the coarsest grass, and walk on the worst roads. Its only 2 drawbacks are that it eats too much and is easily startled. Shen Ming patted Zhu Yu's belly, and Zhu Yu snorted and continued walking. After walking for 3 days, the gravel road came to an end. The first outpost is ahead. The head is still hanging in the tree. It is very tall and conspicuous. It could be seen from a great distance. Shen Ming reined in Zhu Yu and stared at the head. It had already started to stink. When the wind blew, the smell would spread everywhere, and flies would swarm around it, densely packed like a black cloud. He shook his head. Some people, however, choose to seek death. There was nothing he could do. Zhu Yu continued walking forward and entered the stronghold. People were already gathering in the open space. A new team of about 20 people, carrying wicker baskets and tools, were preparing to head to a more distant place. There were 2 familiar faces in the group. One of them is a mountain tree. He stands at the very front, his back ramrod straight, his face expressionless. One of them was Dong Han. She stood at the back of the line, wearing that old rot tin armor and carrying a rot tin basket on her back. It had been over a year since I last saw her, and her face had matured considerably. The lines of her jaw had become more defined, and her eyes no longer seemed as unfocused as before. In her wicker basket was a wooden box. Shen Ming took another look. The wooden box wasn't large, but it was quite finely made, and the lid was tightly closed. He wondered what was inside. He didn't ask. He jumped off the rain-chasing banner and walked to the front of the line. Set off. The group headed north along the newly opened road. Dong Han walked in the middle of the group. Her steps were light, and her back was very straight. The excitement of, I want to explore from a year ago is gone, replaced by something heavier, like a stone pressing down on her heart, like an anchor holding her to the ground. She gazed at the figure receding into the distance. Mountain trees. He walked very steadily, making sure each step was firm before taking the next. Her gaze was fixed on his back, unable to look away. In my mind, there was a completely different scene. That was a little over a month ago. Yamaki had just left not long ago. After he left, outpost number 1 was temporarily managed by Nyo. Nyo is an honest man, hard-working and never lazy. He's kind to everyone, but kindness is not always a good thing. Compared to the trees, the cow's intimidating power has diminished by far more than a fraction. Unfortunately, it was the planting season, and the physical work was heavy, requiring people to stay in the field from morning till night. Sun exposure, sweat pouring down, bones aching, muscles sore. Those who joined were not used to this kind of life, and after a few days, their resentment grew stronger and stronger. The winter chill is also present in the fields. While weeding, she secretly observed the savages. No, now she should be called newly joined tribesmen. Some of them were working diligently, some were dawdling, and some simply stopped and stood there in a daze. She saw a man throw a bone hoe on the ground. The man was called Thorne. He was tall with several deep scars on his arms, and his eyes were always darting around restlessly. He hasn't been here long, but he learns quickly and can already speak some simple sentences. I quit, Thorne said. The cow came over from the other end and scratched its head. Are you tired? Why don't you rest for a while? Si nodded, walked to the shade of a tree, and plopped down on the ground. Donghan frowned as he watched the scene, but she didn't say anything. That afternoon, Si did not return to the field. Donghan occasionally looked up and glanced towards the shade of the tree. The person was still there, leaning against the tree, eyes closed as if asleep. When it was time to wrap up work in the evening, everyone headed towards the brick houses to prepare for dinner. Thorne emerged from some grove of trees, swaggered to the food distribution area, held out his bowl, and unceremoniously took a bowl of sweet potato porridge. He squatted down beside him, drinking in large gulps, making loud smacking noises as he drank. Donghan held her bowl and watched him from afar, her brows furrowed in worry. The cow saw it too. He put down his bowl and went over. Stab, he said, not loudly, but everyone around heard him. You didn't do any work this afternoon. Don't do it again tomorrow. Si raised her head and looked at him. Done, he said. You don't. Done. The two stared at each other. Everyone around them stopped and watched. Then Si threw the bowl on the ground and stood up. What right do you have to tell me what to do? The cow paused for a moment. The next second, he charged forward. The two wrestled, the dull thuds of fists hitting flesh, panting, and swearing all mixed together. People around stepped back, making way for an open space, but no one stepped forward to help. Donghan stood in the crowd, watching the fierce fight. The bull was stronger, and finally it pressed the thorns to the ground, held the bull's neck, and rendered him unable to move. Do you submit? The ox asked, panting. Thorne did not speak. The cow released its grip and stood up. Work hard tomorrow. Thorne got up, dusted himself off, and left. That night, Donghan lay in her little shed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She kept thinking about that scene. It wasn't about who won. It was about everyone standing by and watching, including myself, while the bull and the thorns were locked in combat. The next day, the thorn was gone. Along with him, two other newly joined male savages also disappeared. When Nyo heard news, his face turned pale. He made the decision almost immediately, tie up all the new recruits. Regardless of gender or moral character, everyone was tied up. If there aren't enough vines, use rope. If there weren't enough ropes, the two of them would tie themselves together. The whole morning was a chaotic mess, with people crying, cursing, struggling, and begging for mercy. Spring plowing has been temporarily put on hold. For safety, Nyo gathered the elders of the tribe near the brick house and had the men patrol day and night with spears. But he made a fatal mistake. He did not check whether anyone was hiding inside the brick house. That evening, as the sun was setting, a woman entered her brick house, and then a scream. By the time everyone rushed over, it was too late. Thorne stood inside the house, holding a stone knife he had somehow acquired. A knife was held to the woman's neck. The woman was trembling all over, her face covered in tears and snot. The other two escaped savages stood behind Si, holding spears in their hands. Nyo stood at the door, his face ashen. Come out, Thorne said, his voice steady. If she doesn't come out, she'll die. No one moved. The stabbing motion pushed the knife in a little further. A trail of blood seeped from the woman's neck. The cow gritted its teeth. Let her go. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. He chuckled. For the next few days, Nyo followed Si's instructions, bringing in meat, vegetables, sweet potatoes, and water every day. Si hid inside the house, refusing to come out or let anyone in. Every day, Donghan would gaze at that brick house from afar, his palms sweating profusely. She had no choice. She could only stand outside and protect herself. On the sixth day, Yamanoki returned. His face was so gloomy, as if it could drip water. He did not rest. He simply asked, which room is the person in? Nyo pointed to the brick house. Shanshu walked over. As he passed the guards, he stopped and took a spear from one of them. The spear was ordinary, with a wooden handle and a stone spearhead, no different from any other spear. He held it and went inside. The curtains swayed and then fell. Those outside held their breath. No one spoke, no one moved. The wind blew across the square, causing the head hanging from the tree to sway gently. Of course, at that time the head was still attached to the thorn's neck. I don't know how much time has passed. It might take a long time, or it might just be a few breaths. The curtain was lifted. The first to emerge was the kidnapped woman. She was trembling and pale, but unharmed. She ran out, plunged into the crowd, and burst into tears. Then Yamano-ki came out. There was blood on his spear. It flowed from the tip of the spear to the tail, dripping onto the ground and creating a small pool of red. He leaned the spear against the wall and called to the others to clean up the mess. He paused for a moment as he passed by Donghan. Donghan looked at him. His face was expressionless. His eyes were still red, but he was very calm. Go to the lake outpost, he said, and tell them that mountain tree sent you. He paused. There's something there that will be very helpful to your work. Donghan paused for a moment. She didn't know what it was, but she nodded. Good. The next day, Thorne's head was hung on the tree. His body was thrown into the river and fed to the crocodiles. From then on, whenever someone asked about what happened that day, Yamaki would only give a faint reply. You can wear rattan armor under the animal skin coat. Just be careful not to get hit on the head. This is a dividing line. The amazing discovery of the mountain tree. Chapter 111, Comfort and Ignorance. April 22nd, 21st year. Outpost número 2. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Another group of savages tied to trees. Donghan squatted on a rock, watching them. New faces, dirty, smelly, with wary eyes. Some were struggling, some were spacing out, and some were making threatening growls and low voices, just like the savages from before. She looked around and confirmed that Shen Ming was not nearby. Then she reached into the wicker basket and took the wooden box out. Yamaki said it was something that would be very helpful for your work. She opened the wooden box. Inside was a stack of papers. The papers were rough and the edges were a bit frizzy, but each one was pressed very flat. The top one had only 2 words written on it. Oracle. This is what she copied when she returned to her lakeside base. When Yamashu asked her to fetch it, she thought it was some tool, weapon, or something that could help her control the savages. It turned out to be a stack of papers, and she was a little disappointed. But when she started reading what was on the paper, the disappointment turned into something else entirely. Those papers contained many words spoken by the gods. It wasn't the kind of grand pronouncements like God said, "Let there be light," but rather the things she had heard her mother say, her teacher Donnie say, and the old people who had chatted around the campfire. Those words were written down, organized, and turned into something that could be read repeatedly. She took out the top one and coughed lightly. The savages looked up at her. God said, she read, trying to make her voice as solemn as possible. You shall not call on God, but only his name, and his name shall be engraved in your heart. The savages were expressionless. Donghan didn't pay attention. She continued reading. God said, you're no different from me. A hairless body is not proof of God. A wise mind is the essence of man. God said, fire can warm you, or it can burn you. A vessel can hold food, or it can be used as a weapon. Choose what is good and follow it. God said, do not take all the land, do not use all the soil. Lie with all things, and you will live long. She read it aloud, sentence by sentence. There were some sentences that she herself didn't quite understand. For example, what does coexisting with all things mean? How can all things coexist? Pigs and Juyi will fight if they are raised together. She has tried it. But she read it anyway. These are the words of God. Saying them aloud is always true. The savages continued to watch her. One of the younger children suddenly opened his mouth and uttered a muffled syllable. God! Donghan paused for a moment. She looked at the savage. He was still trying, his lips moving as if trying to produce a second sound. God sinks. She put the paper away and returned it to the wooden box. Yes, she said, God sink. You will learn slowly. This should also be considered as proclaiming the blessings of the gods, right? She stood up and patted the dirt off her knees. Although I don't know if the savages can understand, it's still much better than my previous propaganda of the gods are very powerful. May 7th, 21st year. Main tribe. The sunlight was bright, shining into the brick building that served as a school, spreading a patch of shimmering light across the floor. Lien stood at the front, looking at the group of children in front of her, and felt a headache coming on. There were more than 20 people, some lying on the ground, some leaning against the wall, and some secretly playing with their toes. The boy in the front row was drawing something on the ground with a stick without even looking up. Lien took a deep breath. Attend the lecture. She slapped the table, and with a bang, dust rose from the surface and slowly drifted away in the beam of light. Those wandering gazes finally converged for a moment before focusing on her. Then, soon, they disappeared again. The one drawing continued drawing, the one leaning against the wall started to stare blankly, and the two in the last row were talking quietly. I don't know what they were whispering about. Lien tightened her grip on the charcoal pencil. Their foundation is much better than theirs was back then. These people can understand language from a young age. They know words like sweet potato, chasing the rain, eating, and sleeping. They have names, parents, and homes to return to. But, however, they were not very interested in learning. Whether it's numbers or words, whether it's calculation or reading and writing. Every day in class, it all revolves around those same few words and phrases. Yesterday you taught me about people, today you asked me about people, tomorrow you ask me again, and I still get people. The day after tomorrow, you change the way you ask, and I get a blank stare. Lien sighed. The homework she assigned was never collected. It's not that it wasn't finished, it's that it wasn't done at all, and then they confidently say it's lost. What did she do? Have them stand and listen to the lecture? Tried it, but it didn't work. Should we make them copy it a few more times? They did copy it, but they forgot it as soon as they finished. Should we make them do extra writing as punishment? We did, but the next day they were the same as before. She sometimes wonders if she was like this when she was a child. She shook her head. No. At that time, she really wanted to learn. Because of what Shen Ming taught her, she could survive. She could calculate how much food she had, distinguish who had more and who had less, and get others to listen to her. But what about these people? They don't need it. They have food, clothing, and shelter from birth. They don't need to keep accounts. They get their meals pre-calculated every day anyway. No need to be literate. Speaking is enough. No need to write anything, since there's nothing to remember anyway. Lotus! The sound came from outside the classroom. Lien raised her head. He stood at the door, a hint of anxiety on his face. I need to talk to you about something. Lien nodded, then turned around and looked at the children who were almost completely falling apart. You should imitate it more, she said, her voice sounding a little tired. I want to see what you write when I get back. Then she quickly walked out. The moment the curtain fell, the classroom came alive. The boy who had been lying on the ground straightened up and stretched. The artist threw down the stick and started talking to the person next to him. The two who were whispering quietly grew their voices a little louder. Someone lay down and started to sleep. Someone took out a wooden stick, drew a grid on the ground, and called their companions to play Connect 4. Some people even sneaked to the door, peeked out from behind the curtain, and then ran out in a flash. It ran. It's not about leaving. He ran very fast and disappeared among the brick houses in a few moments. The remaining children watched the direction he disappeared in. Some were envious, some were indifferent, and some simply yawned and continued lying down. He ran away, someone said. Oh, the other person responded. No one chased after them. No one thought there was anything wrong with it. What's the use of learning? This is something they keep in their hearts, never saying it aloud, but everyone understands. No matter how much you learn, you're still just eating the same food and doing the same things. Can those numbers be exchanged for food? No. Can those calculations increase the number of sweet potatoes? No. Can those Chinese characters keep wild animals away? No. It's better to help your parents pull some weeds in the field. At least you'll get a good boy in return. Those Chinese characters, I have no idea what their purpose is. Who doesn't know how to speak? If you have something to say, just say it. Why write it down? Who is this for? These problems have existed since Shen Ming founded the children's school. It remains unresolved. After finishing her business, Lien returned to the classroom door. She lifted the curtain. There was no one inside. The wooden sticks lay scattered haphazardly, and the ground was covered with scribbles. The go board was still there, with a few lines and circles drawn crookedly. Lien stood at the doorway, watching all of this. Long time. Then she sighed. Shen Ming once said that those who are willing to learn should be taught, and those who are unwilling to learn do not have to learn. However, not a single person was willing to learn. What to do? She went inside and gathered up the loose wooden sticks. Then she went outside and lowered the curtain. The sun was shining brightly outside, warming her body. In the distance, someone is weeding, wielding the weeds rhythmically. Someone was talking, but the voices carried on the wind, and it was impossible to hear what they were saying. Everything is normal. She stood there alone, unsure of what to do. Shen Ming was not unaware of the current situation. He stood at the door of his small, old house, looking at the breeding field in the distance. The beans have grown tall and green, swaying gently in the wind. But he doesn't have any good solutions at the moment. Learning brings no benefit to those children. This is the crux of the problem. They can earn praise, recognition, and a sense of usefulness by working in the fields. What do they get in return for sitting in the classroom? They get lien size, a bunch of words they can't remember, and criticisms like, "You're not doing your homework again." What are the benefits? There was no profit. Most of their parents were also not interested in studying. For the same reason, what's the use of learning it? They've lived for 20 or 30 years, illiterate and unable to do math, yet they've lived just fine, haven't they? They still have food to eat, clothes to wear, and shelter to live in. Everyone eats the same food, wears the same clothes, and does the same things. What difference does it make if you know a few words and can write out some formulas? There's no difference. Therefore, I don't study it. Comfort breeds complacency and intellectual decay. Shen Ming silently repeated these 4 words in his heart. This was the most accurate assessment he could think of. It's not lazy or stupid, it's unnecessary. When survival is no longer a daily concern, when there is certainty of food to eat tomorrow, when the sun rises as usual and life goes on as usual, the motivation to learn disappears. He recalled his past life, those days lying on his dorm bed scrolling through his phone, those procrastinations of, "I'll study tomorrow," and those thoughts of, "I just need to graduate anyway." Exactly the same. It's just a different place, a different era, and a different group of people. The essence is the same. He stood there for a while, then turned and went inside. Lotus has arrived. She stood at the door, holding a stack of papers in her hand. "Shen Ming," she said, "the list of land allocations and prices for produce is not yet ready." Shen Ming looked at her. "There are too many produce," Lien said. "We need to distinguish between the purchase price and the selling price. And, as you requested, we also need to ensure that everyone who works hard all year can eat meat a few times." She paused. "It's a bit hard to calculate." Shen Ming nodded. "It's all right," he said. "Noodle." He walked to the door and glanced outside. It was getting dark. The sun had already set behind the mountains, leaving only a reddish-orange afterglow that tinged the clouds on the horizon with a pale gold. 8 years left, he said. Lien was stunned for a moment. 8 years. Shen Ming offered no explanation. He just stared at the darkening sky for a long time. The communal dining system of primitive times is coming to an end. This is not just a sentiment. It is a judgment. It is a decision. When there is enough food, when there are enough houses to live in, when everyone feels this is fine. Who will still work hard? Who will still do extra work? Who will still learn those useless things? Won't. Therefore, changes are needed. Those who work hard should receive more. Those who slack off should receive less. And those who are willing to learn should see the rewards of learning. Land, products, prices, distribution, money, remuneration. 20 years ago, no one could understand these words. In 8 years, they will become something everyone faces every day. He turned his gaze back to Lien. "Take your time to calculate," he said. "Once we've calculated it all, we can work it out step by step." Lien nodded. She stood there, not moving. After a while, she spoke. "The school." Shen Ming looked at her. "Nobody wants to learn," Lien said. "What should we do?" Shen Ming remained silent for a while. Then he said, "Wait, wait, wait until they realize that those who don't learn will suffer." Lien was stunned for a moment. Shen Ming didn't say anything more. He turned around and went back into the house. Moonlight streamed in through the window, spreading a silvery white glow behind him. Chapter 1:12 Unable to Serve the Gods Forever. July 3rd, 21st year. Outpost número 2. The sun had just risen to the treetops, bathing the entire outpost in a warm, orange glow. Following the rain, they slowly walked into the stronghold along the newly built cobblestone path. Zhuyu had someone on her neck. She was wearing ordinary animal skin clothes and carrying a wicker basket. She looked no different from anyone else who came to deliver supplies. She jumped down at the entrance of the stronghold. First, he looked around. The new outpost looks much the same as when outpost number 1 was first built. Several rows of simple sheds, a few brick houses under construction, piles of timber and bricks on the open ground, and busy figures everywhere. Someone came out from inside. It was Shan Shu. He saw her, paused for a moment, then quickly walked towards her. "Lotus!" Lien waved her hand. "No need for me to come," she said. "I'll just wander around by myself." Yamaki paused for a moment, but then nodded. "Call me if you need anything." Lien nodded and walked deeper into the stronghold. She walked very slowly, as if taking a stroll. But she was actually looking for someone. Find the person Dong-yi recommended. Dong-yi said that there was a young girl named Dong-han at the Upstream stronghold, who was now in charge of educating the newly joined tribesmen. When Dong-yi spoke, her eyes shone with the light of someone who had found a treasure. And I've seen that girl myself. She's a promising talent. She walked past several sheds, across a clearing piled with timber, and then heard sound. It wasn't shouting, it wasn't scolding. It is chanting, God loves all people, and all beings are equal. A young woman's voice, not loud, but very steady. Each word was pronounced clearly, like spring water dripping on a stone, one drop at a time. God loves all people, and all beings are equal. Then came more voices. They were uneven, some fast, some slow, some muffled, some clear, but all were repeating along. Lien stopped and stood behind a tree, looking out. In the open space, a dozen or so people sat in a semicircle. They were men and women, young and old, their body hair still disheveled, some bearing scars from insect bites. But they sat quietly, their eyes all fixed on the same direction. Winter Cold stood in front of them. She wore a faded, old rattan armor, her back ramrod straight. She held nothing in her hands. The words on those papers were already etched into her mind. God loves all people, and all beings are equal. She read it again. Everyone repeated it. Lien noticed that every time Dong-han recited a sentence, his gaze would sweep over everyone. It wasn't the kind of gaze that supervises, but the kind that says, I'm looking at you, and you're looking at me. Some people who are seen by her will subconsciously sit up straighter, while others will meet her gaze. Then Dong-han turned around and walked to the big pot next to him. The pot contained a thick porridge made from sweet potatoes. It had been simmering for a long time, until the sweet potato flesh had melted into the porridge, giving the whole pot a light golden hue. She scooped up a bowl with a wooden spoon and handed it to the person closest to her. The gods provided us with land, she said, so that we may have plenty to eat. We thank the gods. The man took the bowl, looked up, and stared at Dong-han. His lips moved, and then he spoke. The gods provided us with land, and we were able to eat our fill. We are grateful to the gods. His pronunciation was a little unclear, and he didn't pronounce some words very accurately, but he said them completely. Dong-han nodded, indicating that he could drink it. The man brought the bowl to his lips and carefully took a sip. The porridge was very hot, but he didn't put it down. He just drank it slowly, sip by sip, savoring every drop. The winter chill has already moved on to the next person. Another bowl of porridge. Another phrase. The gods have given us the means to cultivate the land. Another phrase. Thank you, gods. Lien stood behind the tree, watching quietly. 1 bowl, 2 bowls, 3 bowls. A light slowly emerged in her eyes. It was admiration, and it was also surprise. The phrase, the gods provided us with the means of cultivation, and we were able to feast, is not found in the oracle. She remembered very clearly that the oracle was written by Ji, and that she and Ji had compiled it together. She had read every page, every line, and every word, and this sentence was not in it. This was written by Dong-han himself. Lien watched the young girl in the old rattan armor, watched her slurping porridge, watched her speak, and watched her gently yet firmly guide those who had just transformed from savages into members of her tribe, one by one, into the order of this community. Those people didn't cry, didn't make a scene, and didn't struggle. They just sat there, waited, then took the porridge, drank it, and repeated a phrase they might not fully understand. But their eyes are different now. That was the look of acceptance. After Dong-han finished distributing the last bowl of porridge, he stood there watching the others drink it. They drank in different ways. Some drank quickly, finishing in just a few gulps, and then licked the bowl clean. Some drank slowly, sipping it little by little, as if savoring something precious. Some people would take a few sips and then stop, looking at the porridge in their bowls and then at the people next to them, as if trying to confirm if it was all real. The winter chill did not hasten its arrival. She just stood there and waited. She would only begin the next task after everyone had finished drinking. This is something she learned from the mountains. To educate the wild people, one must not rush. If they panic, they'll get scared, and if they get scared, they'll run away. If they run away, they might die, and if they die, they'll lose everything. Take it slow. We must make every bowl of porridge a symbol of trust. Every chant should become the first rule in their minds. She stood there and suddenly felt someone watching her. She turned her head. Lian emerged from behind the tree. Winter is cold. Donghan paused for a moment. Then her eyes lit up. Lotus! She almost ran over, but when she reached Lian, she suddenly stopped and stood there, somewhat at a loss. What brings you to my place? Lian looked at her. This girl is different from 1 year ago. Back then, she sneaked away to the main village and stood at Shen Ming's door, her eyes filled with longing for, I want to go. Now she stands here, her eyes still shining, but that light is no longer longing. It is certainty, conviction, knowing where she is and what she is doing. I asked Shen Ming for leave. Lian said to come see you. Donghan blinked. Look at me. Lian didn't answer directly. She looked around at the wild people drinking porridge, the busy figures, and the brick houses under construction. Well done, she said. Donghan paused for a moment. Then she smiled, not a smug smile, but a slightly embarrassed yet barely concealed joy. No, she said, I was just doing what you told me to do. Lian looked at her. Suddenly, Lian spoke. Donghan, are you interested in getting closer to the gods? Domfans milafroza. She looked at Lian. Lian was looking at her too. In that instant, everything around seemed to vanish. The people drinking porridge, the busy people, the brick houses and shacks, all became a blurred background. Only Lian stood there, watching her, waiting for her answer. Donghan could hear his own heartbeat. Thump, 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 like playing drums. It was very close and very loud, making her head buzz. She opened her mouth and found her voice trembling slightly. I can't do it, she said, her voice lowering. I'm not capable, and I'm not good at management. Lian smiled. It's all right, Lian said. No one is born knowing how to manage. She took a step forward and took Donghan's hand. Don't be fooled by how majestic the mountain tree looks now. When it was a kid, it was often beaten by the mountain and scolded by the thorns. It was a terrible time back then. Donghan paused for a moment. Shanshu, the Shanshu who came out of the house with blood on his spear and no expression on his face. The owner of the head that was hung up. He was beaten when he was a child. Before Lian could fully process the information, she looked into Donghan's eyes and asked, word by word, tell me, do you want to, or don't you want to? Donghan opened his mouth. She wanted to say, I don't know, let me think about it, and I'm not ready yet. But those words stuck in my throat, unable to come out, because there was a voice inside her answering for her. The voice said, you want to. I wanted to since the first time you sneaked out. I've been thinking about this ever since you stood at Shen Ming's door. I've been thinking about this ever since you saw Shan Shu walk out carrying a bloodstained spear. I think of it from the way you repeatedly recite, God loves the world, and the look in the eyes of those savages when they receive the porridge. You think so? The winter chill bowed its head. She bit her lip, biting it hard, until her lips turned white. Then she looked up. I think. 2 words. It's very light, but it's very stable. Lian nodded. She released Donghan's hand, but did not let go of his gaze. Then your days ahead will be quite tough. Donghan took a breath. I know. Do you still remember how to write the character? Donghan paused for a moment. Then she laughed, the kind of laugh that says, is that even a question? Remember. Lian smiled too. All right, I'll teach you math. She took a few steps to the side, found a flat rock, and squatted down. She took out a charcoal pencil from her pocket, which she had brought with her before leaving home. Donghan followed and squatted down next to her. Lian drew 2 circles on the stone. 1 berry, she pointed to the first circle, plus another berry, she pointed to the second circle. That's 2 berries. She drew an equal sign after the 2 circles, then drew 2 more circles together. That's just arithmetic. It's very simple. Donghan looked at those circles. Circle. Berry. 1 plus 1 equals 2. It's very simple. She looked up at Lian. Lian was also looking at her. From addition and subtraction to multiplication and division, from the ones place to the hundreds place, although I am not familiar with them, I understand the concepts. Lian stood up. That's all for today, she said. We'll continue next time. Even the winter chill stands up. I send you. No need. Lian waved her hand. You haven't finished your work yet. She gestured with her lips in that direction. The savages had finished their porridge and were looking around, unsure of what to do next. Donghan glanced at them, then at Lian. Then I... Go. Lian turned around and walked towards the entrance of the stronghold. After walking a few steps, she suddenly stopped. There was no turning back. Winter is cold. You did a great job. Then she continued walking forward. Dong Han stood there, watching her figure disappear behind the shacks. The wind blew in from the fields, carrying the scent of sweet potato leaves and the moisture from the distant river. She stood there for a long time. Then she turned and walked toward the savages who were waiting for her. The sun is already high in the sky. Dong Han walked up to them, squatted down, and looked them in the eye. Where were we in the lesson? Someone opened their mouth and uttered a muffled syllable. God. Yes, Dong Han smiled. Go. Let's continue. She cleared her throat. God loves all people, and all beings are equal. Those people also started to speak. The sounds were uneven, some fast and some slow, some indistinct and some clear. But everyone was repeating along. In the distance, Lien had already reached the foot of the mountain tree. The usually spirited man was now like a child. She didn't turn around, but she heard those voices. She smiled. Prepare a room for me. I'll go back after the new year. Chapter 113 Weights and Measures in Law. October 2nd, 23rd year. Main tribe. Sunlight streamed in obliquely through the window and fell into Shen Ming's palm. He held a piece of pottery, motionless. That pottery was very thin, just how thin. Sunlight streamed in from behind, casting a hazy glow on his palm, making it almost possible to see the outline of his fingers. Light as nothing, like holding a clump of solidified air. He stared at it for a long time. Then he spoke. Sharp. He paused for a moment. That's amazing. He held the pottery up to the light, squinting at its almost transparent edges. The pottery walls are thin and uniform, without any cracks or deformations, perfectly square with distinct edges and corners. The wisdom of the working people is unfathomable. He put down the pottery and picked up the ruler carved from hardwood. The ruler is engraved with dense markings, which were carved bit by bit with a flint chisel. Each mark is extremely shallow, fine, but very uniform. He placed the ruler against the edge of the pottery and squinted to measure. Length, 10 centimeters. Width, 10 centimeters. Height, 5 centimeters. It was exactly what I requested. He put down the ruler, then picked up the pottery and examined it from all angles. For this standard instrument, Bone and his men burned for 3 whole years. Length 10, width 10, height 5. 1 liter. He placed it back on the padded wooden tray, as gently as if he were placing a bird that was incubating its eggs. Where did this 10 centimeters come from? Shen Ming stood by the window and looked down at his legs. 23 years have passed, and this body has changed every day, becoming stronger, more robust, and rougher. But one thing has remained unchanged, his height. Before he transmigrated, he was 175 centimeters tall. He still remembered that number. In his 5th year in this world, he measured his height with a thin vine rope. The rope is still there, kept in that never-opened box. But its replica has become the benchmark of this world. He folded the rope 4 times, dividing it into 5 sections. Then fold one section 4 more times, making it 5 sections in total. Choose another section, fold it 6 times, and separate it. Finally, the length of each small section of rope is 1 centimeter. He used that length to carve the wooden ruler. The size of the pottery was determined using that wooden ruler. But what about the weight? Shen Ming frowned. The weight stumped him. He still remembered his weight before he transmigrated. 53 kilograms, but that was 23 years ago. He's much stronger now than before, with thicker muscles, heavier bones, and lower body fat. Using yourself as a standard is definitely not accurate. He needs a different standard. He still remembers that 1 milliliter of water is 1 gram, and 500 milliliters of water is 500 grams, which is 1 jin, a unit of weight in China. If he can make a 500 milliliters container and fill it with 500 milliliters of water, that's 500 grams. However, ordinary pottery is too heavy, which would affect the standard. He looked at the thin, translucent pottery in his hand. It's so light it's almost negligible, which is a good thing. When you use it to hold water, the weight it produces is basically the weight of the water. The question is how to weigh. Shen Ming then took out another set of equipment, a smooth hardwood stick with a groove in the middle, a thin rope, and 2 wooden trays. He wedged the thin string in the middle of the stick, and, theoretically, that was the balance scale. He prepared to pour water into the earthenware pot. 500 milliliters of water. Pour it into that thin ceramic pot, then place it on the tray. What should we put on the other side to balance it? He needs a 500-gram weight. Clay. The moment the thought crossed his mind, his hand stopped. No, clay won't work. Even disregarding the fact that some of the contents will stick when placed on the tray and removed, the weight will change simply due to the evaporation of moisture during the drying process. If you put 500 grams on it today, it will become 470 grams tomorrow and 450 grams the day after tomorrow. This weight will keep changing and will never be accurate. The underscore does not work. He put down the water jug, walked to the window, and looked out at the sky. The sun was shining brightly, and people were weeding in the fields, their movements rhythmic and gentle. In the distance, the barking of dogs mingled with the laughter of children. We still need to rely on metal. He was talking to himself. 6 years left. He turned around and went back to his desk. The desk was piled with papers, some smudged with ink, some rubbed with fingers, and some simply crossed out and rewritten next to them. That was the law he was drafting. Once private ownership is implemented, merchants will automatically emerge. This is the natural order. He doesn't need to teach it or cultivate it. People will become merchants as soon as they discover that they can make money through buying and selling. After merchants appeared, even lazy people started to have crooked ideas. It's not that lazy people have become bad. It's just human nature. When some people make money through legitimate means, there will always be others who want to take shortcuts, exploit loopholes, and gain without effort. He couldn't possibly go to each outpost to personally try every time someone committed a crime. Impossible. It's too far, too much, and too time-consuming. As for allowing the managers of each outpost to determine guilt based on the actual circumstances, that's even more unacceptable. Cover-ups would almost certainly be inevitable. Relatives, friends, acquaintances, and people who are useful to you can all influence your judgment. It's not that those people are bad. It's just that people are like that. The law is designed to prevent the determination of guilt based solely on the feelings of the parties involved or the closeness of their relationship. He picked up the charcoal pencil and continued writing. Robbery. The punishment should not be too severe, otherwise it may easily escalate into murder. The stolen goods must be returned. If they cannot be returned, compensation must be paid at the official price. In addition, 10 years of mining service shall be served. He paused, crossed out 10 years, and changed it to 5 to 10 years. Leave some room for maneuver. Made currency illegally, death penalty. He wrote with great effort, leaving a deep mark on the paper with his charcoal pencil. I've been thinking about this financial system for so long, he muttered. I can't let anyone destroy it. Theft. He stopped and thought for a moment. Food theft is not a crime. This is the bottom line. People will steal food when they are hungry. It's instinct. You can't use the law to punish instinct. However, if compensation is required, it will be paid at the official price. If the person cannot afford it, the government will help them find a job and use their wages to pay off the debt. If you steal anything else, you have to pay for it. And after paying, you have to serve 1 to 3 years of mining service. Rape. It can't be too severe, otherwise it will turn into murder and he'll be mining for the rest of his life. As he wrote this, he suddenly remembered something from long ago. When the tribe had just settled down, a wanderer joined and soon committed a crime. Thorne asked him what to do, and he said, tie him up first and starve him for 3 days. Things are different now. Intentional homicide, death penalty, no room for negotiation. Accidental homicide, compensation, additional mining service. Depends on the circumstances. Adultery. He stopped. The charcoal pencil hovered over the paper, hesitant to fall. Adultery. How is this judged? There are no victims, no losses, and no one complains unless they are discovered. But once discovered, things often turn out to be much bigger. Arguments, fights, injuries, and even murder. He rubbed his temples. What a tragedy. He put down his pen, leaned back, and collapsed to the ground. The roof beams above his head, one by one, were blackened by smoke. A spider was weaving its web in the corner, slowly, round and round. He lay on the ground, looking at the spider. I should be more than 60% as a feudal emperor now, he muttered to himself. I should have passed the test. No one answered. The spider continued weaving its web. He lay down for a while, then got up again. There's still so much left to write. Tax evasion. Pay 3 times the amount of tax. 4 huge amounts. Serve 5 to 10 years of mining service. Crime of withholding wages. The government will pay the wages owed and will also collect the outstanding wages. For each month of delay, the amount to be collected will increase by 10%. Trade name protection law. As he wrote, he muttered to himself, don't worry about the businessmen. They'll find a way to make a profit themselves. They can't run away anyway. He paused. If you're so capable, go do business with savages. Savages have no currency, no concept of law, and no trading customs. What do you offer them? Shells for stones? Meat for grass? It can't be done. Therefore, merchants can only operate within this system. Making money within the rules is fine. Trying to break the rules is not. The sun was already setting in the west. Shen Ming put down his pen and looked at the pile of densely packed papers in front of him. It was a thick stack of papers, filled with countless lines and written over many days. In some places, he could hardly recognize the originals. There were so many corrections that it was densely packed, like a tangled mess. But he knew these things would come in handy. Some people will criticize him, some will disagree, and some will try to exploit loopholes. But most people will live by these rules. It's better than having no rules. He tidied up the papers, flattened them, and placed them on a corner of the table. The sound of flapping wings came from outside. The silly bird landed on the windowsill and tilted its head to look at him. "Human," it said, "you called me?" Shen Ming nodded. He picked up a piece of paper from the table, folded it, and stuffed it into a small leather pouch. A thin string was attached to the pouch, which could be tied to a bird's leg. "Outpost 4, he said, "is to Yamaki." The silly bird lowered its head and poked at the leather pouch with its beak. "What is that?" "Letter." The silly bird tilted its head and looked at him. It still didn't quite understand what letter meant, but it knew that this thing had to be delivered to Outpost 4 and given to the person named Shanshu. It had been to Outpost 4 many times and knew the way. It stretched out its claws, allowing Shen Ming to tie the leather bag onto it. "They're gone." It spread its wings, took flight, circled above Shen Ming's head once, and then flew north. Shen Ming stood at the door, watching it disappear into the twilight. The wind blew in from the fields, carrying the scent of sweet potato leaves and the coolness of the river in the distance. He stood there for a while, then turned and went back into the house. Chapter 1:14 Army. October 2nd, 23rd year. Dusk. Outpost número 4. Shanshu squatted on a wooden stake, clutching the leather bag in his hand. The bag was small, tied at the opening with a thin rattan rope, the edges neatly folded. He untied the rope and pulled out a piece of paper. "Select 40 strong and healthy men and bring them to the main tribe. It is best if they are new members and young." Yamasha read the sentence 3 times. 40 people. Labor force. He looked up and glanced around. Outpost number 4 was only built 6 months ago. The houses are not yet finished, the fields have just been cleared, and manpower is already tight. But if Shen Ming says he wants it, then it must be given. He closed the paper and began to make plans in his mind. There isn't enough manpower at Outpost 4, so they should be able to draw personnel from other locations. The key is to get it there. He led 40 people on a journey that would take a month? That's impossible. Half of them would have to run away halfway through. But Shen Ming didn't say he would transport alone. He paused for a moment. Yes, they didn't say. Shen Ming only instructed him to take them to the main tribe. He didn't say how to do it, how many people would be needed along the way, or whether those people could return or would stay in the main tribe. That means he can make his own decision. Shanshu folded the paper and put it back into his leather bag. He stood up and looked at the large bird perched on a nearby branch. The silly bird was preening the feathers on its chest with its beak, one leg tucked in and the other standing, looking very relaxed. "Thank you," Yamaki said. The silly bird raised its head and tilted its head to look at him. It didn't quite understand what "thank you" meant, but it knew that after the person said those 2 words, it was no longer needed. It jumped down from the branch and hopped and skipped out of the stronghold. Jumping requires less energy than flying, especially for short distances like this. At the same time, at Outpost number 4 at Lotus's house, the sun had already set behind the mountains, leaving only a patch of orange-red afterglow that seeped in through the gap in the curtain. Dong Han lay on the table, a piece of paper spread out in front of him. The paper was covered with numbers. She recognized the numbers and could write them down one by one without any problem, but when put together, they became a jumbled mess. "Lotus," she said weakly, "mathematics shouldn't be like this." Lien sat opposite her, her face stern, but she was actually quite satisfied. Donghan wasn't very smart, at least not as smart as herself, but she tried her best. If you make a mistake, correct it. If you don't know something, ask. After asking, keep calculating. After calculating, keep making mistakes. After making mistakes, keep correcting them. "Let's do it again," Lien said. Winter's chill howled, But the pen did not stop. The curtain was lifted. A silly bird jumped in. It jumped in through the window, a window that Lien had specially left for it. Usually, it was covered with a piece of bark, but the silly bird would use its beak to peel the bark away. It stood still inside the room, looking left and right. Lien and Donghan were both looking down at the paper, ignoring it. It doesn't care. It hopped to the row of jars in the corner, used its beak to lift the lid of one of them. Dried cranberries. It recognized the jar. It picked up a piece, tilted its head back, and swallowed it. And then there was another one. Another one. After eating a few, it suddenly stopped, hopped to the window, and jumped out. After a while, it jumped back. Keep eating. Humans don't like it pooping in the house, and it remembers that. October 21st, 2014, Main Tribe Square. The sun was shining brightly. The winter sun wasn't very hot, but it was still warm on the skin. Shen Ming stood in the center of the square, with 40 people standing in front of him. They varied in height, weight, and posture. Some were leaning to one side, some were crouching, and some were simply sitting on the ground. Some were looking around, some were picking at their nails, and some were whispering to the people next to them. Although they couldn't understand each other, it didn't stop them from gesturing. Shen Ming looked at them and sighed. I'm going to be a teacher again. He took a deep breath and roared. Stand at attention. The sound exploded in the square, startling a few sparrows. All 40 people looked up at him, but no one moved. Shen Ming rubbed his throbbing temples. Can't stand at attention. It seems I really don't know how. He went up and began to correct them one by one. Legs together. Yes, together. Is that what you call together? You could run right through the middle and catch a gust of rain. Place your hands at your sides. Not in front, but to the sides. Let them hang naturally, not in fists. Look at me. Look ahead. Look at this. Not at the ground. Aren't there sweet potatoes on the ground? Stand up straight. Can't you? Is that what you call standing up? That's hunching over. He turned each of the 40 people around, straightened them one by one, and taught them what standing at attention meant. It took a full incense stick's time. He finally stood back at the front, looking at the row of people in front of him, who were crooked, but at least trying to maintain their posture. Remember your positions, he roared. I'll count to 3, 3, 2, 1, spread out. The crowd dispersed sparsely. Some walked fast, some walked slowly, and some stood still because they didn't understand what scatter meant at all. After the people around them gestured for a while, they finally realized what was going on and started to walk to the side. Shen Ming did not urge him. He waited. I waited for about a minute. Then he shouted, Gather. The crowd began to run back. But once they got there, a problem arose. Many people couldn't find where they had been standing. Some people stood in someone else's spot, some stood between two rows, and some stood in the back row, only to find that the person in front had already taken that spot. Shen Ming glanced at it. Of the 40 people, at least 16 were standing in the wrong place. You. He pointed at them one by one. And you. All 16 were pointed out. Get down. The 16 people were stunned for a moment, then obediently laid down on the ground. The remaining people stood, and some began to laugh. No, Shen Ming said, his voice turning serious as he looked at the laughing people. I wasn't talking about you. And you're still laughing? The smile froze. Get down on your knees, too. The remaining 24 people also lay down. Shen Ming walked up to them, squatted down, and looked them in the eye. They're standing in the wrong place, he said. Why didn't you remind them? No one answered. You're not going to talk, huh? Fine. Then I'll explain. You're a team. If one person makes a mistake, everyone takes the blame. If they're on the wrong side today, you all suffer together. If you're on the wrong side tomorrow, they all suffer together. Understand? Someone nodded. I didn't hear anything. Understand. Haven't you eaten? Speak louder. Understand. Shen Ming stood up. He walked back to the edge of the square, sat down on a large rock where he often sat, leaned back comfortably, and looked at the 40 people lying in the sunlight. It's winter, he said, so you can bask in the sun and warm yourselves up. He paused. Am I okay? The people lying down looked at each other. Good. I can't hear you. The voices of all 40 of you are not as loud as mine alone. Good. Shen Ming nodded and said nothing more. The sunlight moved slowly. The people lying down started sweating. Some secretly changed their position, putting their hands under their faces. Some started digging at the dirt on the ground. Some simply buried their heads. Whether they were resting or already asleep, it was unclear. After a while, some people started making strange movements. It's not lying down, it's not crouching, it's a position somewhere in between, with your butt sticking out. Shen Ming glanced at it and almost burst out laughing. The sun and the earth. but he held back. He stood up and walked back. Stand up. Line up. The crowd got up and gathered together sparsely. But this time was different. Those with good memories took the initiative to help the people next to them find seats. You over there. No, I'm here. Go left, go left. Shen Ming watched without saying a word. Once everyone was in position, he frowned. Too slow. He walked over and gently kicked the people standing on the outermost edge. Scatter. Didn't you hear me? Disperse. The crowd paused for a moment, then began to back away. One of them was too slow to retreat and was kicked by Shen Ming. It wasn't a real kick, but the kind of kick that makes you move. Hurry up. After everyone dispersed, he shouted again. Gather. You have 5 counts. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The crowd ran back. It's a little faster than before, but still very slow. Shen Ming looked at the timer. It took about 10 breaths before everyone was standing still. So slow. Disband. Let's do it again. The second time. This time, the crowd no longer moved by walking. They practically scattered while running and then ran back. When Shen Ming counted to 3, half the people were already in position. By the time he counted to 4, most were in position. By the time he counted to 5, the last person stepped into his position. Very good. Shen Ming nodded. Look to the left. The crowd turned their heads in unison. Shen Ming's gaze swept over. Some of them are twisted to the right. Some people only realized they were wrong after they had already twisted the rope and quickly changed direction. There were a few more. He turned away before he could finish speaking. Shen Ming walked over 1 foot to each person. It wasn't heavy, just the kind of force that makes you want to kick someone. Can't you tell left from right? Before you turn, can you please listen carefully to whether I said left or right? He walked back to the front. Everyone get ready. Hands behind your heads, 50 squats. The crowd began to squat down and stand up, squat down and stand up. Their movements were chaotic, some were fast, and some were slow, some wobbled halfway down a squat, and some almost fell when they stood up. Shen Ming stood by and watched. Then, a figure darted out from a queue. They weren't running this way. They ran out of the square. Run towards the woods. Chapter 1:15 Establishing Authority. October 21st, 2014. Main Tribe Square. The figure had barely darted out when, as it drew closer to the forest, its knees suddenly buckled. It's not that it's soft on its own. It was hit by something. He fell forward, his face hitting the ground, his mouth full of dirt. He struggled to get up, but one leg was weak, so he could only crawl forward by pulling himself up with his hands. A foot stepped on his back. It wasn't heavy, but it was enough to immobilize him. You good for nothing. Shen Ming's voice came down from above, carrying a tone of disappointment and disdain. You can't even handle this. The man was still struggling, flailing his arms, and kicking his legs like a beetle that had been flipped over. But the foot held him firmly down, unmoving. Shen Ming bent down and grabbed him by the back of the neck. Like carrying a chick. He dragged the man back, the man plowing a shallow furrow in the ground, his hands still waving, but he had little strength left. Shen Ming dragged him back to the front of the line and threw him on the ground. The man lay there, motionless. Shen Ming raised his head and looked at the 39 people in front of him. They stood a little straighter than before. Besides him, Shen Ming's voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear. How many other people are still unconvinced and don't want to train? A soft pattering sound rang out from the crowd. There were people looking at each other, some swallowing hard, and some wiggling their toes. But no one stood up, so they all think they're very strong, great, and can endure hardship, right? He scanned them. Right. The voices were uneven, but at least everyone spoke. Shen Ming nodded. He looked down at the person on the ground who was still breathing. How do you say? The man was lying face down, his face buried in the dirt. To stay or not to stay? Silence. After a long time, the man spoke. Not to be kept. The sound was muffled, coming from the earth. Shen Ming wasn't angry. He simply nodded. Good. He turned around and shouted towards the back of the crowd. Household. A middle-aged man ran over from a distance. Give him something to eat on the way, Shen Ming said, and let him go back. Who hesitated for a moment, but then nodded immediately. He went over, helped the man up, and headed towards the warehouse. The man walked with a limp and did not look back. Shen Ming watched his figure disappear behind a brick house, then turned back and looked at the 39 people in front of him. A slight smile appeared on his face. You guys are good. Some people in the crowd secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I originally thought, Shen Ming continued, that it would be good if more than 20 could be left. He paused. Only one of them left. 39 people stood there, and some began to straighten their backs. Shen Ming looked at them. Do you know what mission you've been chosen for? No one answered. To safeguard the safety of the people. He pointed to the brick houses, the fields, and the figures of people working in the distance. Those people, the people you will have to protect in the future. He took a step forward. Is there anyone among you who disagrees? No one moved. Does anyone think this is unnecessary? Still, no one moved. Don't you feel, Shen Ming's voice deepened, that protecting our safety is unnecessary? Those beasts are no match for humans anymore. People started looking at each other. Wrong. When Shen Ming said this word, his voice was very heavy. Completely wrong. He looked at them, one by one. What you're dealing with is not wild beasts. He paused for a moment. It's a person. The two words fell to the ground like two stones. No one spoke. Is there anyone who thinks they're good at fighting? Shen Ming said, step forward and show us. The crowd fell silent. After a while, a young man of about 16 or 17 years old walked out of the line. He wasn't tall, but he had broad shoulders and several old scars on his arms. He stood in front of Shen Ming, chin raised, a hint of provocation in his eyes. I'll give it a try. Shen Ming sized him up a few times. Anyone else want to give it a try? He looked at the line. One isn't enough to fight. The young man's face turned red. He rushed forward. The fist struck straight at Shen Ming's face, without any particular pattern. It was just fast and ruthless. Shen Ming did not dodge. He met the fist head-on, sidestepped, and reached out. Just like that. Turn, buckle, press. The young man's arm was twisted behind his back, his whole body bent into a bow shape, his face facing the ground. He struggled for a moment, but couldn't move. Shen Ming gripped his wrist with his palm and pressed his elbow against his shoulder, rendering him unable to move. Don't be in such a hurry. The young man's face turned bright red, whether from pain or anger. It was hard to tell. A few more people, Shen Ming said, his gaze sweeping over the group. Let's go together. No one moved. What? You're afraid to fight whether there are more or fewer opponents. Shen Ming yawned. It was a real yawn, not an act. He opened his lips, took a breath, and then closed them, looking like he was saying, I'm so bored. Looks like I misjudged you, he said. I don't need a bunch of cowards. Someone in the group moved. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 young men stepped out of the line. Some are tall, some are short, some are strong, and some are thin. Some had excitement in their eyes, some had nervousness, and some had no expression at all. They just walked out and stood there. Shen Ming released his grip on the young man's hand. He patted him on the shoulder. Go and rest over there. The young man clutched his arm and took a few steps back. If this were real combat, Shen Ming said, you would already be dead. He looked at the 6 people in front of him. Are you 6 coming at me all at once, or one at a time? The 6 people exchanged glances. Then, they rushed forward. Not one after the other, but together. Some came from the front, some from the side, and some from behind. Some of them grew up listening to the legends of Shen Ming, while others joined the tribe after hearing the tales of Donghan. They knew who this person was, that he could take on a brown bear, drive away a saber-toothed tiger, and knock a savage unconscious with a single slap. But they still charged forward, because of excitement, to challenge the gods. This is good conversation starter. Shen Ming made a move. He faced the first person who rushed up to him, clenched his right fist, and thrust it forward. The man saw the fist, opened his arms, and tried to hug Shen Ming directly. But what's out in the open is never the killer move. Just before they were about to clash, Shen Ming's fist suddenly opened, turning into a palm, and he shifted his body to the side. The man's outstretched arm instantly became the best hand to grab. Shen Ming grabbed the arm, tripped it, and clenched his fist with his other hand, smashing it solidly into the man's chin. A muffled bang was heard. The man's eyes rolled back, and his body went limp. Shen Ming didn't stop. He let go and pushed the person forward into the crowd, rushing up from behind. The limp body bumped into the 2 people, and all 3 of them swayed to the side. Those who tried to dodge had their vision obstructed. Some slowed down, while others lost their balance. As soon as one of them looked away from his fallen companion, he saw a foot approaching his face. Swing your leg. The man flew to the side and crashed into someone next to him. The 2 of them rolled on the ground together. But at that moment, the 2 people who had been hit had already rushed in front of Shen Ming. The fist has already been thrown. There's no way to avoid it. Shen Ming did not avoid it. He met one of the fists head on, catching it with his left shoulder. The fist slammed into the shoulder with a dull thud, but Shen Ming only swayed slightly. He reached out and pressed down on the man's shoulder, using the momentum to leap into the air, his knee slamming upwards. A knee strike landed squarely on the man's jaw. The man fell backward. Shen Ming was still in the air. He didn't fall. His body was still spinning, and his other foot swept out, kicked on another person's right shoulder. The man staggered, and before he could regain his balance, Shen Ming was already in front of him, grabbing his neck and throwing him around. The man flew out, rolled twice on the ground, and then lay still. Shen Ming stood in the center of the field. 5 people on the ground. Some covered their chins, some covered their shoulders, some lay motionless, and some were still humming. There's one more person. The 6th one, the slowest one, lagging behind, was standing still, trembling all over. He looked at Shen Ming. Shen Ming looked at him. Shen Ming waved to him. Come on. The man's legs went weak. He lay directly on the ground. He lay flat on his back, his hands on his body, his eyes closed, and he remained motionless. Playing dead. Shen Ming was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed. It wasn't a mocking laugh, but a genuine laugh of amusement. He stood there laughing out loud. Ha ha! Laughter filled the square. Some of those lying on the ground raised their heads, looked at their companion who was pretending to be dead, and began to laugh. The one who was pretending to be dead still had his eyes closed, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve slightly. Shen Ming had laughed enough. He stopped smiling, raised his head, and looked at the 39 people in front of him, those standing on the sidelines, those who had just gotten up from the ground, and those who were still rubbing their wounds, all looked at him. Who else disagrees? No one spoke. With your level of competence, he said, his voice not loud, but loud enough to be heard throughout the square, how can you protect the people? Everyone fell silent. In the distant fields, someone is hoeing weeds, one stroke at a time. In a nearby group, 39 people stood there, watching the man who had just single-handedly taken down 6 others. They didn't say anything, but their eyes are different now. Hearing it 1,000 times is not as good as seeing it with your own eyes once. Chapter 116, 3 Rules and 5 Orders. October 21st, 23rd year. Evening. The sun had already set behind the mountains, leaving only a warm orange-red afterglow that bathed the entire square in a cozy hue. Shen Ming stood at the front of the line, looking at the 39 people. They stood a little straighter than in the morning, but still crooked. Some had one shoulder higher than the other, some had bent knees, and some had their eyes looking somewhere else. Follow me. He turned and ran out of the square. It's not a fast run. It's a slow jog, the kind of speed you can keep running at. He heard a jumble of footsteps behind him. Some were running, some were walking, and some were hesitating. He knew it without turning around. Running is a required course. He ran and shouted, "Playing dead, bro." The young man who had been lying on the ground, pretending to be dead that afternoon, was stunned for a moment. Run faster. Get running. The guy who was pretending to be dead started running. Don't leave. The people around him laughed and started teasing him. Shen Ming didn't laugh. He continued running, circling the square once, twice, 3 times. The footsteps behind me grew increasingly chaotic. Some were panting, some were coughing, and some were falling behind. Shen Ming slowed down a bit so that the people behind him could keep up. Run, he shouted. 1, 2, 3, 4. No one answered. Repeat after me. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sparse and uneven. Shen Ming didn't stop. 1, 2, 3, 4. He shouted alone, and his voice carried far in the twilight. When we reached the 10th lap, some people started walking. On the 15th lap, someone sat down on the ground and stopped running. Shen Ming didn't stop. He kept running. When they reached the 20th lap, those who were sitting stood up again and started running again. It's not because I want to run. It's because sitting there alone and watching other people run past me round and round is more painful than running. When it was completely dark, Shen Ming stopped. The 39 people stood slumped over, some supporting their knees, some bent over, and some simply lying on the ground, completely exhausted. Shen Ming looked at them. To be continued tomorrow. October 22nd. Early morning. Before dawn, Shen Ming woke everyone up. Line up. This time no one asked, what does it mean to line up? They had learned, and although they were still standing crookedly, at least everyone knew where they were supposed to stand. Run. Keep up with me. 39 men followed him and ran towards the lake outpost. Shen Ming was always at the very front. He wasn't fast, but he kept going. When we reached the lake outpost, the sun had just risen. Get your spears. Each person was given a wooden spear, and Shen Ming taught them to thrust, and withdraw. Thrust and withdraw 100 times. Too slow. Hurry up. Too light. Use more force. Are you stabbing at the air? There are enemies ahead. Stab. Have you done 100? Others haven't stopped, so you can't stop either. My arms ached, my shoulders were numb, and the spear felt heavier and heavier with each swing. No one dared to stop. In the afternoon, they ran back to the main village. Fist technique. Not those fancy boxing techniques, but straight punches, hooks, elbow strikes, and knee strikes. The most basic, the most ruthless, the most effective at incapacitating a fighter. Hit. Hit hard. Can't you even hit the air? Someone secretly slowed down their movements. Shen Ming walked over and stood in front of him. I'll play with you. The man immediately sped up. As the sun set, 39 people collapsed on the ground. Shen Ming stood to the side, calm and composed. Stand up. No one moved. Stand up. Some people struggled to get up, while others couldn't and were pulled up by those around them. Shen Ming looked at them. Have a meal. Barbecue. Several large pieces of meat were roasting over a fire, the fat dripping into the flames and sparking. Everyone sat around, waiting for the meat to cook and for it to be divided. Shen Ming sat in the middle of them. Sing a song. Someone paused for a moment. I can't sing. I will teach you. Shen Ming cleared his throat and spoke. Our homeland on this land. The tune is strange. It's not the kind of song that sounds good, and it's also a bit off key. Sing. Our home on this land. Speak louder. Our home on this land. Our duty is to serve this nation. Our glory under this sky. The voices of the 39 people were uneven, some were off key, and some were cracking. It was very loud. Shen Ming nodded. Heave ho, we protect our home. Heave ho, we protect our home. Hey ya, hey. We're protecting order. Hey ya, hey. We're protecting order. The gods guide us towards the distant horizon. After the last sentence was shouted, no one spoke. Only the fire was burning, crackling, and popping. Then some people laughed, then more people laughed, and then someone started shouting. One more time. Shen Ming did not refuse. That night, that song was sung many times. October 23rd. Early morning. Shen Ming walked into their residence. 39 people slept on the floor, crammed together. He looked down at the blankets. Some were folded into a ball, some were spread out, and some had been kicked into a corner by someone. Get up, all of you. The person got up, rubbed their eyes, and yawned. Shen Ming pointed to the blanket on the ground. Folded like this? He picked up a quilt, folded it into a neat square in a few quick movements, and placed it on the ground. Fold it the same way. Someone started folding. After folding one bed, Shen Ming glanced at it. It's terrible. It overlaps. The person paused for a moment, then started folding it a second time. Still rotten. Overlapping. Third time. Fourth time. Fifth time. The blanket was thrown out, picked up, and folded. Thrown out, picked up, and folded. The people around didn't dare to laugh, because they were also folding. I spent the whole morning folding them. In the afternoon, Shen Ming came again. He stretched out a finger and wiped it on the windowsill. My fingers were covered in dust. There must be no dust in the room. 39 people began cleaning the windowsills, walls, floors, and every crack. Someone muttered under their breath, "What's the use of this?" Shen Ming heard it. He walked over and stood in front of the man. "What's your name?" The man paused for a moment, then gave his name. "My name is Yu Hui." Shen Ming nodded. "From now on, you'll be in charge of checking every morning. If there's dust, you're responsible." The man opened his mouth, but no words came out. October 24th, evening. Shen Ming gathered them together. It wasn't training, it was sitting. He held a stack of papers in his hand, papers they had seen many times before, laws, which were said to have been written for a long time, revised and erased again and again. "We won't talk about how to fight today," Shen Ming said. "We'll talk about when we can fight." He looked at them. 3 rules and 5 orders. Remember them. Rule number 1. No one shall initiate the use of force. What do you mean? You're here to protect people, not to beat them up. You can't make the first move until someone does. Do you understand? I understand. Second rule. No violation of the law. The law is just these things on paper. If you break the law, you're punished the same way as everyone else. There are no exceptions. Do you understand? Understand. Rule number 3. Orders must not be disobeyed. My orders, the orders from the mountain tree, and all orders from your captain from now on must be obeyed. You can raise any objections, but orders must be carried out. Do you understand? I understand. First order. Do not take what belongs to the people. You can't take anything that belongs to the people. Not a single sweet potato, a single berry, not a single blade of grass. If you take it, that's stealing. If you steal, get out. Do you understand? I understand. Second order. Stop provoking trouble. If someone is fighting or causing trouble, you must stop them. Not just watch. Stop them. Use your words, your hands, your body, everything you've learned. Do you understand? Understand. Third order. If you can gang up on someone, don't fight one-on-one. Someone laughed. Shen Ming didn't laugh. Is it funny? The smile faded. You are a team. If one person can't beat them, 10 people will go. If 10 people can't beat them, 39 people will go. You're here to win, not to be heroes. Do you understand? I understand. Fourth order. Those who are injured must be rescued. If anyone is injured, no matter who it is, you must save them. Even if the enemy surrenders and is wounded, you must still save them. Not saving them is disobeying orders. Do you understand? Understand. Fifth order. Prioritize the interests of the people. At any time, the safety and possessions of the people are more important than your lives. We're not sending you to your deaths, but to remind you why you exist. Do you understand? Silence. Did you understand? I understand. Shen Ming looked at them. It's okay if you can't remember. I'll keep saying it until you die and still can't forget it. The days that followed were a cycle. Run in the morning, train at noon, run in the afternoon, and sing in the evening. The blanket flew out. I picked it up and folded it. It flew out. I picked it up and folded it. The windowsill was wiped once, then wiped again. The floor was swept once, then swept again. Shen Ming has always been there, running at the forefront, practicing at the forefront, singing at the forefront. He folded his blankets and wiped his windowsills. No one knew what time he went to bed or got up. All they knew was that he was already there every time they opened their eyes. Some people have slacked off. The result of slacking off was that the person's workload tripled the next day. It's not a punishment. It's a reminder that if you still have the energy to slack off, it means you haven't practiced enough. No one is slacking off anymore. It's not because I'm afraid. It's because it's meaningless. If you slack off, Shen Ming will train with you. If you don't sleep, Shen Ming will stay up all night with you. If you can't run anymore, Shen Ming will slow down and wait for you. He can do anything you can do. He can also do things you can't do. What else can you say? 24 years of spring plowing. The team set off. There were not 39 people, but 40, with Shen Ming leading the way. The guy who pretended to be dead is still around, but the one Shen Ming specifically told to run faster is running faster than anyone else. They passed through one outpost after another. Started from main tribe, we went to the lake outpost, to outpost number 1, to outpost number 2, to outpost number 3, and to outpost number 4. They stopped at each place they visited. Helped the elderly weed. Helped pregnant women carry water. Helped children repair their houses. Help everyone till the land. A neat and orderly formation. Uniform steps. Slogans shouted in unison. Someone saw them, paused for a moment, and then shouted. They are divine beings. It's them. The one who folds the blankets. That singer. Wherever they went, there were always people standing by the roadside watching. The children ran after them. The old people waved and laughed. The young people stood in the field, watching them, their eyes shining. That was the light that made me want to be like that too. Night. Outpost número 4. Shen Ming sat in a newly built brick house, with a pile of papers in front of him. He made the candles himself, using animal fat and cotton wicks. They produced smoke when burned, but they were bright enough to burn. The documents Lien sent were piled up. Population, property, disputes, applications, reports. He reviewed each document one by one and approved each one. Footsteps sounded outside, very light, but they couldn't hide it from him. Komein. The curtain was lifted, and Shan Shu walked in. He stood at the door without saying a word. Shen Ming raised his head. What's wrong? Yamano-ki remained silent for a while. They asked me, he said, would those people stay at number 4? Shen Ming looked at him. You want them to stay? Shan Shu shook his head. I have no idea. Shen Ming lowered his head and continued reading the documents. They are seeds, he said. Shan Shu didn't understand. From now on, every outpost will have people like this. They will maintain order, protect the people, and enforce the law. There will be people at the 4th outpost. There will be people at the 5th outpost. And there will be people everywhere in the future. He looked up at the mountain trees. They're the first batch, not the last batch. Yamano-ki stood there for a while. Then he nodded, turned around, and walked out. Shen Ming continued reading the documents. The candlelight danced on his face, illuminating the lines etched by time. He turned to a page and stopped. The words written on it were, human trafficking. These are controversial charges he hadn't fully addressed before. How should he sentence them? Too harsh, and it might drive people to take desperate measures. Too lenient, and it won't have any deterrent effect. He picked up the charcoal pencil and wrote below. The ringleader of human trafficking shall be executed, and accomplices shall be sentenced to life imprisonment in mines. Anyone who knows about human trafficking but fails to report it shall be punished the same way. He paused, then added, the buyer is equally guilty. Then he closed the stack of papers and leaned back in his chair. Singing could be heard coming from outside the window. It was very light and far away. It was that off-key military song. Our homeland on this land. Shen Ming listened for a while. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked outside. Under the moonlight, 39 people sat around the fire. Some people are singing, some are laughing, and some are demonstrating the new moves they learned today. He watched for a while. Then he turned around, went back to the table, and continued reading the next document. That's not enough. He knew. These people can fight, shout slogans, fold blankets, and help people weed. But they still don't know when they can fight and when they can't. Under what circumstances is self-defense justified, and under what circumstances is excessive self-defense? Who can be arrested, and who can only be stopped? They need to have some basic legal knowledge. You need to know when it's okay to take action and when it's not. He picked up the charcoal pencil and wrote on another piece of paper. Training plan. Phase 2. Outside the window, the singing continued. Heave ho, we protect our home. He wrote the last word and put down his pen. The candle had burned down to just a small stub. He blew it out, lay down, and closed his eyes. There was more to prepare than he had imagined. Chapter 117, The Last Meeting. July 19th, 28th year. Main tribe. Sunlight streamed in through the window and fell on the long table. The long table was made last year. It was pieced together from a single piece of wood and polished very smooth. A thick stack of papers lay on the table, each one covered with writing. In some places, there were small notes pasted on with glue, which were suggestions for revision from the managers of various locations. Shen Ming sat at one end of the long table, his gaze slowly sweeping over everyone present. The mountain trees were cold in winter, and there were 11 representatives who had come from various outposts. Lian didn't come. She said, you can decide. Is there anything else you'd like to add? No one spoke. Shen Ming waited for a while. Still, no one spoke. He nodded. Then let's do it this way. He looked at Dong Han. Remember to copy the final version of the plan and distribute it to each outpost. Dong Han nodded and drew a line on the paper with her charcoal pencil. It was her habit to remember things. Drawing a line meant, I remember. Shen Ming stood up. The chair scraped slightly on the floor, and everyone looked at him, but no one stood up with him. That was his chair, his seat. He left, and the meeting ended. He walked to the door and lifted the curtain. The sunlight outside was brighter than inside. He squinted, stood there for a while, and then walked towards his house. He paused as he passed Lian's house. The house was still the same as before, not big, not new, and even a bit old. Several bricks on the wall had cracks, which had been patched up with mud, but the patching was crooked and uneven. The roof tiles are a bit blackened, but new ones are added every year, so there's no leakage. The curtain was drawn, so you couldn't see inside. Shen Ming stood there for a while. He wanted to knock on the door, but he didn't raise his hand. Lian is very clever and can always think of things that he can't, such as the crime of gambling. He thought about it for a long time and concluded that it should be strictly controlled. But after hearing his idea, Lian remained silent for a moment and then said, small places can't manage it. When she said this, her tone was very calm, as if she were stating a fact. Not, you are wrong, but there is another perspective. We can't regulate every place, but we can set the rules. Only casinos run by the government are legitimate. All others are illegal. Shen Ming was stunned for a moment. Lian continued, what will the gamblers in those small gambling dens do when they lose money? They'll report them, out of revenge, to vent their anger, and to bring down the place that made them lose money. They'll actually help us destroy those small gambling dens. She paused. Legitimate government-run gambling dens can limit the amount of money involved and restrict the age of gamblers. They are suitable for people with free time to pass the time and will not cause them to go bankrupt. After listening, Shen Ming remained silent for a long time. Shen Ming stood at the doorway, looking at the curtain. The curtain did not move. Lien was inside, perhaps resting, perhaps reading those endless documents, perhaps just lost in thought. He didn't know. He wanted to knock on the door, but he didn't. He turned around and continued walking toward his house. As time goes by, the girl who once offered him berries is now in her twilight years. The bean sprouts in the field have grown very tall. The fast-growing bean sprouts were selected from the beans that the silly bird brought back. They are not edible, as they won't survive long enough to be used for seed. They grow quickly, but are not cold-resistant. But while they're alive, they can fix nitrogen and fertilize the soil. They can also be cut down to feed pigs and to fertilize the fields. Shen Ming stood by the edge of the field for a while. In the distance, several people were patrolling, in groups of 3, wearing matching rattan armor, and marching in unison. As they walked by, the people working in the fields would look up and nod at them. They would nod in return, and then continue on their way. An army of 39 men. 5 years ago, they were the same group of young men who had been trained to the point of near death by Shen Ming. Now, they have been scattered to various strongholds, in groups of 3, responsible for maintaining order. Over 5 years, those habits have become ingrained. They could recite the rules and regulations, folding blankets, sweeping away dust, shouting slogans, singing military songs, and even with their eyes closed without lifting a finger. It can be said that, apart from Shen Ming and Lien, they're the most familiar with the concept of the rule of law. Nearly 4 years of dictation training. One person may not be able to persevere, but a group of people can. Those who persevered now stand on the edge of the fields, maintaining order on this land. Shen Ming returned to his house. It was still that small old house. He had lived there for 28 years. The cracks in the walls had been patched up again and again, and the roof tiles had been replaced time and time again, but it was still the same old house. He pushed open the door and went inside. There was a piece of paper spread out on the table, which he had written last night, to mine metals next year, allocate land, and within a year, transition from the primitive communal system to private ownership. There's still 6 months left. He sat down and picked up a charcoal pencil, but the pen tip remained suspended on the paper, not falling. He suddenly remembered Dong Han's appearance at the meeting earlier. She sat at the other end of the long table, head down, writing incessantly. She was responsible for all of that, the numbers, the plans, and the final versions that needed to be copied and distributed to every location. He remembered many years ago, when Dong Han was a little girl who had run away from home, standing at his door with bright eyes and saying, "I want to go." At that time, she wanted to go on an adventure. She is now copying a plan to change the entire social structure. Shen Ming put down his pen. He leaned back in his chair. Footsteps came from outside the window. It was the patrol passing by. They walked steadily, each step firm. The footsteps gradually faded away and disappeared. He closed his eyes. He didn't know if he was doing the right thing, but he did his best. Whether it is right or wrong, only time will tell. At the same time, in the house where the meeting had just ended, Winter's chill continues to write. The charcoal pencil scratched across the paper, 1 line, 2 lines, 1 page, 2 pages. She wrote those words countless times. She could write them with her eyes closed. But she still wrote carefully, stroke by stroke, not daring to make a mistake. After writing for a while, she stopped and shook her aching wrists. Beside her lay a stack of papers, a price list and distribution plan prepared by Lien. It was a thick stack, with each page densely covered with information. When Dong Han first saw it, his eyes widened in amazement. That's why people used ropes to measure the land back then. That's what she asked Lien at the time. Lien nodded. Those ropes are what she's measuring right now, and that's what she's copying. She sighed. What does getting closer to the gods mean? This is basically just hard labor. But her hands didn't stop. The charcoal pencil continued to move across the paper, line by line, page by page, copy by copy. After copying 1 sheet, she picked it up, blew on it, put it aside, and then picked up the next sheet of paper to continue. Someone walked past the window. It was a patrol team. They walked steadily, their footsteps making a rhythmic thud. The winter chill did not rise. She just kept writing. She suddenly remembered the first time she met Lien many years ago. At that time, Lien stood at the entrance of the main tribe's warehouse, holding a record board in her hand, listening to people talk without looking up. At that time, she thought Lien was amazing. She knew everything and managed everything. Now she sits here, copying the things Lien prepared. She thought that maybe one day, another person would sit in her current spot, copying what she had prepared. The charcoal pencil scratched across the paper. Outside the window, the sun was already beginning to set in the west.